Okey, sekejap ya. Saya settlekan YouTube punya link. Sekejap Kita bagi bertenang kejap. By 9 kita mula, okey? Yep, sebab Zoom memang 300 sebab tu dos yang cepat masuk kat sini. Yang lain yang tak dapat, please tell your friends masuk dekat YouTube Ipsis. Saya share link YouTube Ipsis dekat sini. So you all boleh watch dekat situ.
Otherwise we maintain siapa yang duduk kat Wayback ni stay kat Wayback, yang Zoom lah.
Tak boleh. I tak boleh nak linkkan together.
Oh, tak. Boleh dua orang je ke?
Sekejap. I bagi Zoom memang 300 sebab tu dos yang cepat masuk kat sini. Yang lain yang tak dapat, please tell your friends masuk dekat YouTube Ipsis. Saya share link YouTube Ipsis dekat sini. So you all boleh watch dekat situ.
Otherwise we maintain siapa yang duduk kat Wayback ni stay kat Wayback, yang Zoom lah.
Tak boleh. Okay, saya share link YouTube. Boleh pass dekat friends you all yang mana yang masuk tu. Saya dah share dekat grup KPPS juga.
Tanya sikit boleh? Kalau yang dapat dah masuk, dapat link ni, nak stay dekat sini ke nak kena pindah dekat Zoom ya?
Sekejap. Okey, yang dekat ni Yang dekat ni boleh log out.
Yang dekat
Ni boleh
webpad
log out.
ni, yang berjaya masuk webpad ni,
Okey, log out.
nak pindah ke Zoom ke macam mana?
Pindah dekat Zoom. Zoom sekarang dah full 300 tau. I bagi link YouTube, you all watch dekat YouTube. Sebab kita tak boleh nak link dua-dua sekali jalan. Nampak tak dekat chat?
Oh, maknanya macam kami ni yang lambat ni, yalah nak kata lambat. Kami ni yang duduk sini ni kena pindah dekat YouTube, channel YouTube.
Ni saya ada bagi link, tengok dekat YouTube, komen semua dekat YouTube, nanti ada secretariat akan catch you all punya komen, kita hantar dekat presenter. Nanti diorang jawab. Okay. Ni tahu, saya bagi link YouTube. Okay, those who cannot join Zoom, because Zoom 300 pax, you can watch by our YouTube. I posted a link just now at the chat section. And you can leave the WebEx session now.
Oh, okay. Baik. Terima kasih banyak ya.
Alright, sorry ya.
Sekejap, nak ambil link ya.
Boleh.
Kiranya WebEx ni kena left empty lah.
Yes.
Kena kosong.
WebEx ni dah tak guna sebab WebEx I tak boleh nak linkkan dengan Zoom.
Okay, alright, baik.
Okay, so tengok dekat YouTube ya. And then boleh left WebEx ni. Thank you.
So YouTube pun sama, kita kan ada soalan selepas sesi kan dekat komen YouTube
Ya, boleh post dekat situ. Nanti secretariat catch dekat situ
Okay, komen YouTube akan bersoalan.
Betul. Sorry for inconveniences. I'm trying hard to find the solution.
Assalamualaikum Doktor. Attendance direct dapat dari sini ataupun ada isi form lagi?
Attendance nanti kita letak QR code dekat screen. Nanti everyone boleh nampak.
Okay, thank you.
YouTube pun boleh nampak. Dekat Zoom tak payah left. Dekat Zoom duduk je dan diam. Those yang dah dapat masuk sini duduk dan diam. Yang tak dapat masuk tu left. Yang tak dapat masuk tu tengok kat YouTube.
Doctor, you are muted.
Okay, Shamim Hussein, you cannot stand Malay. So as you are in the Zoom session, please stay here. Tomorrow, please refer back to all of you punya schedule that been posted to all of you. There will be link using Zoom as well. Tomorrow, no YouTube, just today because we combine 2 clusters. So we have around 500 students. So Zoom can accommodate 300 only. Okay. At the end of today's session, I'm going to brief again what will be happen tomorrow. Okay. Is it okay, Shamim Hussein?
Yeah. Okay, Doctor. I'm okay now. Thank you.
Okay. Nur Zakira, next session tak ada YouTube. Just tengok dekat ni je. Nanti tengok dekat Zoom masing-masing. Okay, if everything okay? Can we start with Dr. Nizam? Is it okay, everyone?
Okay.
Dr. Nizam, can you try to share your slides?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, Dr. Mas, let me check first.
Sorry ya, Dr. Nizam.
No worries. Okay, you can see my screen, right? Dr. Mas?
Yes, okay, you can proceed
alright.
now.
Proceed. Wait, Okay. Okay, again, we restart again. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning, everyone. Okay, so sorry for the technical problems. So now we have solved the problems. So some of you have joined the Zoom link and some of you have joined streaming via our YouTube channel. Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on your decision to pursue your postgraduate studies in UiTM. So today I will brief on you on the module number 1, so which is the topics about your research journey to GOT. Okay, GOT stand for graduate on time. Okay, so this is outlines for some briefing today. Okay, so I will give some introductions and then what's its definition of GOT, and then UiTM postgraduate ecosystem, the supervisions, define of research proposal, thesis submission, viva voce, thesis correction and verification, and thesis result, endorsement, and awards. Okay, so as for the introductions, okay, so this module was developed by the Institute of Postgraduate Studies. Okay, so to assist the admin staff and the supervisors to understand the process and procedures of the postgraduate research degree program in UiTM. So at the end of this sessions, and so all of you should be able to understand the nature of postgraduate studies in UiTM, and then you should be able to understand the roles of students. Okay, what are the roles as students, and then you should be able to familiarize with the process and procedure involving the research student in UiTM. So as you know, the Ipsis Research Skills Seminar is compulsory for the research student, for the research program. In order for you, and this is one of the requirement before you go for defend research proposal. Okay, for the master program, you have to attend this Ipsis Research Skills Seminar, and then you need to provide the certificates before you enter the DRP process. And then for those PhD programs, you have to attend the other seminar which is called Thai Square, okay, which is organized by MassMed. All right, so this is the Ipsis management team. Okay, so we lead by our dean, so Prof. Insinyur Dr. Zuhaina Zakaria. So she's from the Electrical Engineering School. Okay, and then we have Deputy Dean, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Fahana. Okay, she's from the Creative Arts College. And then we have the 4 heads here. In Ipsis, we have 4 heads. Okay, we have heads of recruitment and admission, led by Associate Professor Dr. Kalila from the Applied Sciences School. And then for the academic, okay, led by me. And then for the strategic planning and academic quality, led by the Dr. Fairoz from Creative Art. Okay, for the student development and resources, okay, led by Dr. Siti Mazwana. Okay, we have also one coordinator on the recruitment and admissions, Dr. Sufyan, and then we have 2 senior assistant registrar for the admin, and then for the academic matters. Okay, so this is the teams from the Department of Academic in Ipsis, so led by me, and then we have 1 senior assistant registrar, and then we have 1 senior executive officer. Okay, then we have 2 senior clerk, 1 for the record and 1 for the general matters. And then we also have clerk for the academic status. Okay, so if you want to needs info and your academic status, you can refer to Ms. Shaila. And then if you want to request on the Senate letter or completion letter, you can ask Madam Mardia. And then we also have another clerk in charge on the general matters on academic. Okay, so GOT, okay, as I mentioned, GOT, graduate on time. So I hope all of you have target to achieve this GOT. So we will provide 1 certificate that mention you get GOT for your study. Okay, so what is GOT? Okay, GOT is the percentage of the full-time students who are registered in a specific cohort year and have completed their studies on or before the specific time of study. Okay, so as a summary, okay, that means you have complete your study before or on or before the specific of time duration, which based on the program structures. Okay, so what is the consequences? The lower percentage of GOT shows that many students are unable to complete on time. Okay, so it will incur or it will increase the university operational cost. Okay, so this is one of the issue. If you stay quite longer at UiTM, so it will incur some cost to the university's operational cost. So our target is to increase the percentage of GOT to make sure all of you can grad on or before time of study. Okay, so this is some data I would like to share with you. Okay, for the PhD and master program, this is specific for the research program. Okay, so if you look at the 2020, okay, in 2020 we achieved the highest GOT rates. Okay, for the PhD and the master. For the PhD, we achieved 36%. So this is during MCO, movement control order. Okay, maybe most of the students concentrate and focus on the study because they stay at home, so they're able to complete their study. Okay, and then it dropped and in 2021 until last year. Okay, so for the data for 2024, that means until March 2024. Okay, same as for the master. Okay, we get 20% and for the GOT rates. Okay, in 2020. And then it's dropped until last year. So last year is about only 10%. Okay, only 10% can complete their study before or on or before time of study. All right. So maybe you need to know what is the duration of study. Okay. So you only focus because you are the research programs. Okay. So you focus on the columns of the research. So for the master degree and the full time and part time, we have the same durations. It doesn't matter whether you enroll as a full-time or you enroll as a part-time student, you have the same duration of study. Okay, so for the research, the minimum is 2 semesters and then the maximum is 8 semesters. Okay, so how you going to get the GOT status? So this is minimum and maximum. So for the all programs, GOT status will give to the all program if the student for the master degree, okay? So if the student can complete their study within 2 years, that means 4 semesters. Okay, so if you graduate before on or before 2 years, 4 semesters, that means you can get GOT status. Okay? And then we will issue GOT certificate for you. Okay, and then that's for all program except for the program from the College of Built Environment, from the Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Dentistry. Okay, these 3 programs, okay, the GOT status up to 3 years. That means 6 semesters. Okay, for the doctoral degree, okay, so the minimum is 5th semester. Okay, and then the maximum is 14 semester. If you stay at UiTM beyond this number of semester, that means you need to appeal and in order to continue your study. So the max we give is in our academic regulation is 14 semester. And then if you intend to graduate early, so that means make sure you at 5th semester. Okay, it's less than 5th semester, so we need to your faculty need to prepare some working paper in order to define you and then look at your track record whether you are qualified to graduate before 5th semester or not. Otherwise, you need to fulfill the academic duration 5th semester, the minimum one. Okay, so for the doctoral degree, okay, in order for you to get GOT status for the all program, so it's about 4 years. Okay, that means 8 semester. Okay, for those except for those from the College of Built Environment, same, and then Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Dentistry, okay, it's about 5 years. Okay, so 5 years, 10 semester. So if they get within on their 5 years or 4 years, so they will get GOT status and get GOT certificates. Okay, so this is the UiTM postgraduate ecosystem. Okay, so as the students, as the research program students, so this is the things we'll go through until the end. So first, all of you have applied, so congratulate again. Okay, you have success in applications, and then you have registered as a student. That's why you enroll this research skills seminar, because you have successful register as a student. Okay, so the next one, what is the next one? So I believe most of you have done this part. So this is very important. Okay, if because this is we determine whether you will. This is the first step to determine whether you will get GOT or not. Okay, I believe before you register, before you apply for the research program, you have approached your potential supervisor. Okay, maybe your main supervisor and then your co-supervisor. So I believe you have discussed something, and then you also have shared some proposal, and that you have draft, and then share with them, and then you discuss something, and then after that, then you apply and register. Okay, if not, okay, if didn't commit at that process, then maybe you can do at the process right now lah. And then you please contact your potential supervisor, and then please draft something to discuss with them, and then please if you are here in UiTM, you may discuss in physical and face-to-face with them. Otherwise, you can create Google Meet, WebEx link, or you just meet virtual with them. So please ensure you discuss with your supervisor. Okay, if you have the potential supervisor, okay, as you know, you need to appoint your supervisor. Before this, maybe you have proposed who's your supervisor in your applications. But right now, you need to make it official. Okay, so we are going to, you need to nominate them at the UP track. So later on, I will share the interface of the UP tracks. Okay, so you need to appoint your supervisor via UP track system. So this is a system, so we have developed to make sure to speed up the process of appointment of supervisor. Okay, so please make sure you have done this part as soon as possible to make sure your supervisor has been appointed and then can officially supervise you. Okay, and then once you have the supervisor, and then you just proceed with your research and then do some discussion, and then you have to go through defend research proposal. And before you go for research proposal, defend research proposal, your status is what we call the candidates of research program. So after defend research proposal, then your status will change to students. All right. Right now we call you as the candidates because you never defend your research proposal. Okay. For the research proposal, you have to defend. For the master degree, you have to defend within 6 months from the date of registration. And then for the this is for the full time, and then for part time 1 year. And then for the PhD, you need to defend within 1 year. Okay, or the part time 1.5 years. Okay, so the defend proposal, you have to defend research proposal. So there's the faculty will nominate the assessors for you, and then they will the assessors will evaluate your proposal, and I will asking some question and to make sure your research and your proposal align with the objective. So in order to make sure you can complete on time, all right. Then once you have the different research proposal, so you proceed again research studies. So until you achieve all objective, and then once you complete all the objective, and then you have also complete the draft of the thesis, and then you can submit the notice of intention to submit thesis. Okay, so notice intention to submit thesis, that means you have complete your thesis about 90%. If less than 90%, we cannot accept your notice of intention to submit. Okay, so this is one of the condition, one of the criteria. So you must complete 90% your thesis, and then we are asking you to provide the abstract and then table of content, together with the form. Okay, and then during the Okay, so during the notice of submission, notice of intention, and then your supervisor also need to provide the potential examiners to examine your thesis. So the faculty or the college will ask your supervisor, who's the examiners, the potential examiners, to examine your thesis. Okay, so the minimum is 2. One internal examiner, the second one external examiner. Okay, so maybe some of the program, so they require 3 examiners. So it depend on the program standards. Okay, as the requirement and the academic regulation by UiTM for the postgraduate studies, we only need 2 examiners, one from the internal and then the other one from external examiner. Okay, so then we go to process and then process everything, and then we will appoint your examiner. So we go a few meetings in order to endorse. Okay, so we endorse until the Senate level, then your appointment of examiners. Okay, and then once your examiner has been appointed, and then you need to complete your thesis by 100%. Okay, once you have reached. Okay, so sorry, the notice of intention only valid for 3 months only. If beyond than 3 months, then you need to submit a new notice of intention. For example, today is 23rd of April, okay, 2024. So that means if you submit by today, April, May, June, July. So that means 22nd of July is the due date of the notice intention, only valid in 3 months. So that means you need to submit your 100% thesis within the 3 months. If beyond the 3 months, then you need to submit again the new notice of intention. Okay, so we go here. So the thesis submission, this is complete 100%. So you need to submit also together with your plagiarism report and similarity report. So the similarity report must be less than 30%. Okay, so we need your plagiarism report and the thesis 100%. And to make sure you do these submissions for the viva voce. That means you have ready. Okay, and then the faculty, when you submit this thesis and when you submit this form and the thesis together with this similarity report, so the respected faculty and college, okay, will forward to the examiner that you appoint before. Okay, so the examiners will evaluate, will assess your thesis within the ample time is about 6 weeks. Okay, so if less than 6 weeks, better. Okay, so 6 weeks, we give 6 weeks, and then with the date of viva voce, okay, to them. Okay, so they will evaluate, examine your thesis, and then they will provide the reports to your faculty or college. Okay, so once the faculty or college, the admin and the postgrad office from the faculty or college receive the report from the examiners, and then the faculty or college will set the viva voce. Okay, so viva voce either online, either virtual or physical. It depends on the respective college or faculty. Okay, depend on their practice. Okay, so we didn't specify whether you need to conduct viva voce in physical or virtual. Okay, it depends on your faculty or college. Okay, once you have went through the viva voce, and then you have the thesis corrections. You have some thesis correction. Okay, so it depends. We have 5 categories. So later on, I will discuss again. So this is only the brief. Okay, so this is correction. We have 5 categories. Okay, we have 1 until 5, and then we have once you are done with the thesis correction, and then you proceed with the format checking. So this is done by Ipsis. Okay, and then when you pass the format checking, and then we will send your name to Senate meeting. Okay, when your name has been endorsed at the Senate meeting, and then you listed on the convocation. Alright, so this is timeline for TOT. Okay, please look at this timeline. So later on you can read again. So I just want to highlight some things. Okay, so for the application, this is your stage right now, application registration. So the second step is DRP. Okay, so within 1 month from the date of registration, you should be able, you should have appoint your supervisor via the UP track. Okay, for DRP, it's about 6 months, as I mentioned before, 6 months and then 12 months for PhD. Okay, for the PhD. Okay, 6 months and for the master, and then 12 months for PhD. Okay, and then from the DRP until the thesis submission is about 12 months. Okay, this is timeline for GOT, graduate on time, not to reach the maximum duration of study. This is how to achieve GOT. This is how we got, how we give the guidelines to the student to make sure for the achieve the GOT status. Okay, 12 months for the master. So from the DRP until the thesis submitted, and so you need to complete within 1 year. And then for the PhD program, about 2 years. Okay, if you intend to apply for the conversion and you convert, that means you're from a master degree to doctoral degree, you should apply within 12 months from the date of registration. Okay, conversion. This is for the full-time students, and then this is for the part-time student. So that means you are from the master degree students. Then maybe within 1 year as a full-time student, you think you able to convert. So of course you have there's some requirement you need to fulfill, and then if you fulfill the requirement, and then you can apply for conversion within 12 months for the full-time, and then 24 months for the part-time. Okay, and then during the process and from the DRP to the submission, you have the article approved if applicable, and this is conversion if applicable, and then notice this is intention, notice of intention tadi. Alright, so the notice intention is about 3 months. Okay, so 3 months. So the 5th step until 6th step, this is 3 months the validity of the notice intention. Okay, so along at the duration also we can appoint your examiner. Okay, once you have submit your thesis, and then your thesis report viva is about 6 weeks. 6 weeks or only about 1.5 months. Okay, 6 weeks. So the maximum is 3 months. We give a few reminders to the examiner who late submit their reports. Okay, so 3 months. So the normal case is only 6 weeks. Okay, once you have the thesis report and viva, you have passed the viva, and then you have the correction. And this is done by you, and you correct within 1 month. And then this is the if you get category 1 or 2. So we have 5 category. So if you achieve the result 1 category 1 or category 2, so you can complete your thesis correction within 1 month. And then you have submit the thesis correction, and then you go for the thesis format. So this one submit correction, and then the examiner will examine again your corrections, the amendment that you have done. And then once it's complete, then you go for the thesis formatted. So it's about 1 month. We check everything about 1 week to 1 month. Okay, then we send your name to Senate meetings, and then you combo. So this is the timeline for GOT. So we also have provide the module, how you calculate your specific GOT. Okay, so let me have the live demo. Oops, sorry. Okay, live demo. Okay, anyone who would like to share their student ID so I can search? Anyone?
Me, please.
Okay, please.
2024.
Okay.
737.
Sorry, there. 737.
087.
087. Okay, Nur Malisa, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is our dashboard, and we have prepared. Where you can get this module, you can get from the head of postgraduate studies at your college or faculty. Okay, so I have give this copy to them and just ask them if they didn't give anything, so you can email us, then we can email to you lah. Alright, so see this example, and Nur Malisa, okay, registered under LG 750. So this is the visual, okay, from your registered until study complete. So this is only visual, what we call the timelines, visual timelines. Okay, your literature review, when you should do your literature review, and then when you should complete your research proposal and research ethics, and then methodology 1, methodology 2, and when you should achieve your research objective 1, research objective 2, research objective 3, if you have, so this is only general for everybody. And then when you should write your thesis, from here until here, and then when you to do your examination of thesis, okay, from here until here. But this is only visualized, to visualize your timeline. This is at the below, you can see your specific date that you must follow. Okay, let's say here, okay, literature review, you should begin from 26th of March. Okay, so when you registered, 26th of March, right? Okay, so you start literature review from 26th of March. Okay, you should end until 23rd of September lah. Okay, so this is the timeline. And then research proposal, and you should start from now again. And then research ethic, if you have, so when you should design your methodology, so we also provide. Okay, so within 3 months you have complete design your methodology number 1, methodology number 2, methodology number 3, and then they also in module also we have mentioned. I'm not sure whether you can see. Let me zoom. Okay, okay. Here, thesis writing, and you should begin at 25th of September. Okay, because this is master degree, right? So master degree you need to start early, yeah. All right. So you should start your thesis on September 2024, and then your thesis should get examined on 23rd of September 2025, and then you should do your correction. You should complete your correction on December 2025. All right, and then when you should go for the RP, this is from the registration date March. All right, so this is the proposed timeline. Okay, so until 6 months, 6 months for the master degree, 6 months. So we calculate from the March until 6 months is about September. So you should complete and you refer different proposal on September. Okay, so this is research ethic if applicable. So you should complete your research objective 1 on October, and then you should complete your research objective number 2 on February 2025. Okay, if you have objective number 3, you should complete by June 2025, and then you should submit in order to get in order for you to get GOT status. You should submit your thesis by September 2025, and then the estimated viva voce date is about December 2025, and then you should get your Senate letter. Okay, you know, the Senate meeting is didn't follow. The Senate meeting have the fixed date every month, early the first week I think first week or second week of every month. So this is the tentative, the proposed. So you should get the Senate letter by 27th of March. Then you can get GOT status. Okay, everyone. So this is how you read the module for the GOT. Okay, you just enter your student ID, and then you can get all the information here. Okay, so don't look here. So I get many questions. So they look at here, study complete, which is wrong. So you should refer here. Okay, because here is only the visualize, to visualize the timeline. It didn't give the specific date. So you should refer here to get the specific date for each task or milestone here. Okay, okay, let's go. Okay, everyone. Okay, so that's the GOT dashboard for the students that we prepare in order to help and all the students to achieve graduate on time status. Okay. Okay, as I mentioned, so please refer to your postgraduate studies, the head of postgraduate studies. Please ask them, maybe you can chat with them via the WhatsApp group at your faculty or college. Okay, so UiTM postgraduate system. So we have many systems in order to assist for the postgraduate studies. So if you heard, so for the student information management system, this is SIM. Okay, SIM, one of the records that comprise of all the records for the student, whether the undergrad or postgraduate students. And then we also have the MyATP. Okay, so this is in Malay, Amanah Track Pensyarah. So this is for the lecturer. So expertise. So for those who didn't find their supervisors, please look at this link, expert.uitm.edu.my. So you can find many experts from many fields at UiTM. And you can find your potential main supervisor or co-supervisor to help you to achieve graduate on time status. Okay, and then we also have the under Ipsis, we have the UP track. Okay, so this system you should familiarize because most of the process happen in these systems. The UP track, uptrack.uitm.edu.my. And then we also have the website. And so please refer to our website so you can gain many info on the postgraduate issues or news at UiTM. And then we also have the Facebook. So we have someone maintains on the Facebook, official Facebook. And then we also have the YouTube for the Ipsis channel UiTM. Okay, so this is UP track. So UP track, we have 5 modules on UP tracks, and we have first, we have supervisor nomination. This is first module in UP track. So you go to this link, or you can scan on the QR code. So you get the UP tracks. So all of you need to nominate your supervisor on UP tracks. So we didn't accept any manual from the form and anything. So right now, we only use a system. So we call as the UP tracks. So please nominate your supervisor. Okay. So if you have problem to log in or to access or maybe some problem with UP track, please do aduan ICT, ICT complaint. Okay, the word say aduan ICT UiTM. So you complain. Okay, if any problem you face during USS on the UP tracks. So our ICT officer will assist your problem, and then we'll try our best to find the solution on your problems. Okay, so you need to nominate your supervisor, and then all the approval process will done at the UP track. At the UP track systems. And then we also have the second module we call as DRP process. So this also you need to do by UP tracks. So all of you after this, if you want to go for the DRP, so you need to fill in some info at the DRP process. So everything, the evaluations, the marks, the comments, everything will appear on the UP track systems. And then the next one, this is under development. The third module on the nomination, examiner nomination and approval. Okay, so this is the under development. So we try to complete this one by end of this semester or early before that. Okay, so examiner nomination. So we receive your notice of intention, and then we receive the what we call the nomination of examiners. Okay, from your supervisor via the UP track. Then we process everything until the appointment of your examiners. Okay, on the module number 3. And then module number 4, this is still under development. So this is thesis evaluation. That means your viva voce. Okay, so viva voce also we will conduct via the UP tracks. Okay, so the last module is research progress monitoring. So if you want to submit the research progress every semester, so as you know, every semester, that's mean week 13 or week 12, and you need to submit your research progress to your supervisor in order for them to evaluate, to assess you what is your current progress, to make sure you get status sedang maju. That means you can move forward to next semester, or you dismiss from your study. So you need to submit every semester. Okay, if you forget to submit research progress, so the consequences is dismiss, and you will get dismissed status. So please make sure at the end of every semester you need to submit research progress form to your supervisor. So, but right now we under development this research progress. Maybe after this you just need to fill in UP track, and then you need to press the submit button, and then your supervisor will get the notification for them to evaluate whatever progress you have. All right. Okay, so this is the dashboard. If you have logged in the UP track, this is the dashboard. Okay, so as a student, please log in as the student. So please click here, and then you use your username and password same as the student portal. Okay, so you use the same username and password from the student portal, so you can log in the UP tracks here. Okay, for the like your supervisor, so log in as the staff, and then the staff, and then this is external. If you appoint the external supervisor, and that means from outside UiTM, so they need to click at the external. So we will provide the video in order to guide you, to assist you how to maneuver, how to navigate the UP track. And that means if you didn't know how to nominate your supervisor via UP track, so please watch our video at our Ipsis website. So we will provide the video. Okay, so please watch the video, and then you can they will guide you how to nominate your supervisor, how to the process about the DRP process and everything. All right. So this is the screen dashboard. The UI for the nomination of supervisor. So first you need to insert your research title, and then you need to attach your research proposal, and then you need to select your main supervisor, and then you need to select if you have co-supervisor 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so the compulsory for the master is main supervisor. Okay, for the PhD you need to have 1 supervisor and 1 co. Okay, for the master degree the compulsory is only main supervisor. It depends. For the PhD program you must have at least 1 main and 1 co. Okay, so this is what you should fill up, and then you just press submit, and then you can check the status every day to make sure.
Prof, sorry, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
When is the due date? When is the last due date for supervisor nomination?
Okay, there's no due date because this is a long process. There's no due date for the nomination. So as I mentioned, if you forget to appoint your supervisor, or you intentionally didn't appoint your supervisor, so your supervisor has supervised you illegally, so they didn't get any credits, and then so that's problems. So better you do the nomination as soon as possible. Okay.
All right, Prof.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the next one. Okay. So this is academic governance, and for the postgraduate studies. Okay, for the Ipsis, and we have the dean, deputy dean, and head of graduate studies. Okay, so at the college or faculty level, we only have head of postgraduate studies. Okay, this is Ipsis level, this is faculty or college level. So you should ask the GOT dashboard that I mentioned to you at this level, the head of postgraduate studies at faculty and college. I believe all of you have the WhatsApp group and with them. Okay, please ask at the WhatsApp group. Okay, and then committee, and we have the committee. Okay, this is in Malay. So this is academic matters at faculty level or college level, and then we have the academic matters, academic meetings, academic committees at the faculty or college level, and then we have the academic assessment at the university level, and then we have the top 1 standard level. Okay. All right. So as mentioned, as the student, as the master students, and you should, as the master and PhD student, you should attend this seminar. So this is the seminar that you attend. And we have Ipsis Research Skill Seminar. This is 2-day seminars which covers 8 modules, which have briefed by Dr. Mas before. And then as a PhD student, this is add-on another a seminar that you should attend at the Training in Innovation, Entrepreneurship, Exploration, Thai Square program. This is, I'm not sure, so you may refer, it's about 4-day seminars. Okay, so all the seminars has been conducted via online platform. So all of you can attend, whether you at Malaysia or outside Malaysia. Okay, so this is compulsory seminars for you before you enter DRP. Okay, remember, within 6 months for the master degree, you should attend DRP, and then for the PhD within 1 year. So make sure you have these 2 certificates first before you go for DRP. Okay, so for the student status, so the program type we have, as you know, all of you enroll under the research. So but we have the another research type, and we have the research, we have the coursework, and then we have the research plus coursework. That means we call as the mixed mode. And then for the program, we have the master program, we have the PhD program. Okay, and then for the study mode, we have the full time, and then we have the part-time status. Okay, so this is only a brief. So just to let you know, if you let's say after this you said you want to change the campus, so this is where your application has been endorsed. So this is guideline for you. Okay, so if you want to change the campus, the mode of program or the faculty or something, then the endorsement level until college or faculty. So JCAPS and JAN means until the college or faculty. This is until college faculty. Okay, if you want to apply special leave, if you apply for the suspension from study, special leave due to the health condition, the suspension others than health conditions. If you need to apply, and then you need to submit to head of postgraduate study at your faculty or college, and then you will endorse until the academic committees at the faculty or college only, and no need to go until university, until the college or faculty. Same with the withdrawal of study, okay, and then different research proposal also endorse at the faculty or college, and then if you want to appeal continue of study and within the semester, so until the college. But if you appeal by previous semester, and then you need to get endorsed until Senate level, next Senate level. Okay, so the faculty and college only support your application, and then we go for the university level for the academic assessment level at university level. So we approve, and then we endorse at appeal beyond your study. That's mean appeal for extension beyond your duration of study, and also we need to endorse until Senate level. If you want to convert from the master degree to PhD degree, also we need to endorse until Senate level. So this is general info that you should know lah. Okay, so most of you maybe can I'm not sure lah. If you apply one of these, maybe you can get the GOT status. If you have to apply, that means you should know where the endorsement level. Okay, for the change campus, mode program, special leave, withdrawal study, different proposal, and appeal continuation within the semester. So it's only until college or faculty level, the endorsement. Okay, so this is criteria. Okay, maybe some of you have target to convert from the master degree to PhD. So I would like to share some criteria. If you want to apply conversion from master to doctor degree, so you have to apply within 12 months for the full-time student, and then 24 months for part-time student. Okay, so you also need to have one paper which is accepted to be present at least at one seminar conference which recognized by faculty. Okay. Or so this is presentation, the conference. That means you have been accepted. Your paper has been accepted to present at the conference. But the conference must be recognized by faculty or college. Or your research work has been submitted on at least one index publication. Index what? Scopus, ERA, WOS, MySite, or other listed journal in Appendix 2. In the form of the commission, we have provided the listed journals in Appendix 2. That means you can refer lah. Alright, so we only have 3 faculty or college that provide the listed journal. Okay, so you have submitted whether you have been accepted, present paper at conference, or your paper has been submitted to one index publication. This is the requirement you should fulfill before you submit conversion, master degree to degree, master degree to doctoral degree. And then when you submit this one, these two, when you fulfill these 2 criteria, and then the faculty or college will appoint 2 expert assessors which have the same research area with you. Okay, so you should pass the assessment. Okay, if you didn't pass, of course you cannot convert from master degree to PhD degree. So you have to pass. Okay, one, you have passed the assessment, so we will issue one official letter. That means we congratulate you. You have passed the assessment, everything, and then we ask you to fill up the form to change to doctoral degree. We also ask the bursary to generate a new bill for you because you have converted from master degree to the doctoral degree. That means you have different fees, so a different amount. So you need we will generate a new. So most of the time we going to convert you on the next semester, not this semester. So that means you pass all the assessment this semester, and then we pass this assessment, and then we convert you next semester. Okay, so the new program start new semester. But your duration of study, that means your duration of study begin with the date of registration on the master level. Okay, let's say you register on 23rd of April. Okay, then you should finish your master degree by 22nd of April 2026, for example. Okay, but you convert to master degree. That means your GOT status has been changed from 23rd of April 2024. Okay, and then you should complete 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So you should be able to complete your study to 22nd of April 2028. Okay, so because it's refer back to your date of registration during the master level. Your duration of study didn't begin on the new PhD program. It also refer to the master registration date. Okay, so please make sure. If you didn't understand, please ask your head of program studies how they calculate the duration of study after conversion. Okay, if you have applied, if successful, convert as a master, as the PhD student, and then you need to attend continuous monitoring. Okay, so in order for us to check your research progress, so the student required to have the oral assessment and within 1 year from the date approval as the PhD student. Okay, that means maybe next semester on October. So within 1 year from the October 2024, you need to have the one oral assessment session with the 2 expert assessors to assess again whether you can continue your PhD degree or you have to revoke again to status as a master degree student. So we also have the assessment. So these are the things that we have in order to monitor, to make sure the conversion student can commit on their studies. Otherwise, if you didn't pass the assessment, the oral assessment, then we will revoke again your status to master degree student. Alright, so this is a simple flow. You submit the application, and then supervisor will support, and then JCAP will appoint 2 assessors, 2 panels, and then JKIPA approve if you success the assessment, and then we endorse to the Senate level. Alright, so this is some status. Okay, SM mean in progress. So this is in Malay, SM the status, but the description in English. So SM means sedang maju, so in progress. Okay, the AM means amaran. Okay, that means first reminder. AM2 means you have get AM1 last semester or previous semester. So the next one is AM2. Why we give AM reminder? Because you didn't have any progress from the previous semester. So that's why we give reminder, not we, your supervisor. Your supervisor, if you didn't submit any progress to your supervisor, so supervisor will give you reminder. So reminder means reminder lah, okay? So we have reminder until 3. So, but for the master degree, we have only 2 second reminder, only 2 reminder. Okay, if you get second reminder, so we'll automatically convert the second reminder to dismiss. Same with the PhD. If you get third reminder, that means we will convert you to dismiss. Okay, D10. Okay, you check on D10. D10 means progress report status. Okay, the supervisor give you AM2 for the master. So that means it automatically will convert to D10. And then for AM3 PhD, we convert to D10. And then what the second criteria to get D10? No submission of progress report within stipulated time. And then fail for the third time of DRP, so which is you get result 4, proposal rejected. Okay, and then D11 means you get status because you have exceed maximum duration of study. For example, if you are master student, so you have exceed 8 semester, that means 9 semester. So we give you D10, same as the PhD. The maximum is 14. If beyond 14, we will give you D11. And then X means we approve your appeal. So let's say you get D10 or D11, then you appeal. So we will record on our status X1, for example, X. And then DV means you fail in viva voce. That's not submit any thesis within stipulated time. And then CK mean special leave. TG mean deferment of the academic semester. TM means you completed. APC means you completed with the Excellent Research Award. This is some status you should know. All right, dismissal from the study. Okay, what are the cause? What are the factors that you can dismiss from your study? First, of course, you fail to pay tuition fees. So please check on our academic calendar when is the last date, when is the due date to pay fees, the tuition fees. If you fail to pay tuition fees, so you will get GET and you dismiss, okay, from the university. And then the second one, fail to submit progress report. As mentioned, you fail to submit a progress report at the end of the semester, every semester. So we will give you D10. And then fail for the third time of viva for the DRP. Okay, so we will give you D10. And then you obtain AM2 for the master, AM3 for the PhD. So we'll give you D10. And then you have to exceed the maximum duration. So we'll give you D11. You fail viva, DV. And then you does not submit the thesis correction or thesis start bound within the stipulated time, we'll give you DV. This is the factors that can get you dismissed from university. Okay, supervision. Okay, the supervisor, okay, appointment based on the research area. So please make sure you have read some biography or some papers of your potential supervisor to make sure their research interest same with your proposed thesis title. Okay, so because we want to make sure everybody can get the fair supervision from the supervisor. Please make sure, and please you need to investigate and check out on your supervisor, your potential supervisor area, and to please make sure it's aligned with your research interest, and to make sure they can supervise you properly. And then the appointment of the supervisor must follow the guideline as outlined in our UiTM academic rules and regulation for the postgraduate studies. Okay, what is the role of the supervisor? First, of course, they should assist and advise you in design, development, and completion of your research degree within the stipulated time. And then the second one, they should guide and mentor you, so to make sure you learn the systematic process from the proposal until thesis submission. So should give the proper guide and mentor you and motivate you how to complete your study before time. That's the role of supervisor. So again, I would like to highlight. So this is your the flow chart. The student, the infographic, the student nominate the supervisor. So as mentioned, you also can nominate supervisor outside UiTM, from the outside university, outside institution, from the university or any agency or industry. You can nominate them via UPTrack. So you need to go. You need to check on our video how to nominate external supervisor. External mean outside UiTM. If within UiTM, you can simply search their name. Okay, and then once you submit, when you nominate their names, the supervisor will get the notification whether to accept or reject. And then as for the external user outside UiTM, they need to register. And then the moderator will validate and then set up for the meetings at the faculty or college level. Okay, and then KPPS and the head of postgraduate studies, okay, will support. Okay, and then the academic meeting at faculty level will confirm or reject and ask the renomination from the student. And then the academic committees at faculty level or college level will approve or reject. And then the academic assessment committees, academic assessment, okay, will endorse your supervisor. Okay, so this is the flow how your supervisor get endorsed by university. Okay, so this is the criteria. So you can read and you can simply download the academic regulation on our website, so you can read lah. Alright. So for in general, so for the master degree, if you want to appoint the supervisor, so the supervisor should be one higher degree from the enrolled students lah. That means if you enroll for the PhD student, that means your supervisor should have PhD. So if they only have master degree same as your level, so they need to get the special endorsement from the Senate level. Okay, so they should also have 5 years experience in teaching and research, okay, in the same field of the student or as the co-supervisor. And then for the PhD supervisor, they should have 2 years experience in teaching and research, okay, or as a co-supervisor. Okay, for the main 5 years, okay, if you get one higher level, it doesn't matter, although or not, they need 5 years. And then for PhD, they need have at least 2 years experience in teaching and research. Okay, so they also need, as the main supervisor right now, okay, they need to graduate, and previously they have graduated at least one postgraduate student, okay, as whether master or PhD level. Okay, that's the criteria set by Malaysian Qualification Accreditations. Alright, so this is the rules that need to follow. And then for the co-supervisor, okay, it can come from the UiTM staff or others, industry, agencies, institution, the others. Okay, so for the master, at least have the master degree, and then for the PhD, so have the doctorate degrees or equivalents on the academic or professional credentials. So all of your supervisor must not an intimate friends or relative. Please make sure the supervisor that you nominate have not intimate relationship with you. Okay, either it's your main supervisor or co-supervisor, because this is comes with the ethics issue, to ensure you get the independent judgment. This is to secure you, okay, to make sure. So the lecturer also and the supervisor also not be currently registered, either full-time or part-time student at UiTM or other university outside UiTM. So if your potential supervisor right now, they pursue their PhD, so you cannot appoint them, you cannot nominate them as your supervisor. Okay, all right, so please make sure. And then
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I have one more question. Regarding the progress report. I googled earlier and there's some sort of a form that we have to fill. Is this the right form that we have to fill, like
on our website?
Yes, on Ipsis UiTM.
Yes, the correct form. But we have two forms, whether master or doctorate degree. You need to check that, man.
Oh, okay. And then after we fill in, to whom should we submit it?
To your supervisor.
Supervisor, okay.
Yes.
Thank
And then
you.
your supervisor, and then your supervisor submit to the head of postgraduate studies at faculty or college. Okay.
Okay, so I can submit to my supervisor, just send it to him or her via WhatsApp, or do we have to send it on UP Tracks or whatever?
No. Right now, we need to submit, depends on your supervisor whether they need to hard copy or soft copy. You submit to supervisor. Because right now, the research progress on the UP track still under development. Okay?
And then soon after we fill in the form, just send it to the supervisor, and then the supervisor will send it to the head of graduate studies.
Correct.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, all right. So if you need to change the supervisor, okay, so you need to apply the change of supervisor. So on base, of course, you need to have the valid reasons. Okay, so the application of change supervisor, you need to submit to head postgraduate studies at respective college, faculty, or branch campuses. Okay, so your application we need to get approved from the academic committees at faculty or college level. So most of you and most of the process, you need to deal with the head of postgraduate studies at faculty or college level. Please, okay, and then if a supervisor is not longer in position to continue the supervision duties, maybe they're retired, or they have something issue, some issue. Okay, so your academic committee will propose a new supervisor, can propose a new supervisor which related to your studies. Okay, so this is research progress. Okay, as your friend asking, okay, research progress you need to submit every semester. At the end, usually week 10 and above, you need to submit research progress. Please refer to our academic calendar when you should submit your research progress. Because if you submit beyond the due date, so we didn't accept your research progress. If you fail to submit within the stipulated time, so we will give you D10. And you fill up the form right now. You need to fill up the form and then you submit to supervisor for them to assess, and then they will send or they will submit to your postgraduate office. Okay, and then of course the research progress to evaluate the student research progress. So of course they evaluate based on your objective, based on your data collection, or based on your methodology. Okay, it depends on the supervisor. And then the progress report must be endorsed, must be supported by the academic committees at the faculty college level, and then the head of postgraduate office will enter the status, whether USM, whether UAM1 reminder, give first reminder, or you can in progress, you can proceed the next semester on the student information management system. Okay, of course you also can view your progress result after we announce the result, the exam result every semester before you go for the next semester to register. Okay, so that's the supervisor. Okay, so defense of proposal. So okay, so the defense proposal. So the student, of course, you have to attend the Ipsis Rss Skills Seminar, as I mentioned, for the master and PhD student, and then for the PhD student, you need to attend Thai Square program, particular seminar. This is compulsory, and then once we have this certificate, then you can submit the research proposal. Research proposal and together with the similarity report. Okay, right now we have turning in, so you need to get the turning in report, turning in similarity report. Make sure it's below than 30%. If beyond 30%, we cannot accept for the DRP process. Okay, when you have this requirement and when you have this evidence, and then you can submit to your supervisor to review your process. Okay, so this process in UP tracks. Okay, all the process in UP tracks. Okay, so the supervisor will review the process, review the proposal, and then he or she will validate your similarity index to make sure. Okay, to make sure the similarity index is correct. And then KPPS will endorse the proposal and then nominate the chairperson and the panel of assessors, and then KPPS conduct the DRP. Okay, and then the panel of assessors will evaluate the proposal. Okay, and then chairperson will moderate the DRP session and approve the result, whether you get result 1 or 2, 3 or 4, 5 lah. Okay, and then the JCAP will endorse the result based on the chairperson inputs. Alright, so this is the 5 categories. We have the DRP. So we have category 1, you get 90% to 100%. That means your proposal has been accepted without any amendment. Okay, if you get 2, that means it's accepted with minimal amendment, and then you were given 2 weeks to correct to the assessors again. Okay, for them to evaluate again your correction. And then if you get 3, it's also minimal amendment, but you have 1 month to do correction. And within 1 month, you have to submit again to the assessors for them to evaluate again. And then if you get 4, that means major amendment. Major amendment, you are given 2 months to correct. And then if 5 rejected, that means you get below than 65, that means 64 and below. So you have to submit and present a new proposal. Okay, most of the cases, student will get 2 or 3, category 2 or 3. So this is most of the cases. So I hope all of you can get the DRP result below than 3 lah, and not 4 or 5. Alright, so once you complete this DRP process, and then we go for the thesis submission. As I mentioned, before the final thesis submission, you need to submit intention to submit. Intention to submit, that means you have submitted the notice of intention to the head of postgraduate studies. So you submit together with your abstract and table of content. Okay, and then the supervisor will identify your examiners, your potential examiners. Okay, then identify the examiners. Of course, the examiners must qualify based on the criteria that we set on the academic regulations, and then the examiners also related with your studies. Okay, so make sure they come from the same field as you. And then the student submit the thesis. If you have achieved 100%, okay, when you have submit thesis 100%, and then the head of postgraduate office at faculty or college will set the viva date and then send the thesis to examiners. Okay, once the examiners have completed examine your thesis, and then they will provide reports to your postgraduate office. Okay, and then during viva, okay, they will head of postgraduate office will appoint chairperson, examiners, minute takers, supervisor as the observer, and then give the viva result. So we have one chairperson, we have two examiners minimum, and then we have one minute taker, and then supervisor depend if you have more than one supervisor. Only as the observer, they cannot interrupt during the viva voce sessions. So only you can respond to the examiner during the viva voce, and then of course you will get the viva result. So viva result also we have 5 categories. We have 1 until 5. Okay. Post viva, that means you have do the correction within the stipulated time, and then your correction need to verify by the examiner. And when you complete everything, and then your thesis go for the thesis format checking. Okay, format checking. When you complete the thesis format checking, get approval from the Ipsis. Okay, so your name will be sent to the Senate meeting, and then we will determine whether you get GOT status or not. Okay, so this is intention to submit. Again, just to highlight, and you can read, you can refer later. Okay, so you complete the form, and then you provide the abstract, not more than 400 words, and then table of content, and then similarity index must less than 30%. So as I mentioned, validity of the notice intention to submit is only 3 months. Otherwise, you need to submit again. Alright. So the notice will be null or void if the full thesis is not submitted within the 3 months study. Alright. So again, so this is to help you. Okay. So this is to help you and in order to you understand the process and the student until the academic committees. How they the process. Okay. So the thesis examiner, what's the role of the thesis examiner? Of course, the thesis examiner to examine your thesis, dissertation, okay, based on your thesis that you write. Alright, and then examiner also expected to come at your viva voce session, and then we advise your supervisor has nominate a very credible examiners to make sure your thesis has been examined properly by someone who very expert on your research field. Okay, so this is the criteria. Okay, so the criteria for the general criteria for the examiners, of course, they must have the you must have the examiner and must have the minimum qualification of no less than supervisor. That means if your supervisor have PhD, your examiner also should have PhD. If your supervisor only have the master degree because you enroll as a master degree student, and then the minimum of your examiners must have master degree. Okay, so no less, not less than your supervisor. It must above your supervisor's qualification. Qualification means academic qualification. Academic qualification, not associate professor or professor. It mean PhD or master degree. Okay, academic qualification. And then if your examiners come from an industry, so we look at the equivalent professional credentials, expertise. Okay, so your academic committees at faculty or college level will extend their resume to make sure your potential examiners have the equivalent professional credential to your supervisor. And then the examiner also must have proven a substantial academic and professional knowledge to make sure they meet the criteria to become your examiners. And then the examiner also not as a postgraduate student at any institution all over the world and not any postgraduate students and not as the student status. So to make sure your examiners does not have the student status at any university. And then should be not appointed to examine 2 or more thesis students under the same supervisor. Okay, if let's say your supervisor have 10 students, 10 master students, so that means one examiner only can have two thesis under the same supervisor, not more than 2. Okay, so the examiners, the examiner also for the doctorate student and should have the doctorate degree or equivalent, and then external examiner for the doctorate degree must have extensive experience in relevant field and then have examined 1 doctoral thesis. So this is a requirement for the external examiner for PhD. For the internal, okay, the internal examiners should have the experience in doctorate supervision and then have examined at least 1 master thesis. So these are the requirements. Okay, for the external, they must have examined 1 doctorate thesis, and then for the internal, they must have examined at least 1 master thesis. Okay, for the master master examiners, okay, so they should have 1 for the external examiners, they should have examined at 1 master thesis. Okay, and then for the internal, they must have the experience in relevant field, and this is for the master degree. For the internal, internal must have have the experience in relevant field, but for the external must have examined 1 master thesis. So the examiner should not provide student any formal guidance. Okay, so please make sure if your supervisor want to nominate the examiners, so please make sure the examiner haven't guide you formal guidance to your content or structure of thesis. And then the examiner should not be your collaborator in your research activities or co-author on your any publication which related to your thesis. Okay, so let's say if you have published paper with the examiner, so they are not qualified to become your examiner because they have become your collaborator or co-author on your publication related to your master or PhD degree. They also not be a close family member, and you cannot nominate your examiner cannot be your relative, your parents, your uncle or your auntie. So make sure not your family member. And then the examiner also not your assessors during your conversion from master to doctorate degree. So they are not also your assessors. Let's say you are conversion student, they have assessed you during the conversion assessment, so they not qualified to become your examiner for the final thesis. And then there is the examiner also not graduated less than 2 years under the same supervisor. Let's say the examiner has also have the same supervisor as you. So you have the same supervisors, but less than 2 years, they are not qualified. If more than 2 years, so they are qualified to become your examiner. Okay, role of examiner again. Okay, so they need to submit a report within 1 week before the viva date. Okay, let's say we have set the viva date, so they need to submit 1 week before. And then they need to attend the viva session. And then, if any cases, they need to appoint and reappoint of the. If you get viva was say 4, you need or 4 that means you need to re-examination. They need to be a reappointment again for the category 4 because you have the second viva. Okay, possibility lah to reappointment. Okay, for the next viva. And then in other cases, if your examiner has refused to become your examiners for the reviva, so we need to appoint the other examiners. So this is depend on the medical reason, on the retirement or sabbatical leave. Okay, so the academic committee and faculty or college level need to appoint a new examiner for the next viva. Okay, role of students. Okay, of course, as you know, you need to attend the viva sessions. Okay, you need to present and defend your proposal and your thesis, and then of course you need to demonstrate your competency level. That means some of the examiners will asking about the fundamental questions, so they need to check and they need to evaluate on your fundamental knowledge. Okay, so you need to demonstrate your competency level. Okay, and then you need to avoid any form of contact with the examiners prior the viva voce. Okay, so this is again the infographic. Okay, for thesis submission to the viva date. Okay, if you submit here, you submit this submission within 1 week. Okay, head of postgraduate office will set the viva 1 week, and then following weeks, so we'll send to the examiner the thesis, and then postgraduate office will follow up with examiner within 1 week. Follow up again, first reminder 2 weeks, second reminder 2 weeks, and then final reminder 1 week. And then your examiner should submit the report 1 week after the final reminder, and then a week after, so we go viva voce. So this is worst come scenario. Okay, 10 weeks. Okay, let's say, and if your examiner submit within 6 weeks, okay, or within 2 weeks, okay, that means you can get the viva voce within 7 weeks. No need, because you have exclude the first reminder, second reminder, and third reminder, and final reminder. Okay, so it depends. Okay, so this is the most and the maximum duration from the thesis submission to viva voce. Okay, 10 weeks. Okay, so this is publication requirement. Okay, please check out this publication requirement. So as a master research student, you must have one index publication, which is you must become the main or corresponding author. Okay, so I would like to advise you should become as the first author or the main author on your publication, and then your supervisor should become the corresponding author. Okay, so this is the common practice. Okay, so what index mean? Index by the Scopus, WOS, ERA, or my site, or listed journals for the student under respective college. Okay, so these are journals that I mentioned. Okay, we have 3 faculty college. We have the College of Creative Art, College of Built Environment, so Faculty of Law. So these are the lists that we accept, only accept for the publication requirement for the thesis submission. Okay, other than this, we cannot accept. Okay, so other than this, must follow this one. Index by Scopus, WOS, ERA, or my site. That means you have to provide the evidence of indexing proof at the official website from the Scopus or WOS or ERA or my site, to make sure to speed up the process. Okay, this is master by research. That means your paper, your index publication must be accepted. Okay. For PhD by research, you need to have 2 index publication with at least 1 have been published, and then another one minimum must be accepted. Okay, accepted. Okay, the student must become as a main or correspondent. Okay, again. Okay, also index means Scopus, WOS, ERA, or my site, or other listed journals here lah. Alright, so publications mean you can submit the publication means publication may come from the journals, or may come from the conference proceeding. Okay, for the journal it's simple, and it has been accepted by the publisher, or the journal has been published by the publisher. Okay, for the conference also, the accepted level must come from the publisher, not by the organizer. Okay, so there are 2 different. Conference, if accepted by organizer, we cannot accept. Okay, we only accept accepted letter from the publisher. Okay, same as the PhD here. Okay, if you have 1 published journal, okay, it's okay. And then then you need to have at least 1 accepted acceptance letter from the publisher, or you have 2 published papers, it's very good. Okay, so the minimum is 1 published, 1 accepted. If you get 2 published, it's very good. Okay, same here. If the requirement is accepted, if you get published, that's very good. Okay, so these are the publication requirement. Okay, for the viva voce, so examination, so the examination by the panel of examiners, as mentioned, 2 examiners, we have the chairperson, we have the examiners, we have the supervisor as a moderator, as the observer, and then we have the supervisor as observer, and then we have the minute takers. Okay, and then student need to present and defend the viva and defend the thesis, and then we have the Q&A sessions, and then the chairperson and examiners will come with the decision, and then will announce the decision, and then the minute takers will jot down every improvement based on the examination input, and then we'll give time, the chairperson will announce the correction, the duration of the corrections for you. Alright, so these are the committee members for the viva voce. Chairperson may come from the dean or at least associate professor with PhD, and then the examiners, we have the external examiners. The examiners may come from the external and internal, and then the student attend and present and defend, and then minute takers they constitute all the important facts, and then not interrupt during session, and then verify with the chairperson everything the things that the minute taker has jot down, and then the supervisor is invited only as an observer, not interrupt during the viva sessions. Okay, so as mentioned, we have 5 category for 5 category for the result viva voce. We have again rank 1 is without correction, rank 2 A minor correction must submit within 1 month, and then 2B minor correction must submit within 3 months, and then rank 3 major correction need to submit by 9 months, and then rank 4 re-examination must submit within 12 months, and then fail re-examination, that means you submit and then you need to have the viva again. Okay, for the rank 5 you fail, that means you fail, you get settled DV. So category 1, so you may refer this slide later. Okay, you can read that. So category 1, that means you can submit, you need to submit the digital thesis to Ipsis within 2 weeks after viva voce. Okay, category 2, okay, again this is minor, you must submit digital thesis within 1 month after viva voce. Okay, category 2B, you need to submit digital thesis. When I said digital thesis, that means you have went through all the process from the correction, from the verification of examiner, thesis formatting, and then then you go for digital thesis. So digital thesis you must submit to Ipsis within 3 months from the date of viva voce. If you get rank 3, so that means you need to submit digital thesis within 9 months from the date of viva voce. Okay, so the category 3 maybe some of the examiners required, internal and external need to read, or it depends, maybe the internal only. So the major correction, we usually the chairperson need to decide whether this correction need to be assessed again by the internal or external, or internal only. Okay, it depend on the viva voce decisions. Okay, some of the cases both examiner need to examine again. Okay, category 4, re-examination, that means you need to do the correction within 12 months, within 1 year from the viva voce, and then you need to attend a viva again. So this category 4 only can give 3 times only. Okay, the 3rd time you will get DV. Okay, so you will get DV, dismissed. All right, so the 3rd time make sure you get category 1, 2 or 3, yeah. Okay, not 4. Okay, the 3rd time. Okay, category 5, fail, that means you are not eligible to be considered as the master degree, and then you need to you has been dismissed from the your study. Okay, you not allowed to submit the thesis again for examination. Okay, in event of plagiarism, of course we will send your case to the university disciplinary board, so they will have the some court, the disciplinary court, in order to assess your events of the plagiarisms. Okay, So this is correction and verification. Okay, so the post viva process endorsement. So the student are required to submit thesis and within the stipulated time, as mentioned, 1 month, 2 weeks, 1 month, 3 months, 9 months, 1 year. Okay, so you need to submit the correction within stipulated time. Okay, so the student will given the DDV and fail to submit the thesis within the stipulated time. Okay, so again, so this is only the what we call the infographic. Okay, how to guide you to submit digital thesis within the stipulated time. Okay, so this is for 2A. For one doesn't matter. Pasal 1 only for you have passed without amendment. That means you can straight submit the digital thesis to Ipsis within 2 weeks. So we start from the 2A. Minor 2A. So that means you do correction within 2 weeks. Okay, and then examiner check within 1 week. And then you do format checking within 1 week, and then you submit the digital thesis. Okay, so 2A again, so for students submit within 1 month digital thesis. So this is the things. So Ipsis will provide the letter of approval by the dean to mention that you can submit digital thesis to Ipsis. Okay, so the 2B again. Okay, so you do correction within 1 month. 2B because this is 3-month correction so 1 month correction and then 1 month verification by the examiner, and then you do format checking, and then you can submit digital thesis. Okay, so this is only description. Okay, for the rank 3 9 months, that means you can do your correction within 4 months. Okay, so first reminder we given to you 1 month, second reminder we given to you 1 month, and then third reminder given to you 1 month, and then we remind your examiners. Okay, and then format checking, and then digital thesis. Okay, so altogether 9 months. So this is very important. You should do correction within 4 months. Same here, within 1 month. This is very important in order for you to submit digital thesis within 9 months. Okay, for the category 4, you have to do correction within 8 months, and then submit to your examiner 1 month, 1 month, 1 month, and reminder, and then you go for the reviva again, then another 1 month. So that means altogether 12 months. Okay, so please make sure you do correction. If you get rank 4, you do correction within 8 months, before 8 months. Alright, so this is only description. Okay, so if fail, that means you cannot appeal. Okay, so it's straightforward. So for the thesis and result endorsement and award, so this is this process procedure and digital thesis submission. And when you have complete your correction, and then your supervisor and your examiner has verified all the correction, and then you need to do the thesis submission for the format checking, and then you need to attach the thesis in PDF format, and then verification of thesis by the examiner, and then viva examination result, whether you get 1, 2, or 3. Okay, and then you do format checking. Okay, and then you submit the format checking to thesis checking at UiTM.edu.my. Right now we only use PDF. Everything is digital right now. You no need to print or submit hard copy at Ipsis. Everything you submit by email. Okay, we do the thesis format checking by email. Okay, so we will reply your email again. Okay, and then until the Senate. So once you pass the thesis format checking, and then you will get the notification letter, and then you will get the approval letter to submit digital thesis, and then we will update to Senate list. You get the Senate endorsement, and then we will issue you completion letter after get the Senate endorsement, and then your thesis will send to the library for their records. Okay, so endorsement communication, of course, once you have submit the when you have your name have been submitted endorsed at the Senate level, so your name will forward to the convocation level. So all the information of the students' convocation we send by the registrar office. Okay, so these are award that we have for the research program. So we have first one, graduate on time, and then we have the excellent research APC, excellent research award APC, MTDC book prize award, AKCTC, ASCTC, ACP alumni. So these are awards. Okay, you can view all this form on our website at the APC. Okay, and then APC, so you can read again. So I don't want to read one by one. So of course you need to get the GOT status in order for you qualify for you to apply the ABC, and then you must get the result for viva voce, at least 1 or 2 only. Okay, and then you don't commit any university disciplinary, and then you, of course, you have presented your work at a conference. Okay, 1 for the master and 2 for the PhD, and then you have 1 publication journal for the master and 2 publication for the PhD. Okay, for the ASCTC, this is only for the master student. ASCTC, master. So, So applicable for the research and Miss Mod, okay, of course GOT, and then of course you have 1 or 2 rank in viva voce result, and then also not committed any universities disciplinary, Alright, and then you have 1 index conference recognized by UiTM, and then 2 index journal recognized by index by Scopus, WS, ERA, MySite, and then you have fulfilled at least 1 of these. You have either you have the proven commercialization, or you have the recognition award, or you have the field patent or copyright, or you have received recognition awards. Okay, so your research might have impactful to the community. So we have conduct the interview, and then we will select the best among the best. So if you have been selected as the winner, so we have you will receive 7,000. So each the award only can receive on the October convocation ceremony. Only 1 candidate has been selected. Only 1, Okay, so academy, same thing. So this is for the doctoral degree. Okay, same. This is only for PhD. So for the PhD, so the same thing, GOT result, everything. But the specific criteria, you must have been present at 2 index conference. And then you have published 3 index journals. Okay, of course, you must become the main author. If you co-author, we needn't count as your publications. Okay, you also must fulfill all 1 of the criteria as mentioned before. Okay, so also, of course, we also have the interview. You must pass the interview and selected as the candidate. Okay, you will receive 8,500. And then ACP alumni, okay, same things. Okay, so the others requirement, general criteria is same, okay, but the criteria for the specific criteria, so we have 1 international, you must have present at 1 international conference. So this is open for the master and PhD program, okay, so 1 international conference, international. Previously, we didn't mention about international, so for this one, for ATP alumni, we mentioned about international conference, and then 2 international conference. For the PhD, 1 master and 2 PhD. For the student published at least for the student for the journal, the master degree has published 2 index journal, and then for the PhD has published 3 index journal as the main, and then you must have proved 2 criteria from this list. Okay, at least 2. Okay, if you success, you pass the interview, everything, have you been selected, you receive 7,500. The next one is MTDC. Okay, MTDC is open for Malaysian citizen only, not for international, only for Malaysian. Okay, so registered as the full-time students only, and then obtain 1 or 2 results, 1 or 2 viva voce results, and then completed following student within the following periods. Okay, so the master not exceed 6 semester, PhD not exceed 12 semester, and then have the potential for intellectual property, and then research output have the publications of index proceeding, book chapter, or other research excellence, and then the thesis submitted is not necessarily technical in nature, and produce process, method, idea, policies, products that have high impact on the innovation and development. Okay, so of course you have never been committed in a university's disciplinary action. And then you will receive, if you have been selected, you will receive 1,000 cash and then 500 book contributions. Okay, so I would like to remind all of you, please always refer to our academic calendar. Okay, so for you, so this is very important. If the last date, the due date for the research progress submission is 1st of July. So please make sure you submit. Otherwise, you will get dismissed status. please submit 1st of July, and then the last submit if this is not you lah, for the existing student, 15 August. Okay, so please check every semester the calendar academic. Okay, so in order for you to guide for the next process. Okay, others, okay, please check on our website. So we also include all the information in our Padlet. So go to our website, ipsis.uitm.edu.my, then go to the Ipsis Padlet. We have provided all the information here and for you to refer. Okay? Okay, I think that's all for now. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nizam. So I think I have responded most of the questions in the chat as well as in the YouTube. So I can open for 5 minutes. Is there anyone who wants to ask Dr. Nizam? In YouTube, I'm going to answer in the chat box, okay? So anyone in the Zoom session who wants to ask Dr. Nizam, feel free to unmute yourself.
Hello, Assalamualaikum Dr. Nizam.
Hello.
Hello, Assalamualaikum Dr. Nizam.
Salam, ya.
Okay, I'm Kartika from BA 950. Actually, I have some inquiry regarding the notice of intention to submit thesis. Since it's valid for 3 months, that means we need at the same time we submit the appointment of examiner?
Okay, yes. Because the notice of intention is valid for 3 months. So once you submit the form of notice of intention, notice of intention, that means you as a student, you submit the notice of intention form.
Hello.
With the POC and abstract. But your supervisor need to submit your potential examiners at the same time. Okay, the nomination of come from your supervisor.
I see, I understand that.
Okay, alright.
Alright, thank you, Nizam.
So the faculty will process together your form and the nomination of examiners. Okay?
Okay, understood. Thank you, Dr. Nizam.
Right.
Okay, Dr. Nizam.
Yeah.
May I?
Yes, please.
From Ari, UiTM.
Okay.
I want to talk about the published papers because that all the PhD program must publish papers, right?
Okay, correct.
And I have a question about do all published paper have to be in accordance with the thesis theme? It is related with our thesis, or
okay.
A lot of theme with the another theme from thesis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good question. Okay, all the publication must be related to your thesis because the academic committee at faculty level we evaluate whether your publication is related with your thesis or not. Okay, first they will check on the content of the publication, whether it's related or not with your thesis, and then second one will check whether you are main author or not. Okay, so these are the 2 requirements you need to follow in order to fulfill the publication requirement. So all the publication, please make sure it's related with your thesis. Okay?
Okay, thank you. So if we must have a 2 publication, we must have 2 papers related with our thesis, is right?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Nizam.
All right, welcome. Just one for the PhD, you need at least 1 published and another one accepted by publisher. Okay, so if you have published 2 papers, that's very good.
I'm sorry. One question again. To publish the papers, we must have a FIFA force or from the or not. Maybe that's.
Pardon. You must what?
Okay. If we want to publish our papers, especially related with our thesis, we must cut the FIFA force or before the FIFA.
Oh, before.
Before the FIFA.
Because the notice, the thesis submission. Okay, of course. Once you submit the notice, notice of intention. So within 3 months, you need to submit thesis submission. So during the thesis submission application, so the head of postgraduate studies need to check whether you have publication or not. If you didn't have publication, you cannot enter the Viva. Okay, so these are the requirements during the thesis submission stage.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
get Okay,
So
all
we
right.
must go run now to get
Yes,
the.
yes, you need to plan when you need to you need to publish the first paper and then the second paper. You need to draft the timeline with your supervisor right now. Okay?
Okay,
All
thank you
right.
very much, Dr. Nizam.
Okay, Kak.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Nizam. I
Um,
have questions regarding PhD fast tracks. So
mhm.
do I need to have any publication before going through the RP?
PhD fast track.
Yes, correct, Doctor.
PhD fast track, you need to pass the assessment, right?
Yeah, that one is prior before enroll.
Yes, only conversion. Only conversion need to have need to submit the paper to the index journal or public or conference. The fast track because you enter from the degree to PhD, right? So this
Yes,
is
correct.
under admission recruitment and admission stage. So once you have has been enrolled at the fast track, then we only have the continuous monitoring for you. Within 1 year, you need to present your proposal, and so two experts will assess you whether you can continue as the PhD student or not, and to make sure you keep up the track, your progress on track. Okay, you only have the continuous monitoring assessment.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum, Professor. May I know how many pages for every chapter?
Okay,
For the
so
master.
okay, in UiTM we didn't count on the pages, but we count on the words. So you may refer to the thesis submission form or the academic regulation. We have stated how many words based on the specific program. Okay, because specific program they have the specific requirement. Okay, you need to refer how many words you need to achieve in order to do this submission. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Right.
Hello, Dr. Nizam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask if my supervisor want to change my title of research, can I able to update it in Abstracts?
Change what title?
Yeah, title of research.
Okay, for the first time, you need to. Is it you asking after your supervisor has been appointed or before?
After.
No need. You need to update the latest, the current title when you submit for the notice for the DRP session.
Oh, okay.
Okay, not right now. Okay, no need to submit. No need to update anything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor. Sorry, I'm Sohaila from BA 950. Just a quick one. Where can I find the GOT timeline you shared earlier? Just in case I missed out the comments in the chat.
The GOT module on the Excel.
Yeah.
With your head of postgraduate studies at the BA.
So I have to contact them?
Yes. You contact them. You have a WhatsApp group with them, right? Postgraduate office.
Maybe.
BA means Dr. Cash, right?
Sorry?
BA, the head of postgraduate studies at BA, Dr. Cash, right?
Yeah.
You asking her? You are asking him?
Okay. Just ask him the GOT timeline, is it?
Yes.
Alright, okay.
GOT dashboard for student.
Sorry, GOT dashboard for student. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Salam.
Doctor, if the proposed thesis already submit during the register period, so if I want to change the proposed thesis, so how I want to make?
Sorry. You submit your thesis.
Okay,
when?
during the register for master degree, we are required to send a proposed thesis.
Proposal title.
Yeah.
Proposal. The proposal you mean?
Yep.
Okay, proposal. Okay.
And for this time, we want to change the title or proposed thesis, so we can do.
So okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, when you apply for the programs, you need to attach the proposal. Okay, then right now you need to nominate. Have you went through the process nomination of supervisor?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did it already.
Oh, did already. Okay, so doesn't matter. So you need to update the next one. I mean the current topic during the DRP stage.
Okay, Doctor.
Okay, no need to update anything right now because you just go to proceed with your research and then during DRP you update your new title. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
All right.
Okay, I believe that's all the time that we have. I'm going to show the QR code. So everyone, you can screen capture it first because you have until 1st of May before you can submit because there is an assessment there. Maybe you need time or you need to have your notes with you for you to answer first. Okay, so I'm going to show the QR code. Okay, can you see the QR code now?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, screen capture it. You can fill it later.
I'm sorry, but this is module 2.
Sorry. All right, module 1.
All right.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor. Just for asking.
Yep.
So this one we can fill up until 1st of May.
Yes.
So the due date is 1st of May.
Yeah, you have to submit before 11:59 p.m.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Sorry, Doctor. Can I ask? Can we use the another email or UiTM email?
You can use other email. Make sure the email is valid for you to get the certificate because we will send the certificate link to your registered email, to the email that you use to fill in the form.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
And please make sure your student ID. Please fill in the correct student ID. It is very difficult for us to identify you if you put in a wrong student ID.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Doctor, sorry. So we need to complete all these modules QR code and submit it before 1st of May.
Yes. Or you can send it or you can submit it progressively. Whatever you have done, whatever you have completed, you can submit it first. But the due date all must be received by must be sent and received by us before 1st May 2024. Due date
So
is
we will have like 8 module QR for this seminar.
8 modules, but on 8 modules, 8 attendance, 7 assessment.
7 assessment. So this is for assessment. So for the
Assessment
attendance,
number 1, module number 1.
for the assessment, for the attendance.
This is the attendance and the assessment form. It's
Okay.
together.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so let's have a break. We will start with module 2, I think by 11, and perhaps we can finish latest by 12:30. Okay, go and grab your coffee, come back at 11 using the same link. Stay tuned, those who in YouTube, stay tuned in YouTube. All day we are going to use the same link and the same YouTube for today. Okay, so be back by 11. So go and grab your coffee or whatever you want to eat. Go and get a rest, take a break, and then come back again at 11. All right, thank you. Okay, so it's 11 a.m. now. It's time for module 2. So hopefully you are still with us. Okay, so I am Surveyor Dr. Siti Mazwana Shamsuddin. I'm going to give you the module 2. I'm going to talk about working with your supervisor. Okay, I believe that the supervisor is the main person that you will work together maybe for 3 to 4 years, or sometimes it can be lasted until 10 years. Okay, so who is the supervisor? Supervisor is the one who can guide you doing your research or embark on your research journey. Okay, so let's start with the working with your supervisor, module 2. Okay, who is supervisor? Who are supervisors? You can have more than one supervisor, but only one main supervisor is allowed and at least one co-supervisor. Okay, but you can have up to 3 co-supervisors. It's not wrong to have such a big team. Okay, so who are supervisors? You need at least one. But in UiTM, it is advisable to have at least one main supervisor and one co-supervisors. And they can be beneficial to you. Of course, they can be frustrating because they are human and you are human as well. Humans always being tied to the emotions. So it can be frustrating. Okay, so they can seem invisible. It is very sad if your supervisors are invisible. And of course, like I said just now, they are human. Okay, so supervisors are human, where you need to work together. You need to connect your thoughts together to benefit you for your PhD or your master by research. Okay, please bear in mind, they can be frustrating. Okay, they can be frustrating. They can be seem invisible. However, there are ways for you to tackle for you to get benefit from your supervisors. Okay, I try to help you to enlighten your thoughts, maybe your negative thoughts on supervisors, or maybe you have very good thoughts on supervisors. Maybe my point of view can help you to enlighten it more. Okay, what are the role of supervisors? Supervisors actually to direct or oversee the performance or operation. Okay, so you have to remember, PhD is actually a journey. It is a journey. You must face every progress or every process, disregards of whatever topic you are done or whatever topic you are doing now. You have to start by research proposal. You have to start from research proposal, and then you have to do the writing, you do the data collection, up to the data analysis, until your viva voce and your submission of your corrected thesis. Okay, so what is the role of supervisor? Supervisor is the one who will direct or oversee the performance or operation to make sure that all the works that you done is according or at par with the PhD or master by research requirement. Okay, as according to Murray, supervisor is a person who is responsible for guiding doctoral or research students. And other term used are, maybe some of you call your supervisor is tutor or thesis advisor. Okay, it can be varies in terms of whatever you call of your supervisor, but the best is to call them your supervisor or maybe your mentor. Okay, maybe your mentor. Okay, this is the details of roles of supervisor. It can be many, and this is not limited to this, whatever I've listed here. Your supervisor can be your director, okay? Can be your facilitator or can be your coach. And yes, I know Zamratu. You are raising up your hand. Is there anything?
No, sorry, ma'am.
Okay.
Tetekan.
All right. So your supervisor can be your advisor or your mentor as well as your teacher. And he or she can be your guide, can be your critics. Okay, your supervisor can critique your works, but I strongly suggest the critique must be something that can help you. Okay, not critique you for the worst criticism, but I prefer to be a critique for you to develop more or be a better person. Okay, it can be authority. Okay, look at the right side of the box. The supervisor also can be your freedom giver. I don't know whether during my PhD journey, my supervisor is a kind of freedom giver. I have a lady supervisor who to me is a very dearly sister to me, and she somehow provide me a good freedom because what she said was, you are the one who do the research. I am a supervisor who will guide you to whatever things you want to achieve as stipulated in the research proposal. So she gave me such freedom to do my research as long as I can achieve my objective and do my writing, and I can perform well during my viva. Okay, so the supervisor also can be your supporter and can be your friend. But please, how close you are to your supervisor, please put a limit, or somehow you have, there's a thin line between friend and supervisor. He or she is your friend, but as a supervisor, you need to put a stop at somewhere. Okay, because the supervisor is also a manager. He or she can manage your research process according to their experience. Okay, how the experience can match with your research project, and he or she know more than you how to get to achieve whatever objective that being planned. Okay, the supervisor also can be a role model, and of course the supervisors is trained to be the guardian of standards. Okay, so the guardian of standards, we have been trained to meet the standards of master by research or the PhD works. Master by research and PhD works have different set of standards. So the supervisor is the one who guide you to go through all the standards and make sure that you meet the standards. Okay. All right. To enlighten more, the supervisor has to ensure that there is a clear sense of the research questions. If you look, maybe you do some research or some study on previous thesis, previous PhD thesis, you can see that there is a research question there. So the role of supervisor is to make sure that the question is clearly sensible. Okay, to help students engage with the field of scholarship, to understand the scholarly context of the work. This is the, if you always, I bet that you always hear about critical review. You are not critical enough. You are not critical. You are not giving any critical point of view in your paragraph, in your writing. You might hear that words or that sentence during your PhD or master by research. Okay. However, the role of supervisor is to make sure that the students understand the scholarly context of the work. We will guide you for the confirmation of the creative thinking, or we can call it your critical review. Okay, sometimes student is doing a good work, however, he or she is not critical enough. So the supervisor will help you to get the skills on viewing something or giving opinion on something critically. Okay, so we also have to make sure the final product is scholarly. Okay. So this is a very important part. I know that most of you still do not have a supervisor. So I'm going to enlighten you on how, this is a basic step on choosing supervisor. What are the important steps? First, you have to identify the professors or the one that you aim to be your supervisors. What are he or she or what are their area of expertise? Does it match with your idea? Does it match with your interest? Okay, if you find somebody that is very keen in your eyes, you are saying that, oh, a lot of publications, she's done a lot of research on the same field of area, the same field of my research or my interest, you can go and talk to them. No harm to go and talk to them. You can approach them. You can approach by email saying that you have interest in doing PhD or master by research in certain topics. So provided that you can set an appointment and go and talk to them. Okay. And you can study their current project as well. Okay. Current project as well. Are they in an area of your current interest? And are the project interesting and appealing to you? So these are the basic steps. Okay, what more? Look at his or her recent publication record. As a supervisor, as an academician, we have to publish annually. We have to meet our key performance index by publication. We need to publish at least one publication annually. So you may check her recent publication record, his or her recent publication record, or choose professors that are currently active in research. There are professors that is not active. Maybe 3 to 5 years back, not active doing research anymore. Maybe he or she focusing on skill development or giving talks about their expertise, not active in supervising or not active in publication anymore. So the best indication is the publication for the last 3 to 4 years. You can check the publications record. In UiTM, we have one portal. You can check experts.uitm.edu.my. Later, I'm going to share in the chat box. Okay, you can check the expertise list for UiTM academician. You're using experts.uitm.edu.my. You can search by name. You can search by field, area of expertise. There are few variables that you can choose for. Okay, a certain professor may have been very active 10 years ago, but no more now. Okay, maybe switch to administrative duties and no more active supervisors or active academician. So you can choose wisely. You have plenty time. You have ample time. I'm not saying plenty, but ample time for you to choose your supervisor. Okay. And then maybe you can consider his or her recent graduates. See how many graduates have been graduated under his or her guidance. That might be a benchmark for you. And seeing that he or she have a good records in producing a GOT student. So that might be spark your interest. Okay. If the last alumni of the supervisor have been successful, there are chances that you may be too. Okay. The same applies for the opposite case where there are always exceptions. Remember, you and your attitude make the difference. Sometimes the supervisor evaluates students that he or she can feel that this student is very excellent, but somehow he or she lack of something. Okay, because from experience, we were dealing with a lot of people. We meet a lot of people. Our networking is quite extensive. So we meet a lot of people around the world. So maybe if not your proposal, if not your initial proposal, maybe the supervisor like your attitude, and that makes the difference. Okay. And finally, talk to the current student. Maybe you can meet your seniors or you can meet somebody else that have been in the system. Maybe they can give you insider's perspective. Okay, insider's perspective. Maybe you look the supervisors, your potential supervisor, as someone that is very respective, but you don't know what all the students, what are the current students dealing now. Maybe you can get the inside story. Okay, but be cautious. Different people might have totally different perception. I can say that perception sometimes is dangerous because you are bound to set a limit or to set some predetermined assumptions or predetermined perception on somebody that you don't know very well yet. Okay, but be very cautious. You can talk to the current student, but it is up to your preference on how to evaluate the potential supervisor. Okay, remember, supervisor is a human, you a human too. So two human connected, not necessarily in a good way. It can be very miserable, or it can be a very good experience. Okay, it's a luck. All right. I think this is a very interesting where young versus senior faculty member. I know some of you might want your supervisor to be a super senior in the industry or super senior in the research field. Okay. However, young versus senior faculty member, this is an everlasting dilemma. Sometimes there are preset assumptions that young supervisor does not have ample experience, or might be because he or she is too young, you think they are not wise enough. Okay, and your thoughts on senior supervisor that they have been in the industry for maybe 30, 35 years. They must be very wise. They must be very good. Okay. However, let's look at the slides. Okay, young supervisor, they can be more active and motivated, and they have less administrative duties, so you have more time to meet them. Okay, they may be closer to your age group and therefore more fun because you are thinking in the same wavelength. Okay, maybe more friendship percentage to the relation advisor student, but this one you have to be very careful. Okay, like I said before, you have to put a thin line. Okay, you have to put a thin line. Friendship and supervisor. I know he or she, your friends. You can be friends with them, but you have to respect that he or she is your supervisor. Okay, and then senior supervisor. Okay, the senior supervisor, they might be more experienced and connected. They have a very, I can say, extensive network, and maybe they can introduce you to a lot of potential industry respondents. And of course, they have more grants. Okay, they have more grants compared to the young supervisors. And of course, more alumni because they have spent so many times as academician. Okay. So maybe they can give the world some successful PhDs. Okay, but I can say that it's not that young supervisor is not good. Sometimes because PhD is not about dealing with books, dealing with informations only, but you have to deal with the technology as well. So might be young supervisor can help you on that. Compared to the senior supervisors. Okay. Okay, what are the expectations? So 5 minutes. What are your students' expectations? What are the supervisors' expectations? What do you think about your supervisors? Most of you in the first year of your research journey. So what do you expect? What do you expect when you start your journey as a postgraduate student? Anyone? Anyone?
It's a lonely journey.
Yeah. Lonely but fun. It's up to you. Okay, others? What are the students' expectations? What do you expect when you embark your journey?
It will be a stressful experience.
Stressful? Okay. What else?
I want to teach and establish my knowledge framework from my supervisors' guidance.
Okay. All right. What else? Can I have three things?
Time management.
Time management. Okay. Anything else?
Friendly.
Friendly. Okay. Any more?
Make meaningful contribution to the society.
Okay, meaningful contribution to the society. Okay. So, you expect that your research journey could be a lonely journey. It's very challenging, but I bet that sometimes it's fun. Okay, sometimes, but a lot of times it depends on you. Because since you are calling it lonely journey, why you call it lonely journey? Because PhD is not a group work. Okay, PhD is not a group work. So some in the YouTube saying that effort. Okay, effort. So expecting a really difficult journey, stress and lonely, confusing experience, transparent communication between supervisor and student. Aurea saying that her expectation is smooth journey and hard to get info, a bit of anxiety, unknown factors. Okay, I know, I've been there. I've been in your shoes. Okay, I've been in your shoes. I graduated my PhD not long ago in 2020. Okay, but I have successfully graduated 2 PhD students currently, and I have 2 more in the pipeline. One is waiting for Viva. It's quite fast because I have extensive network where they appoint me as their supervisors. And luckily, my topic or my research is something that is very, very related to current trends. Okay, so I cannot say that all your expectations are wrong. Okay, are wrong. No. I bet I can say that it's a lonely journey because this is not a group work. You do it alone. That's why you say lonely journey. No one can feel the burden that you are facing now. It can be confusing because there's a lot of things that you need to read. Sometimes a supervisor say, you are not reading enough. You didn't get the gap. You don't know how to get the gap. You cannot address the problem. What are the gaps? What are the research problems? I cannot see the research problems. And then you say, I've read a lot. I've read 100 journals. What's wrong with that? Is that coming? Is that scenario something similar to you? Read so much, but yet you don't know what you are reading. See? Okay? Okay, you read so much, so many journals, but your supervisor saying that this is not what I wanted. You are not doing, you are not reading the right thing. Okay, maybe at the beginning it can be confusing. Okay, it can be confusing. But once you do your defense research proposal, once you have been confirmed of candidature, your research more or less is there. Okay, is there. But I accept that the first few chapters or the first few semester would be so challenging. You need to prepare yourself. It is difficult for you to understand what is the theoretical concept, what is the theoretical framework, what is the conceptual framework. You don't have time to read, to understand on theoretical framework. Somehow your supervisor asks you to develop a conceptual framework. What are those? Okay, what are those? You don't have any knowledge on it. You read so much, but nothing come out on that framework. What you need to do? Because you have to understand, as well as the student expectations, supervisor also have some sets of expectations on you. Of course, the supervisor wants a very friendly, open and supportive students. So these are the list of expectation of students on the supervisor. This is collected from year 2000. Okay, students' perceptions on the supervisor, he or she can be friendly, open, supportive, read work well in advance, availability of supervisor, interest in research, constructively critical, good knowledge of research area, meetings for exchange of ideas, sufficient interest in their research to guide the students, as well as role model and academic role development. These are the expectations of students on the supervisors. Okay, so expectation of supervisors on the students, we expect you to be independent and you can produce drafts. And regular meeting, we always expect that we can have regular meeting with our students and honest in reporting their progress and follow the advice given. Students excited about their work to surprise them and fun to work with. Okay, so expectation of supervisors on the students, I think the first one is very, very important. You have to remember, someone quote that PhD or research project, work can be a lonely journey. Okay, can be a lonely journey, but that will be a critical point for us to train you to be independent. Okay, after doing PhD, you will be in contact with the industry and they ask you to do this, to do that, to do some research on this, to do some research on that. So you have to work independently. So during PhD or during research, we train you to be independent. Okay, actually PhD, I quote my supervisor's quote, supervisor's sentence, the first thing when she met me. Okay, the first thing when she met me, she said that, Mazwana, you have to expect that PhD indeed is a lonely journey, but this is a training for you to be an independent researcher. Okay, don't think that I neglect you, but I train you to be an independent researcher. Okay, I always remember that. Okay, I always remember that. That's why I only meet her when I stumble upon problem. And luckily, she believed me much on whatever I did for my PhD. Okay? All right. So how you can understand your supervisor? How you can understand your supervisor? Remember, we are working with two adults, human adults, where emotions get into the picture. Okay, how you can understand two humans to match well? You have to understand what are their goals, what are their skills, and what are the things that they hate, and what are their inadequacies. If you ask for more, if you feel that your supervisor don't have this kind of knowledge, your supervisors do not have skills on this, there come your co-supervisor. Okay, the co-supervisor role is to complete the puzzles that missing from your main supervisor. Okay, like my case, I admit that I do not have a good experience or ample experience on doing social research. I don't have any much experience on doing qualitative research. Okay, I'm a quantitative research. I'm doing statistics. I'm doing a program. Okay, I'm developing a calculator, some sorts of mathematics function there. Okay, so I have a very little knowledge on social science research. Yet my students have to do a mixed method. Some interviews and some statistics. Therefore, I appoint one co-supervisor which have an extensive knowledge of social science research or qualitative method to work with me and with the students to achieve the same objective. Okay, so you have to understand why you need to have one main supervisor and you have to have at least one co-supervisors. Okay, main supervisor have their own role, so-called, your co-supervisor as well. They both have different role. Okay, but complement each other. Complement each other, therefore you can succeed in your research journey. Okay? Their goal is supervision is not a well-paid job. Okay, it's not a well-paid job. I have to see my students, my postgrad students during my weekend and sometimes at night. Okay, I slept every day 1:30, 2 a.m. I'm having a meeting with my postgraduate students 9 p.m. and above because 8 to 5 I'm working as a lecturer and a supervisor for the undergrad students. So supervising students at different universities, I have one student in different universities, not UiTM. Okay, and clearly the goal is not money. Don't say that supervisors, oh, you get one student, you get money. No, we don't get anything, any monetary reward. No. So what are our motivating factors? Okay, because we want to giving back to the system. We want to produce more PhD, more MScs. We want to produce more experts, and we want to create a scientific legacy. And of course, we want to multiplying our output. Okay? Okay, how about skills? Is it okay until here? Is it okay? Everyone can follow?
Yes,
Yes, doctor.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah,
Okay, so I continue, right? So you have to understand that the supervisors offer different skills over the life cycle of your PhD. Okay, over the life cycle of your PhD, the supervisors can offer different skills. Okay, and at the start, we always ask a good question. We always want you to identify a good question and knowing what has already been done. Okay, when you embark your journey, when you do your initial proposal, we always, when we read the initial proposal, we always try to find whatever comparative studies or you compare what have been done until now on your research topics. You quote some 5 years back literature on, okay, the author 1 have done this, author 2 have done this, author 3 have done this, 4 such, 5 such, and you, okay, all the 5 authors doing the different things, and you want to introduce something that is combination of all 5. Okay, so that is the thing that become your novelty. Okay, and we know when you can come up with such comparative studies, we know that you already ready to embark your research journey because you know what you want to do. Okay, and we always anticipate when a problem will be too hard or too easy. Sometimes when you go to your supervisors, you say, I have professors, prof, I have problems. And the professor asks you, why? Story to me. What is your problem? You story, and then he said, that is a simple one. You can solve by this one. Okay, because by the experience, he or she know how can be solved. The problem can be solved. Okay, because the problem, all the problem has a cure. Only you, it needs you to highlight to your supervisors that you run over the problem. Okay? And in the middle, while in the beginning, you know what has already been done. And in the middle, you have to watch over the bigger picture. I don't know whether you understand if your potential supervisor have quoted you this. Your research problem is just the tip of the iceberg. You have to look at the bigger picture. You know, iceberg is just a tip. Down there will be a big chunk of ice. You have to dig. What are the big chunks? Okay, and the supervisor will nudge you in a good directions. We nudging students is not because we want to provoke, but we want you to think. What are the bigger picture? And we want to identify the common pitfalls. And of course, keeping eye on the clock. Okay? And at the end, this is the questions where student always ask, can I submit? Is it enough? Is it okay? So supervisors know when to tell you to stop. Okay, there are students where he always feels that what he or she did is not enough. It's not enough. No, doctor, I think I've not done enough. I think I need to add. I need to add some more. Supervisors know when to put you to stop. Okay, and knowing what the thesis looks like. Okay, remember this. Remember this. Okay, you are not solving world problem. You know, your research gap or your research problem is just an iceberg, a tip of iceberg. It's just a dot in the world map. Okay, a dot in the world map. You are not trying to solve the problems. Sometimes when I assessing the research proposal, I always comment that this is too broad. Okay, this is too big. You are trying to cover something very extensive, and I bet that you cannot finish your research in 3 to 4 years. Be focused. Focus on one thing only. Okay, focus on one thing. What you want to develop from that one tiny thing. You are not solving the world problem. Remember that. Okay, PhD is just a tip. It's just at the on your fingertip. It's a very, very tiny dot. That is your PhD. Okay, and you are not trying to solve the world problem. Maybe in future, with after graduated, okay, after graduates, you work with the industry trying to solve the problem of the world. That is another story. Okay, but currently doing your research is not trying to solve the world problem. Okay, we can say that you are trying to create, you are trying to develop one solution for the problem to be solved. Okay, so you can anticipate problems areas for your Viva. Sometimes when you do thing, and the supervisors have multiple time corrected it and reading it again and again, because we so get used to your writing. Sometimes we couldn't see there are loops or there are gaps in your writing. That is when the Viva comes. The Viva is an oral examinations where the examiners ask you on what you have done during your research studies, how you develop this, what are the validation, while validating all the data, what are the respondents' opinion? Do you think this is good? Okay, so you can always, at the end, you can anticipate problems areas for your Viva. Okay, what are their hates? We really hate students who quit because we think that it wasted effort all around. Okay, wasted effort all around because you have done so much. You have done so much, okay, then you want to quit. But I cannot say that you cannot quit, but I'd like to rephrase that. I love to say that you can take a break. You can take a break, but not quit. Okay, you can take a break, but not quit. Because it's wasting your time, wasting your money. Okay, once you have, whatever you have started, you have to finish it. It's a matter of time. Do not look at someone who get their PhD in, oh, he or she get her PhD in 2 years, in 3 years. Then you get intimidated. Wow, I'm in my 5th year, but I know nothing. No, it's not your time yet. Okay, it's not your time yet. It's not your time yet. This is a time game. It's up to you whether you want to have a very short and sweet journey, or you want to have a long and sweet journey, or long and miserable journey. It's up to you. Okay. However, students who finish late, they know writing up isn't that pleasant, but it needs to be done. Okay, it needs to be done. Okay, what are their inadequacies? Supervisors' inadequacies. You have to remember, supervisors are human too. Okay, we are unable to read your mind. Okay, we are unable to manage. Sometimes we cannot manage our time. We have too many things on plate, yet we have too many things, too many students to supervise. We need to divide our time. Okay, but sometimes 24 hours is not sufficient. And they are unable to remember much. Don't get mad if your supervisors, every time you see them, he or she will ask to you, what are your objectives then? You done this? You done that? Did you do what I said? They always, they can't remember much. Okay, they can't remember much. Okay, you have to remember that they can't remember much because they are human. So that those are their inadequacies. Okay? Okay, let's see supervision styles. For those who study on management, this is a very, very common supervision style. Different categories of students that we don't see. We don't want to talk about different categories of supervisors only, but we want to highlight on different categories of students as well. Students can be immature, unconfident students, where he or she look the supervisor as a big daddy or big mommy. Okay, because students may have requisite tools and skills to do research, but their ability to work independently not well developed. There are kind of students like this. Okay, a part of that, there are somewhat mature, somewhat confident student, and see that supervisor as a mentoring colleague. Okay, done. Hello. Ya, saya tengah bagi talk lah. Kenapa Kita pakai YouTube, kita dah bagi dah link dekat you punya head of program. You email pasp@uitm.edu.my, saya reply kat situ. Okay. Okay, someone who somewhat mature, somewhat confident student, see the supervisor as mentoring colleague. Because the preparatory work helps students to be somewhat confident, but the student still needs moderately detailed direction to get going. And then there are very mature and very confident students where see the supervisor as a senior colleague. This kind of students always recognize need for guidance and supervision, but the need is at fairly general level. Okay, normally we can assess the student when we first meeting and progressively meeting after that. We can identify that this kind of student what type of these students are. Okay, we can see that, oh, the student needs supervision so much, or he or she cannot work independently, so we need to spend time more on you. Or it is very good, lucky if the students get a very mature and confident student. Okay. So the first type of supervisor, which is the strong master, the apprentice style. Supervisor is the master, student works as apprentice on problems selected by master. This is normally where your initial proposal being realigned to the supervisor's point of view, or supervisors ask you to redirect your research according to whatever he or she needs. Okay, assuming a competent master, the advantages. Don't say that the apprentice style is bad, because there are some advantages where significant reduction to formulate problem, because he or she already identified the problems for you. It's just for you to develop it more into a proper proposal or proper research. He or she may give a strong guidance and direction in doing works, and always development of specific skills for the type of problem. But there are some advantages. Okay, you as the apprentice, may not develop an ability to formulate research because he or she, the supervisor, is already done that for you. Okay, and then your research method skill might be limited. Okay, might be limited. This fits best the condition of the first type of student. Back to this one. The immature and confident student is very, very good if you have a strong master, apprentice style supervisor. Okay, because immature inexperienced student match with the strong master apprentice style, they can provide you a training where can develop your confidence. Okay. Collegial master or apprentice style, this is limited domain advising, not restricted by advisors' current research activity, but fit within the general domain of experts. Okay, work well when both supervisors and students were interested in the same problem and supervisor had sufficient expertise to provide good guidance. This is, I can say, mediocre student, but somehow go to good students. The level is going to middle to good students, where you can match with any kind of expertise and the supervisor had sufficient expertise to provide good guidance. It is a win-win situation here. Supervisor good, student good. Okay. The number one, this one, strong master that supervising students is lacking, but the supervisor is okay. Okay. The second type is both okay. The third one, supervisor willing to expand his or her research competence and students willing to engage in joint learning experience. This is also a very good team where students want to learn more and supervisors also want to learn, and they compete together and they complement each other by providing a very synergy, I can say very synergy experience. Oh, I have more knowledge on this, you have more knowledge on this. I share with you some, you share with me some. Okay, this is a very good collegial development style. And the number 4 is guidance and suggestion styles. Guidance and suggestion, this is a very good for mature students. Because for the mature students, we expect you to take more initiative to be proactive. Okay, you already very firm with your proposals. Your objective is very clear. Your research gap is already no problems. Okay, everything are in order. So you just need guidance and suggestions. So this is a very good supervisors for the student who is mature enough. Okay. This is the passive hands-off style. This is the laissez-faire style, where the role of a general quality control reader. Supervisor respond to student plans and initiative with some suggestions, but the responsibility is almost entirely with students. I think, I bet that you always stumble upon this kind of people, where he or she asks you or you suggest something. Prof, can I do this for my research? Yeah, you can do. But if anything happens, it's back to you. It's some kind like that. It's a passive hands-off style. There are some disadvantages where student will be keep guessing. Did I do right? Is my method is correct? Do I know what I do? There's always a question mark there, because the supervisors always put the responsibility entirely to the students. The passive hands-off style is very dangerous for immature students, because you have to remember the immature students need a full guide. If in the working environment, the immature students need a full supervision. Cannot work under minimum supervision. Okay, for those who is on that kind of style students, for immature student, avoid a passive hands-off style supervisors. It's very dangerous. Okay. All right. So these are the advising style. I put it in the table for you to digest, and hopefully you can relate well when you try to choose a supervisor. Okay, that's why I'm asking you at least have a good meeting, a good first meeting before you appoint the supervisors. Sometimes the first impressions can give a good point for you whether you want to accept or whether you want to proceed or you don't want to proceed to nominate her, his or her to be your supervisors. Okay, remember first impression is very, very important. Sometimes you feel that the first impression is somewhat wrong, somehow wrong. You feel that you cannot connect it to that supervisors. Then don't appoint him, don't appoint her. Find somebody else. Maybe he or she match with your experts, match with your field, but there's always somebody else who can be, okay, somebody else who have that same experience. Okay, so go and meet your potential supervisor, do a chit-chatting over a coffee. Let's see whether you can match well, or you can read, or you can browse through, you can study his or her character before you appoint your supervisors. Okay? All right. All good as of now? Is it okay?
Good.
Okay,
Yes,
don't
Dr.
sleep.
Thank
you, Doctor.
Don't sleep. I know it's almost noon. This is a nap time, but bear with me. Maybe about another half an hour. Okay. So I cannot say that when doing a research project or doing a research work, you are not dealing with any conflicts. Remember, we are all humans. We always have arguments. We always have I can say problems. We are not satisfied with everything. We might have differences in opinion, giving opinions. Therefore, you have to have, or you have to equip yourself with a basic skills on dealing with conflicts. Okay? There are some people, when conflict happens, they tend to run away. Okay, they tend to run away. But you as a PhD or master by research student, how far that you can run, how far that you can hide. It will be hide and seek game. You hide there, found you. You found, I found you, catch you. So it's, do not avoid conflicts. Conflicts is normal. But try to deal with the conflicts. There are ways to dealing with the conflicts, okay? So dealing with conflicts, like I said before, conflict is common. Supervision, working with supervisors is like marriage. To those who singles, I'm sorry that maybe you cannot relate much. Okay, maybe you always hear love-hate relationship. Love when you like my work, but I hate you when you critique me so much. Okay, don't tell me that you don't have that kind of thoughts. Oh, she praised me well. Oh, sukanya. Or I like her because she praised me so much. But when get criticism, oh, I hate you. I don't want to see him anymore. I avoid. I don't want to be related to him anymore. I don't want to see. Don't ever mention his or her name to me. Remember, supervision is like a marriage. Marriage somehow is like a gamble. It's a gambling. Okay, gamble. If you have luck, you win. If not, you lose. Okay, supervision is like a marriage. Even divorce is possible. Okay, even divorce is possible. I want to change my supervisor. Why? Because you need to state the reason why you want to change your supervisors, yeah? In the form. Normally, there will, the popular ever answer would be, cannot understand each other very well. That is a very common excuses. Okay. If you want to change supervisor, it is possible, but it's up to the faculty to approve it or not. And it depends on how you justify the reason why you want to change with the supervisors. Okay? Be aware of your supervisors' other concern. You have to remember, supervisors is not 100% dedicated to supervise you only. He or she have a burden for undergraduate teaching. We don't have we are not having only you. Our students, our postgraduate students is not only you. Sometimes, like me, now I have 5 PhD and master by research supervisees. Okay, it's quite it takes a toll on me. I think that my plate is too full. Okay, but what to do? I have to do that. But you have to understand, when you want to meet me up, I cannot commit. I always, sometimes I say, I have things to do on weekend. So can you meet me during weekdays? Can you meet me after office hour? Because you know, because you have to be aware that your supervisors have other concerns. Okay, sometimes the supervisor have research assistant and research staff, but most of them are not. Okay, and we have our own publications to do. Okay, please realign your thoughts that supervisors always ask the supervisee or the students to do their publication. No. If happens that you as a student need to publish and with the guidance of your supervisor, of course you need to put your supervisor's name. However, the supervisors as well have their own research works and they have to write, they have to publish. Not all our publication is made by our students. Okay, you have to realign your thoughts on that. I know most of the students saying that that publication, I'm the one who done that. But who the one who checked that? So not the supervisor have zero contribution on your paper. They somehow, he or she somehow contribute some things to your paper. So I would like to say that if the publication, if the supervisors contribute to your publications, please put he or she, her or his name on the paper. But if not, please ignore. Just put your name. Okay. We have departmental administration. We are the coordinator for a lot of other things. And of course, we have other professional roles. I have my professional body members. I have to go somewhere to do the jobs because as a scholar, you need to contribute to the society. Okay, we cannot avoid that. So be aware of your supervisor's other concern. Please don't say that he or she reluctant to meet me. I have tried to set appointment 10 times, but still not available. Please find ways. Find ways. Sometimes the time is very limited. Maybe you need to compromise or you need to somehow arrange time after office hour. You need to do some, I can say, adjustment to your schedule to meet your supervisor's schedule. Okay. So here are the list of potential problems for students. This is a very, very, I can say, popular reason, popular things when students were asked, what are the problems that you face right now? Oh, lack of guidance. You feel that your supervisors do not contribute much, do not guide you much. And always unavailability is always the big problem. You want to meet him, you want to meet her, not available. When he or she available, you are not available. Okay. Sometimes the supervisors can be insufficiently critical. When you submit, he or she just cursory reading. Oh, it's okay. Submit. I think it's okay. You somehow feel that, is it okay? Is it really okay? I think it's not good enough for submission, but the supervisor said okay. Okay, sometimes the supervisor can be insufficiently critical, but somehow you can be overly critical. When the supervisor say, it's enough. No, it's okay. It's already okay. Do not change anything. But I think it can be more. It can be done better. Believe us. Believe us. When we say it's okay, provided that your supervisor have read whatever you do. Do not be overly critical. Do not be overly critical. It will makes you tired. It will tires you out. Okay. And some potential student for problems for student can be lack of knowledge in subject area. Here comes when we ask you, in Malaysia, what type of what have been done? I don't know. Do you see some statistic? Do you have any data on statistic that current jobs are being done now in related with your subject area? I didn't check on that. Do you know what the current trend is? I think this is the current trend. I think, no. That is the potential problems for students where lack of knowledge in subject area. It's not a sin if you have lack of knowledge in subject area, but promise to me that you have to be better. You have to get more knowledge on your subject area, therefore you don't face any same problem again. Okay? These are the potential problems of supervisors. Overly dependent, lack of honesty, uncontactable. Contact always engaged. You cannot even meet him, her for 6 months, for past 6 months. WhatsApp also not reply. Email seldomly reply. Okay, lack of enthusiasm. When you come to meet him or her, you again. What do you want? The mood is so not welcoming. Okay. And potential problems for supervisors as well that don't follow advice and oversensitive to criticism. Okay, when you ask something that, let's say a situation that you want to submit some paragraph or your writing, you are saying that I've referred to the latest version of blah, 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 blah standards. And I think this is the one that you give me last time is not the latest, Prof. I think I found the latest one. He or she feel offended. Oversensitive to criticism, no. Okay, but I cannot tell that no people like that. There are supervisors like that. However, if you happen to come across this kind of supervisors, whatever oversensitive to criticism, when he or she getting mad on that, do not try to fight back. Let he or she cool down. Okay, let he or she cool down. Same like you. If you get mad on something, sit down, relax, take a chill water, calm down, rest, and rethink. So when you are dealing with the mad supervisors, just let him blah, 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 mumbling on whatever he wants to bombard you. Let he or she talk. And then you just nod and say that, I'm sorry, I will take note on that. Do not fight back. Okay, do not fight back. It's like you also do not like someone who fights you back. Just keep calm, and you know that you have to face the same supervisors for another 2 or 3 years. So no point on fighting. Okay, and you will find some supervisors lack of commitment. Okay, lack of commitment. But the basis of problems are lack of communication, mismatched expectations, and sometimes personality clash. This is a very classic one, personality clash. Because we are dealing with humans with personal preference, with a different personality. We gamble that our supervisors, our nominated supervisors, our selected supervisors will match well with us. Okay, and of course, we are competing pressures. These are the basis of problems, okay? Therefore, how you want to deal with the conflict? Try to improve your communications, okay? Improve your communication, keep your expectation realistic, be organized. Be organized. I would strongly suggest to all my supervisee to have one file. Okay, one file, everything that you, let's say you meet me during the first week of the month, you submit something. I would like you to jot down the date, and I'm going to jot down whatever comment that I want to give you on the paper, and then you keep that paper on the in the file and tagging it date. What is the date? When you what you have to do. And then the next one, keep it. Everything that you communicate, keep it in the file. So it will be organized. Remember, I said that your supervisors tend to be forgetful. Okay, tend to be forgetful. We cannot remember everything that we said to you. So if you organize, okay, if you organize enough, you can help to make the life easier. Okay, and be professional, be open, flexible, and honest. And then alert supervisors to problem as they arise, not keeping it until it become bigger. Then only you come to the supervisor saying that I have a big problem. Okay, starting from the problem arise, do come to supervisors and let him or her know. Okay, and you have to compromise. Remember, this is a marriage. Marriage, the key things to a good marriage is compromise. Discuss, give sufficient notice for requests, draw up an agenda for your meetings, record the outcome, and arrange next meeting ahead of time. Okay, I really hate an ad hoc meeting because we always have something in our plan. Okay, if the problem persists, here comes the role of co-supervisor. Speak to your second supervisor. Or if it's getting worse, you can find or you can approach the faculty's coordinator. Or if it still persists, you can approach your faculty's dean. Okay, remember that. If nothing happens, nothing works, the last resort or the last advice that we can give you is change your supervisor. Okay, there are procedures to follow. Funding may be issued if you are attached to his or her grant. Maybe there are possibilities that you need to change your research studies. You need to change your research scope or whatsoever when you change your supervisor. Okay. So managing your supervisor, I think this is one of the last topic. So after you know that you will face some conflicts, you know what type of your supervisors, you know what type of you know what to expect, how to manage your supervisors. Okay, how to manage your supervisors. Please bear in mind that he or she probably busier than you are. Okay. He or she may be aware of the academic regulations. Your enthusiasm or organization may impress them, or you want to complete on time with as few problems as possible. Who don't want that? Okay, we always pray for a smooth journey. Okay, he or she will be your key reference for your future jobs. This is the true story where when you have a PhD, when people ask you, oh, you have a PhD, who is your supervisors? If the supervisor is the prominent person in the industry, you have somehow a good point. You earn a good brownie point there. You've been trained by someone prominent in the industry. So he or she may be the key reference for your future jobs. Okay. I would strongly suggest to manage your supervisors, have a frequent meeting. Okay, have a frequent meeting, not every day, but sufficiently have a weekly meeting, not face-to-face. You can do it online too. Okay, just a quick meeting, maybe an hour. To set everything, to align all thoughts for you to move on. And then you have to take the initiative. Okay, because at the end, the PhD or master by research, that certificate is belong to you. It belong to you. In your certificate, it does not state your supervisor's name. It's only your name. Okay? And learn how to communicate, including disagreeing without making it personal. Okay, when I say that just keep quiet, let them bombard you, no. It's not that you have to swallow whatever things that he or she said, but please make sure if you disagree on everything, on anything, do it without making it personal. Do not personal attack, okay? Try to meet the deadlines. When the supervisor asks you, I give you 2 weeks for you to read. Then 2 weeks. Okay, be it you have complete the reading or not, 2 weeks, give the outcome. Do not be silent. Do not be silent. Okay, and try to understand their character. Sometimes your supervisor is looking bubbly on outside. Personality-wise, she is a bubbly personnel. Okay, bubbly person. However, when doing works, he or she is very, very critical, or he or she is very detailed. Okay, so try to understand their character. And when you submit your work to your supervisors, always put your name and year of PhD. Remember, you are not the only person. You are not he or she only students. Okay, your up-to-date thesis title and up-to-date chapter structure with full headings. Avoid give a draft with which do not follow the format. Do not follow the format. Okay, when you start to submit your draft, your first chapter draft, your second chapter draft, write it in a proper manner, using a proper format. Okay, highlight where today's chapter or bit of work fits within this, or maybe you can highlight to her, to him that this is the thing that you have checked before, and this is the thing that I have added according to your advice. So it cut off some time for him to reread on whatever you have done. Okay. Manipulating your supervisors. The topic, the title might be seems negative, but manipulating your supervisors in terms of, you have to be positive. Your supervisors is more likely want to help. Okay. However, maybe that help comes in a bitter way. But remember, we are trying to help you, and we are trying our best to make you feel better. Okay. And then you have to work hard. Your supervisor need to work hard too. They will be more willing to work hard too, and we are more likely to get results, and a thesis is a hard work. When you look at your thesis after you completing your PhD, after you submit your correction, you somehow can feel proud that this is my blood and tears. This is what I have done. This is my hard work. You can proudly see that. Okay? The supervisors only can provide you to guide a guidance for you to produce your thesis. You can be proud with your thesis because that is your hard work. Okay. And I can say that I am proud with my PhD students because students is our ambassador. Okay, our ambassador. I always introduce my postgraduate students to my networking or my industry colleague. This is my students. Hope you can help him if he wants to have some data from you, because you are our ambassador. Okay, and make yourself invaluable. Review paper, helping run conferences, running the lab or group. Okay, whatever you can contribute, as long as it related to your research, it's okay. Okay, but if he or she, your supervisors, want you to do something out of your research, please learn to say no. Okay, but I bet it's very difficult because you are close with the supervisors. It's very hard to say no. However, you have to learn how to say no. Okay. Okay, the last part, recharging the batteries. PhD is a long journey, but not 100-meter sprint. So eliminate the thoughts that you can write a thesis in 3 months. You can excel your PhD, you can complete everything in 3 months. No, because it's a long journey. It's a long journey you have to face, or you have to go through multiple processes for you to able to produce a good PhD thesis. Okay? What I can advise is do all things in moderation. Okay, do all things in moderation. Support your body. You need to do physical activities, not in front of the laptop all the time. You need some workout. Make sure you have enough sleeps. And please take care of your relationship with the family, with the friends. You have rights to enjoy. Okay, you have rights to enjoy. Enjoy the journey. It's not that you are on the laptop, in front of the laptop all the time, not knowing what happens outside, not knowing what happens to the world. No, you have to keep the relationships healthy. Okay, don't mind if you have hobbies. You have something that can make yourself feels ease. You can practice that. When I'm doing my PhD, I like to cook and I like baking so much. Within a month, I always spend 3 to 4 days for baking, only for baking. I put a stop, I take a break on my PhD for 4 days, baking, doing all the domestic goddess job, and then after that, stop, continue my writing. Okay, so keep a balance, and finally you have to take care of your soul. Maintain a good relationship with your God, and of course you have rights to feel happy with your friends. Okay, this is somehow a recharging batteries. When you feel suffocated, when you feel that your supervisor is giving you headache, please take a break. It's not a sin for you to take a break, like 1 week from your PhD. Okay, 1 week from your PhD, take a break and then come back stronger. Okay? So, good supervisors can take you to incredible heights. They help you to learn to fly, providing the wind beneath you and providing a net for when you fall. Okay? So with that, I thank you for your attention. I've come to the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you so much. If you have anything to ask, feel free to unmute. All right? So everyone in YouTube, are you following me? Avoid drama. Yeah, PhD is all about drama. Okay? Drama, when we deal with people, it's always drama. Remember that. When you dealing with people, it's always drama. Okay, there's a lot of something chat here. Okay, anything you want to ask? Or you are not with me anymore because you feel hungry already?
Still with you, Doctor.
Hi, Doctor, I have a question. Can I go ahead?
Yes, yes.
All right. Thank you so much for the beautiful delivery. I just have a very brief, very short question regarding having a supervisor and a co-supervisor. In case whereby your supervisor directs you on something, and then the co-supervisor also give you direction regarding something, and there's a conflict in between their opinions. Like, what exactly can a student do in that kind of situation?
Okay. First thing is meet them at the same time. Avoid meeting them different time. Okay, the first thing you need to do is the problem may arise when you meet them separately. Okay, let's have one round table discussion. You, your supervisor, and your co-supervisors sit together, align everything. There might be differences in opinion. However, the main supervisors can give ultimate opinion on whatever you want to put in your thesis. Okay, whatever the direction of your thesis can be. Okay, the main supervisor have the ultimatum to do that. However, remember early in the slides that I say that main supervisor and co-supervisors complement each other. There are some knowledge that the main supervisor does not have, but the co-supervisors have that knowledge. So it complement each other. The best way is meet them together. Do not meet separately. If you meet separately, the things that you said just now could be happen. Okay, is it okay?
Yes, thank you so much, Doctor.
All right. Yes, Ainur Zamratul Fatiha, you raise up your hand.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Yeah.
I got a question to ask. You said like everyone knows our supervisor obviously have his or her own responsibility, right? Like they have many things in their plates. So to have a regular meeting with them, what could be your best advice for us? At least not what we call kacau their schedule.
Okay. For me, when the first meeting, I always advise my student, if you want to meet me, I am quite free this day, this day, this day. So avoid meeting with me on this particular day. Because we lecturers, we have classes day, and like me, I'm having a administrative post, and I have to be in Ipsis in what kind of or what day. So the first thing is please communicate with your supervisor. Ask him or her what is the best time and best day for you to have a regular meeting. Set that first. Okay, set that first. If happens to be that he or she is not available on that date, you can contact him or her and ask if he or she wants to have alternative meeting day, or should we postpone it to the next month, something like that. But I always ask for proactive actions where plan the meeting first. Avoid ad hoc meeting. Okay, avoid ad hoc meeting. So on the first day, or when you meet your supervisors, at the end of the meeting, always ask, Doctor, when you want to meet me again? Sometimes, I said to my postgraduate student yesterday, seems like I give you a lot of works to do, so let's not see each other in a month. Where regularly I meet them at least twice a month. So since I give him a lot of works, so I think you need 1 month to complete this. So do not meet me this month, just meet next month. Something like that. Is it okay?
Hello, Doctor. Thank you.
Doctor, one more question.
Yes.
Hello, Doctor.
Yes.
Okay. My co-supervisor already accepted in the UP track, and my main supervisor is still pending. I already communicate with her on the email, and she agreed to be my main supervisor. But it's already a week. I tried to contact her. She's no reply. So shall I wait? Wait how long for her to reply, or can I appoint? Shopping and others supervisor?
Do not shopping other supervisor first. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You will face problems when both of them say yes. So for me, the best is you can contact your head of postgraduate studies, or you can contact your coordinator of your program and let them approach your potential supervisors and remind them to accept or to take action on the nomination, because you have contacted he or she so many times, right? And you avoid to keep reminding her. So the best way is ask your postgraduate office to do that for you. Okay? Is it okay?
Yes, I understand that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Faris Afiq in YouTube. All my potential SB already agreed by nomination. Do I need to wait until the faculty since the status is supervisor's action? Faris, I advise you to wait or at least until the supervisors say yes, agree to supervise. Then only you can meet him or her. Okay, maybe you can keep reminding, or you can 1 or 2 times call or WhatsApp him or her to remind on the status on the supervisor section. Okay, Afiq? Puspa Nur Irwani Nurslan. Doctor, I'm still quite confused regarding having main or co-SB. The first thing is appoint your main supervisor first. Appoint the main supervisor first, because the co-supervisor is not necessarily being appointed at the early stage of your research. It can be appointed in the middle of your research. Okay. The first thing, nominate your main supervisor first. Okay, Puspa? Okay, SB meeting report. Where can I get the template? Batrisha, no such template for meeting report. You can do it DIY. You can do it yourself. I think I don't know where I put. It's some kind of diary. It's actually some kind of diary. Okay, it's some kind of diary. You can or a notebook, a simple notebook. You just put date, time, and then your question, and then what are your supervisor's advice? That would be a meeting report, SB meeting report. There are no particular or no particular format for meeting report. It's up to the supervisors. Some supervisors, they have their own template. But if coming from Ipsis, no. Okay, Batrisha?
Hi, Doctor.
Yeah.
I have a question. Can the main supervisor set the condition for example, there should be no involvement of second SV at certain stages. For example, only allowing the students to get the co-supervisors involved after completing certain chapters like 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. Thank you.
Your main supervisor say like that?
Not really a firm statement, but just like to acknowledge her preferences, style of guiding.
Maybe that's her style. Me too. My students do not have any co-supervisors until they reach the candidature, confirmation candidature, which is after DRP. Prior to the DRP, it's only main supervisor. Okay, it's only main supervisor. But there are some cases where the co-supervisor is only appointed when it comes to data analysis stages.
I see. Like my case, I already appointed both of them at a beginning stage. So can the main SV like set a special condition like this? This is just like a, how do I say, maybe to let me know their expectation, her expectation.
It can be done, and the co-supervisors cannot be offended for that, because he or she knows that there are a few styles that maybe your supervisors, your main supervisors want to you to focus on your chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3.
This is actually, she claimed to it's best to avoid conflict of interest as well. So I'm just thinking if I must follow or is there anything else that I can, because I still want to consult and get the opinion of my co-SV at the same time.
Okay, to be on the safe side, just follow whatever your main supervisor advice. However, maybe informally, you can seek advice from your co-supervisors. But remember, you have to keep the relationship healthy. You also do not want to put into a difficult situation, right? Where you have to fight, or you have to, you don't know where you want to follow, your co-supervisor or your main supervisor. But I strongly suggest follow whatever your main supervisor advice, but at the same time, maybe informally, you can find some advice from your co-supervisor as well. But remember, the ultimate decision is coming from your main supervisor.
Okay,
Nazim.
thank you.
Okay, Nazim, QR not shared yet. SV reached me as her RA and at the same time appointed, apa tadi tak sempat baca, appointed me as my supervisor, but the UP track still validate. Do I have to wait? Okay, still validation, maybe you can contact your postgraduate office. Meet your coordinator. He or she can check for you. Okay?
Doktor, wanted to ask, where can we get the surat pelantikan?
Surat pelantikan supervisor's appointment letter. You can get from the UP tracks. That means your process is already completed.
That one, right, doctor, will take how long, yeah?
It depends on your faculty.
Oh, because mine hasn't been approved yet.
But if you feel it takes so long, don't be afraid. Just go to the postgraduate office, check whether your letter is ready or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, anything else? If do not have anything else, I would like to share the QR code. Okay. Okay, this is the QR code. So if you want to meet me or you want to get some advice from me, you can always contact me at email mazwana@uitm.edu.my. Okay, but I'm available in Ipsis. No worries until next year. Perhaps until next year. Okay. Farah Karina is not the same QR. Tapi the same QR that I wrongly show all of you. Okay?
Doktor, untuk link ni kita akan pakai untuk sesi petang pula ke?
Sama je. Kalau you nak stay je. I tak tutup pun.
Okay, baik. Okay. Masih.
Tak takut kalau dah keluar tak boleh masuk kan?
Ya, betul.
So stay je. If you want to stay, stay. Kalau tak apa. Go to the YouTube. YouTube available je.
Doctor, for the feedback assessment form, if we fill up wrong email address, can we resubmit?
Wrong email address. Okay. Nanti the next module, the next feedback form, please use the correct one.
And then how it will calculate the marks that we submitted?
Make sure your student ID is correct because I'm going to match it using the student ID. And then please make sure the rest of the form you use the correct correct email. So I'm going to use the multiple email that you used to as your primary email.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, Doctor.
So petang start 2 p.m. Okay?
Doctor, I have a question.
Yes.
It's okay if we are using the others emails. It's not from the UiTM.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hanafi, OneDrive esok dekat dedicated Zoom link. Saya share OneDrive. Sebab dekat YouTube tak boleh share any link. Buhari saying, asking that, may I ask a question? How many times do we need to meet supervisor in a month? Like I said before, it's up to your supervisors. Some supervisors would like or would require students to meet at least once a month. Okay, once a month. Like me, during the first semester, I would like to meet them once in 2 weeks. Okay, once in 2 weeks, so twice a month. But when they already defense their proposal, our meeting would be once a month, something like that. Okay. Yes, I Jimbo, visit the YouTube again. It's the same link and the same YouTube for evening session. Okay. Noon starts at 2 p.m. Okay. Okay. If don't have anything for you to ask, I'm going to keep the link open. So you can stay here. You can stay here, or if you leave the meeting room and cannot join again, join our YouTube. Okay?
Sorry, Doctor. Can you repeat your email address?
Mazuana, I'm typing here. mazuana@uitem.edu.my. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
All right. So if do not anything else, Wan Muhammad Adam. Okay, Wan Muhammad Adam approved in UP track. Miss Supervisor nomination is done. Approved. Yes, it is done. Wan Muhammad Adam, yes, it is done. You can check back with your faculty postgraduate office for the appointment letter. Okay, actually the appointment letter you can get from the UP track.
Doctor. How about you did assessment? Submit.
I tulis dekat 1 Mei.
5, okay. Semua sama?
Sama.
Okay, I dapat. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay, Nohaniza, tomorrow you all have to refer the schedule because we are having different Zoom link. So, social science different with science and technology. Okay, so have a good lunch break. Come back again at 2 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you,
Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, everyone, it's 2 o'clock now. So I believe Dr. Hasno is here with us. Dr. Hasno, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Assalamualaikum. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, doctor, you can start anytime you feel ready. I believe that you will be the first presenter and the second part will be done by Dr. Yong, right?
Yes, correct, at
Okay,
2:45.
we do some brief introduction first to all the students. Okay, together with us is Dr. Hasno Abdul Malik. She is from the Research Management Center, specializing in research ethics. So the research ethics and safety will be done in two parts. The first part will be covered by Dr. Hasno and the second part will be covered by Dr. Yong. So there will be two presenters. Okay. I shall not waste any more time. The time is precious to us. So over to you, Dr. Hasno.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to each and everyone here in the Zoom platform, right? So afternoon, I hope you all had your lunch. Now you have to prepare to listen, not to fall asleep for the next 1.5 hours. Is that okay? Okay, these topics are two very important topics regarding ethics and publications. So it would be great if everyone could give your 100% and then enjoy the talk. Okay, all right. I'm not sure if the question and answer, may I just check with you, Huzaima, if it is being done along the way or at the end of 1.5 hours?
It's up to you, Doctor. Student can interrupt or if you want to accumulate all the questions at the end, it's up to you.
Okay. I guess for my session, you can just raise your hand because the topic goes from one to the other and then you may forget what to ask and how to ask it. So just raise your hand so I can see and then we can just answer it straight away, yeah? Right. So I am gonna quickly introduce everyone, each and every one of you, to research ethics and its application procedures. Okay. You guys, I take it, postgraduate. So research is one of your important kind of like activity throughout your tenureship lah in UiTM, right? Let's just move this. Okay, let me just introduce the team. So we are in Research Management Center based in the Shah Alam. So our unit is called Ethics and Publication Unit, and the head is Dr. Engineer Amazon Azizan. So she just came to join us. She came to join us early this month. So under her, we have two sub-unit, which is the ethics and the publication. Okay, so under the ethics here, so these are the people whom you will be liaising with via email or phone call to help with your ethics processes. So it's myself, and we have two EOs here, Muhammad Nur Asri and also Muhammad Amaluddin Fitri, he will be dealing more with clinical trials, while Asri will mainly deal with the majority of your applications. And we have two clerks, Puan Aino and also Puan Amy, who's currently on maternity leave. Okay, so when you call, you can actually expect to hear from any one of them. We also have Encik Muhammad Hisham, who is our research officer at the moment. Okay, and for the publication unit, we have another executive officer, Cik Nur Hamizah, and also a clerk, Cik Nur Shahida, right? Okay, so hello to everyone from all of us here in RMC. Now, RMC is basically a team, a secretariat to support the needs and processing all the application being assessed by the Research Ethic Committee or REC. So technically, this is a committee, right? So the secretary is parked here at Research Management Center. So Research Ethic Committee chairperson currently is Professor Emeritus Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, and they have 21 active members, full board members at the moment. So the Research Ethic Committee will review your application because you fall under the postgraduate by research or mixed mode. So all of your application will go through the Research Ethic Committee for review. Okay. So that you know, we have another committee which is called Ethics Review Committee, or by short ERC. So these ERC are located within the clusters, faculties, as well as the branches. So I need to keep track of the time. Looking specifically just at undergraduate as well as master by coursework. So if any one of you are doing master by coursework, your application will go through this committee, okay, and will process via this committee unless if this committee, ERC committee, has decided that it is more than minimal risks, so your application will be passed on to us. Those of you who are doing postgraduate study by research or mixed mode, all your application will be processed by the Research Ethics Committee. So the numbers, the approval numbers will differ in a way that the two different entities are the one who giving out the number approval. Okay. Hold on, let me just move this. Okay. Right. Let me just move this panel to, okay. So regulations, right? This is, we don't set up this ethics regulation ourselves, okay? Because this is a worldwide acceptance, regardless where you go, which country you go to, which institution you go to, there will be a set established ethics protocol or guidelines, right? So the last amended Declaration of Helsinki in 2013, they declares, right, in that meeting that the principle of ethics must protect the rights, dignity, and interests involving any human participation, any research project. So based on that, UiTM, together with other guidelines such as Malaysian Good Clinical Practice Guideline 2018, UiTM Ethics Policy, as well as other relevant laws in Malaysia, were used to establish the guideline used in UiTM. Okay, so all researchers, if you are conducting research involving human participation, you must first obtain the approval. Approval meaning that you get numbers of approval from the research, either REC or ERC, prior starting your research. Okay, so remember, this is very, very important. Prior starting your research, so plan early. Okay, and all students doing research must carry out the research under direct supervision of your lecturers, so that your supervisors will be able to monitor the running and the conduct of the research in an ethical manner. Okay. So if you see here in the REC UiTM guideline, there is guidelines for Research Ethics Committee as well as the researcher, which you can access, detailing about what actually the important things that you need to be looking at. Okay, okay. The Research Ethics Committee basically was established in UiTM to protect the participants. Here we mentioned about human participants. So the committee has the right to reject or approve. All right. So as what are the projects that normally be rejected is not many, but if the project is being you have already conducted the project, there's no way that the committee will be able to approve your application, because we cannot retrospectively give approval on research that has already started its conduct. Okay, and the research ethic committee upholds very high standard of very high standards in order to protect the dignity, rights, and welfare of the research participants, not just the participants, yourself, and the institution. So we look at that matter in a way, yeah. So who needs to apply? It's all UiTM researchers, those outside doing research, those outside researchers doing research in UiTM, or UiTM students. Okay. Right, why is it very important? If you see here that you need an ethical approval number, because majority of the publications would want you to state and state them what is your ethical approval ID. Okay. Okay, what are the ethical issues in research? Okay, this is in relation to human. Okay, ethics conducts, the term itself meaning that doing the right thing. Okay, it involves doing it spiritually and abiding and respecting all that is relevant, matters that is relevant to the participant. So here in Malaysia, we are multicultural, so you really need to have a look and understand the culture as well with regards to your participants. Okay, human research involves significant risk, and it is possible for things to go wrong. So like it or not, as much as you think that you have considered all aspects, there is a potential thing that may harm or endanger participants, and this is where the REC comes in to make sure that you have all the mitigation plans in place. Okay, so human research is basically research conducted with actually or without people. So it can be human, it can be direct human participants, or you could be handling product of humans such as bloods or data that belongs to humans, or study that may potentially impact human physically or mentally. If you are dealing with animal, then the committee is called UiTM Care. That's where you should be getting your ethics approval from. So how do you determine whether your project requires research ethics approval? Now, okay, if it is something to do with human directly or indirectly, definitely you will need an ethic approval. But there are several ways which you can look at to figure out if you know there is an ethical issue here. For example, you may the first thing that you can look at is your title. What are the things that you are looking at? What are the objective of your study and method? What sort of methodology that you use to collect your data? And what are the potential issues that may occur during your research? Mainly, you can look at your methodology, yeah, with regards to how you collect the data. And it's not just before data collection, it's not just during the data collection, but you must also anticipate before and after data collection with regards to risks and harms that may be posed by your research. Okay, you also want to look at how you build your trust with participants. You don't want to coerce, yeah. You don't want to force them to be involved in your study. And you also must be wary to think about how you're going to use your research data. Okay. Now, these are some, not exhaustive, of key ethical issue that you may want to focus on, especially informed consent. So informed consent, you must make it very clear and very easy for who to understand. Is actually your participant. It's not your lecturer. It's not the lawmaker. It is the participant. So make it simple and truthful about what they are embarking themselves into, right? and you have to make sure that you protect their confidentiality, and it has to be anonymous. Um, the people who are in your study or whom you excluded from the study must be free from harm or any disadvantage, right? So you want to make sure that your study is fair, allowing people who meet the criteria to be allocated the treatment, for example. And your participant must have the right to withdraw, okay? Meaning that they have the right to withdraw without any consequences that they may be worrying about. Okay, you may want to look deeper into your methodology to how you collect your data to see whether there is any concern with regards to ethics requirement, or whether you need to like apply for ethics. I mean, the moment you deal with human, you do need to apply for ethics approval. So things like interview or oral histories, look at whether there is there's a lot of harm that can come with just interviews, okay, depending on the type of sensitivity of the questionnaire or surveys. How do you what sort of analysis you do? Do you use social media? Social media has its own guideline with regards to data protection and how best you can use it. Ethnography or observation, and any other methodology that involve live human participant of their data. Okay, so methodology is one important sector that you should be looking at in your study with regards to ethics need. Okay, does your research involve any of the following groups or their data, meaning that directly involving them or data that belong to them? If participants, for example, patients or children under the age of 17 or vulnerable adults. Vulnerable adults are those adults who are vulnerable. So we're talking about those who may have physical disabilities or disabilities, learning impairment, someone who is not well at the time that you are approaching them. So these are considered adults who are vulnerable because they are vulnerable to they are a group whom are more likely to feel that they have to do what you ask them to do. So these are vulnerable people, okay? Or people engaged in criminal or illegal activities, right? Including visiting websites, even there is no direct contact with the individuals. So these are vulnerable people. Okay, as mentioned before, if you deal with children, people who are not well, or vulnerable people, so you just, including refugees, foreign workers, these are vulnerable people, and the chances is you are dealing with vulnerable people using sensitive questionnaire, you will need to present your kind of like findings. So these are the if you are not dealing with human directly, but you're using their data, just make sure, or meaning that you're using secondary data, you must make sure that the data, there's no direct link or information that can identify the patient. You must identify that the patient has already consented to the initial center that their data can be used for research. Your analysis publication must not include any identification that can relate to them, and then the result mustn't cause much any distress to either patients or your institution. Okay, so that's basically a gist about ethics, vulnerable groups, and where to look in your proposal when you start looking at ethical issues. Now let's see how you're gonna be applying, right? Okay. Okay. you have to start early, right? At the very beginning, when you crunching or brainstorming your idea about research, you must already like liaise with your supervisors and consider it very early, okay? All right. So what you need to do is that you will have your proposal, right? So this is your main proposal. So you go to REC UiTM org, where you can then look at all the guidelines available there. And RED system is the system that you will be using if you are postgraduate by mixed mode or by research to submit your application. Okay, the RED system. I'll give you the link soon. Complete the application. Okay, and then before you submit to the RED system, your proposal must have gotten approval from either your faculty department to endorse that your scientific rigor is good. Okay, because ethics is also about scientific rigor. If the research is not scientifically based, so it's unethical to perform the research. So we want to know that your faculty is okay with that, then only we can start reviewing the ethics part of the proposal. Okay, so after you have gotten that, you submit it in the RED system, then we will send it to our reviewer. Then there will be this two-way communication within the system for you to answer the reviewer's concern or comment, and for them to re-review back. So this depends very much on you. If you answer it very fast, then the process can be quite quick. All right, this one will we've mentioned about that. So RED system is the system that you will be using. I assume you will be using because you are one of the postgraduate by research or mixed mode, or you are UiTM staff or non-UiTM staff, right? For those master by coursework, then you will need to contact your respective faculties, branches, yep, for ERC submission. Usually it is via hard copy. Okay, so I'll skip this. These are the forms because I'm gonna go through it in a bit later. So this is the system. If you go to REC org, you can see that under the RED, you just click on this. If not sure what to do, then we have some information here, detailing out steps by steps what you need to do with pictures. Okay, timeline is very important. We assume that all of your proposal is minimal risk. So minimal risk, if you see here, this is timeline, yeah, the applicants. So you will be dealing with this, starting your project, getting the RP approval and all, and then you'll start submitting it to the secretariat at your faculty level. So that probably will work around what, 2 weeks? Okay, and then once it's approved, then only it start to reach our REC secretariat. Another 2 weeks to screen to make sure that you have right information, enough documents for us to process. And then once that is adequate, then only we send it to the reviewer to review your proposal with regards to the ethics needs. And then the reviewer may have some question, may want you to do some changes. So you will be replying back to them. Okay, we hope that the reviewer will be able to give a feedback within 14 days. But the more correction you have, the longer this process will take. All right, and then once it's approved, then you'll get a approval letter within 2 days, 2 weeks. Okay, but the only difference is that if you your study include more than minimal risk individual, for example, involving those who are not well or refugees, then it become more than minimal risk. Minimal risk, more than minimal risk will be longer because you will need to wait for a date for you and your supervisor to be present at the same time to present at the board at the moment online, because the board will want to know more about how you're going to conduct the research, what are your plans to minimize harms, and so on and so forth. So if your research, you can gauge if you are more than minimal risk, so give it around 2 to 3 months just for ethics applications. Right, this is for ERC, so I'm not gonna mention. So let's dive into the form. So if you are submitting online, right, there's no form because it's all online, but this is how it look like basically, in a form. So you have your detail of the researcher, you put it here, you tick whether you're undergraduate or postgraduate. This is postgraduate by coursework because this is a ERC form. But for you, you'll be able to tick an extended list lah, okay? Tick whether this is case study, interviews, focus group, whatever methodology that you're using, and then fill up the background. Please do not what you call that, write a literature review, but give a solid background to your research, and it has to need to include all the scientific information that your study is trying to prove. Okay. And then you also need to put here, this form will look short, but you actually can be expanded. Research objective has to be put here. What is your expected benefit of the study? You can explain the benefit at individual level, community, and the national level. Date of research commencement. So research is like, it starts much earlier, right? By the time at the start of you brainstorming to the time when you have finished data collection and you may want to prepare data. So it may be 2 or 3 years here. But expected date of initial data collection must be after the ethics approval has been received. So please put at least 2 on, if not 3 months after you have submitted your ethics approval. Say that if you submit your ethics application 1st of April, please put here expected data collection would be April, May, maybe middle of June or end of June. Okay. State where is the location, research design and methodology. Please do not put definition here. We want to know in detail what you do. Okay. Inclusion and exclusion criteria. Sample size, please let us know how you come up with your sample calculation. How are you going to analyze it with appropriate, are you going to be using what sort of statistical analysis you do, based on your sample size. Okay, so if you have fundings, please let us know here, and then agreement to conduct the research project, you need to sign here. And then not just you, the next section is for the supervisor as well as the co-researcher. Okay, and then there is a research risk calculation. If not sure whether it is risky or not, you have any risks with regards to ethics, then you just have to tick here, yes or no. Your participant under the age of 18, no, then that means it's not. But the moment you say yes here, so it prompts you to say that, okay, there is a higher risk here, but please give description. Okay, who are your participants? As you school students or things like that. And the moment you put yes, please describe in detail. Sorry, I'm just trying to change. It's not changing. Right. So the risk classification goes on. So please tick yes if you yes or no, and if yes, please give us the detail. If not, it will be very difficult for the reviewer to understand what do you mean by that, and then it's just wasting a lot of time because they are asking you simple question and then they have to wait for you to reply, and then you have to wait for the reviewer to reply. So please do be very meticulous about this. Okay. So finally, they want to know that whether this research has been approved at the Department of Postgraduate Research Committee and so on and so forth. Okay. So with regards to patient information sheet, you will need, the system has automatically will ask for Malay and English version. For those who have other languages, Tamil, Cantonese, or Mandarin, you will need still to do that patient information sheet in that language, but you will have to submit to the secretariat via email. Okay. Please do not use jargon. Use simple word, like we said earlier, appropriate for your participants. So it's not easy, but it is one very important document. Okay. Okay, this is an example of the patient information sheet, introduction. So you don't want to be saying that, oh, evidence has shown that, No, no, it's not about that. It's not about trying to prove yourself. It's just about telling them what it is and what they need to go through. Okay. So one important here things that I want to highlight here, that you will need to provide your name and direct contact numbers. And we are talking about mobile numbers, yeah, because we want to have allow the participant to contact you at any time of the day or night in case anything happens. So please provide your name and your contact number. So this consent form is a template for them to fill up. So you just leave it blank. Okay, this is what you need to put information, and this is blank for them to sign. Okay, assent form is basically a form that you use for younger adults, younger children, 7 to 17, okay, so that they understand it better. So this is an assent form where it is simpler. What is the project about? Then you put your explanation here, and then why do I need to do this project? You know, so you need this if your participants are younger group. Okay, so this is the form that they will sign. So much simpler, right? Just now was a bit more complicated. This is much simpler. So if you feel that your research can be exempted for ethics approval, you still need an ID to say from a body saying that your research can be exempted, and you still need to prove to your journal which you plan to publish. Most journal may want to ask, okay, can you give us an information or letter ID saying that your research has been exempted. So you still need to submit. But exemption is being done outside the system. Yeah. So you will need to download REC 11 actually, and then fill up. This is a brief information about your study. And then again, justify why you feel the exemption is appropriate for your study. And then tick here where appropriate, and then submit to the secretariat, and we will process it for you, send it to the reviewer. Okay, and then we will need signature and sign. Sometimes seems very petty, but this is what eating into the time during the screening by our secretariat. Okay, if you see here, so the application, this is where we are at. Yeah, there are a lot of other things that happening before and after. So what we are discussing is just here. Okay. So the moral of the story is that do prepare yourself early, yeah, so that your research and ethics goes hand in hand, and then you can start collecting data the soonest you have your ethics approval. Similarly, this is a figure showing where we are in your timeline of your ethics ethics and research process. So let's recap. If you are postgraduate, right, by research from mixed mode, then this is where you need to go to RED. But if you are master by coursework, then you need to approach your faculty and download this application. Again, you can get it from this website, application form, ERC or REC, and then hand it by hard copy. Okay, I think decision. Okay, I can do this. So decision wise, if you are asked to present to the board, right, there are three types of decision that you may get: minor correction, major correction, or rejected or approved. So therefore, so minor, you're given 1 month to reply back. But if you know what is minor sometimes just involve very minimal things. So if you receive the information from from our secretariat, you can actually reply the day after. That will be even faster, and the reviewer is still fresh in their mind about your study, and then can reply as soon as they can. So you never know, you can get it done within a week or less, if you do it fast. But we give it a month. For major amendment, we give around 3 months, but if you can do it faster, please do it earlier. Okay, you need to represent back to us or reject it. Okay. So in category, the type of risk is that expedited is that you do not need to present, it's minimal risk, so we just do it online. Full board meaning that your research is more than minimal risks, you need to present to us, so we need a longer time, or an exemption, so meaning that the reviewer doesn't need to review it, but we still need to be reviewed by the reviewer to say that it is exempted. Okay, make sure that your application forms are complete. Always discuss with your supervisors if not sure, or call the secretariat. Must be in English. Okay, and then patient information sheet must be in Malay as well. But if you have other additional languages for the patient information sheet, please submit it to the secretariat via email. Okay, but make sure that you have received approval from your faculty first about the scientific rigor of your research before you submit to us. And then because only completed form will be processed by us. Okay, this is us whom you will be contacting from now on. Okay, once you start your research. Any question on this?
Yeah, good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm Carl from Sabah.
Hi.
Basically, I'm in the midst of preparing myself to defend my research proposal. Another thing is that I'm still a bit of confused. Should I fill in? I mean, applying for research ethics committee approval prior my research DRP, or after my DRP been approved? How is it? I mean, be like?
Okay, thanks, Carl. So I take it that you are postgraduate candidates, right?
I am.
Yes, right. So you will need to wait until your DRP approval at DRP or faculty level before you submit to us. Even if you submit without the evidence of approval, we won't be able to process. So the moment you have that approval, then please go ahead and fill up the RED for ethics approval. Hope that answers.
Thank you, Doctor.
No problem. Any other questions?
Dr. Haas here.
Yes.
Yeah, my question, so we can proceed with the DRP without the ethics approval.
Yes.
And then before we do any data collection, then we must submit the ethics approval.
That's right, Dr. Haas. So please proceed with approval at DRP or faculty without ethics, because ethics would be the last one that you apply. But data collection cannot be collected until you have received the approval ID.
Okay, so the research committee secretariat will be the one will approve or provide the approval letter.
Yes, for research ethics approval.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Welcome. Can I apply? Okay, there are a few questions here. Okay. Does it mean that we need, UiTM, animal care ethics applications usually can be done after DRP? Similarly, I think even if with animal ethics, it's after the DRP approval, okay? Does application of research ethics necessary for English students? It depends whether you are dealing, your participants are human. If you are interviewing human being, yeah, you need a research ethics approval to do that. Okay, but you need to see the requirement first. Okay.
Doctor, sorry, I have a question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Just to clarify, the FBERC form 2 is the ethics approval, is it?
Oh, actually, that one is an ERC form. I'm using that form because we don't have any more form for RAC because RAC now online. So those are just your form. You are filling it out for the reviewer to review. Approval is different. It's just a formal letter stating your title, the date of data collection, and approval ID. For which you need to keep lah. So one more thing that I forgot to mention is that if your study continues to be conducted beyond the stipulated time, you will need to apply for a study extension for ethics at least 3 months before it ended. So we want to make sure that the continuation of data collection is covered. Okay. Is that okay, Nur Marisa?
Yes, doctor. Thank you.
Welcome.
Assalamualaikum, doctor. May I ask a question,
Waalaikumsalam.
please?
Yes.
Okay. This might sound silly, but I really need to ask you this. Would you please share the recording and the slides with us later?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've shared my slide with the secretariat, but the recording I think you can probably get from Ipsis. I'm not sure whether they show this on Facebook or YouTube.
Doctor, the recording will be available all the time in our YouTube.
Okay.
And the slides will be shared. I'm going to share the OneDrive link tomorrow.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. Assalamualaikum.
You got all your resources there. Thank you. So the next question is from Rabia. If my respondent are disabled adult with stroke but with good cognitive function, is it considered vulnerable? Yeah, it is still because depending on how bad their stroke is, it may potentially fall under the more than minimum risks depending on how bad the patient is. So your review will have a look and see if your stroke patient is directly from the ward, definitely is the high risk, more than minimal risks. But it may be that if it is a post-stroke patient, but they're already in the community functioning and all, and the questionnaire that you are using is not sensitive manner, you know, a simple functionality questionnaire, then it may become minimal risks. Yeah. But just be prepared as more than minimal risk.
Dr. Hasno, somebody in YouTube asking that what if she is using cell culture? Does she needs to apply for ethics?
Okay, cell culture of a human being, you do need to apply for ethics because that cell belongs to human. So you do still need to apply for ethics approval.
Okay.
Because it's human, is related to human, right?
Okay. Right. Thanks.
Okay.
Anything else? Anyone?
There are a few more questions here, but I still have plagiarism to present.
Yeah, maybe we can proceed first, Doctor.
Proceed first,
and
yeah?
let's
Okay.
accumulate the questions and later we will answer all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Noor.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If we do our research in our country, we still need apply the ethical approval, right?
That's right, because you are still you are a student of UiTM, so you will need to have two approval. Of course, the approval must be from your country where you're collecting the data, and you also need to simultaneously get ethics approval from UiTM. That's just to protect you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you have the approval already, ethics from your country, then you can submit also to us in a faster way.
Thank you, Dr. Noor.
No problem.
One question again.
Yeah.
If we have conducted to the pilot test to share the respondent, we need ethical approve.
That's true. It is part of your study, right? Part of your research. Yeah, you
Maybe
still
the
need
pilot
to.
test, maybe the pilot test will be done before we are going to DRP.
Oh,
So
the pilot task is to be done before you even present to DRP.
yes, maybe so, right. What should we do to get ethical approve if we are conducted the pilot test?
Okay. The thing about ethics approval, right? We are not able to. The committee will not provide approval for data that has already been collected. So if you already had a pilot study done, your approval will only be valid from the time that you receive the approval. Say that you have done your pilot study just a month ago, and then the next month you receive an approval for your research ethics. So that research ethics will only cover from the day that you receive it. So all the data that collected before is basically is not covered basically. So if it is in a bit dangerous because if you publish it, the pilot data that has not received ethics approval, it may be questioned lah. That's unfortunate.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay, welcome. So I'll share screen. Maybe because we have other this is actually a new topic being asked to present. So which is very interesting, plagiarism. I also learned quite a lot of things while preparing for this. Probably just gonna go through the types of plagiarism. I'm sure many of us are aware of what plagiarism is. So plagiarism is basically stealing lah, because we know that we steal because it's not our original work. Okay, and the thing about it is whether it's intentional or unintentional. Okay, so there are many types of plagiarism, and it's kind of like a range. It's like a spectrum. So when it is at a spectrum, there will be a lot of gray area there that we don't even realize that we are plagiarizing. Okay, so this is some of many. We have 12 here, like original thinking, student collusion, word for word plagiarism, self plagiarism, and so on. I'm sharing this with you. You can have a look, and this is directly from Turnitin. So okay, I think I'm gonna just go straight to the point. Like original thinking, this actually provoked me. Even I was worried about this because when we are doing research, we the fact that it's research, meaning that it's not new, all right? So all that we are thinking about, the ideas that we have here, obviously is based on someone else's idea or some other readings that we have done, right? So when we think that, oh, this is my idea, because no, I've thought about this, I've read about this, so I'm making my own conclusion, but it's actually not. We think that it is original thinking, but it is a plagiarism because what we conclude based on the readings, actually based on other people's ideas. So as much as we think it is original, it's actually not. So for example, right, this is a scenario like Jack, a student working in a research paper about renewable energy. So a lot of reading, and then came up with a unique theory on improving wind turbine efficiencies, right? So cited, like, oh, this is new idea, and so on and so forth. So we decided to write about it without thinking of checking the literature. Because this is the danger, because it may be that we think it's eureka for us, but it's actually not really eureka. It has been published. So not knowing to this person, this concept that he thinks is original is actually someone else's work. So it's very important that we do our research, make sure that what we think is actually to give a reference to what we think. That most likely there will always be a reference which we can cite for our idea. If we think that this is really unique and original, then and is novel, then please do discuss it with your supervisors to make sure that it is original. Okay. So this is other example, student pollution, plagiarism is that this is another thing that you work in a group, but you are submitting your own work. But when you work in the group, you are actually brainstorming the same thing, and then other people's idea you may write in your paper, right? And then when you submit, it kind of like as if it is your idea. So that is another potential spectrum of plagiarism that may be unintentional but do happen. Okay. So there are many examples here that I put in. Copy paste, of course, is a plagiarism, self plagiarism as well, meaning that you are plagiarizing your own published work. Really, you say what was identified in your previous research, but fail to cite yourself. So that is considered self plagiarism as well. So we have mosaic plagiarism, text based, what is this? Software based. So software based is another thing. Software based text modification, especially when using automated tool of software to alter the content of a written text. So like paraphrasing, we think it's paraphrasing, but it's actually plagiarism. Nothing has changed with regards to the content and originality. So it's really important. The moment that it is what we're writing is an original content, is a fact, so please do cite. The moment we cite, there's no more plagiarism. Okay. So these are other things, inadvertent or unintentional plagiarism. You know, it's by accident. You think that it's not plagiarizing, but you forgot to cite, things like that. So it becomes plagiarism. Okay. Even paraphrasing can be a plagiarism because we think we are changing the structure. I mean, if the content is still the same, the core value is still the same, it is still plagiarized. Okay. Okay, this is something to do with the computer code plagiarism, where we ask the system to generate code for us and we use, but we just have to cite that they are the one who has produced the code for us. So if not, if we don't cite them or acknowledge the site, then it is plagiarizing. Okay, so there are many more example here, which you can look at. So there are many consequences of plagiarism. The significant thing is the academic penalties, damage reputation, not to just yourself, but also to your supervisors. Worst come is that, you know, the researcher may sue you for, you know, plagiarizing their work. Of course, there's ethical implication that comes with plagiarism, right? Because of academic integrity, also personal consequences. So what is the strategy to avoid plagiarism? Please properly cite, know where you are citing, understand what is plagiarism, and I think most important thing is to provide time, enough time for you to do your work, so you won't be in a rush. So things are being done appropriately with proper research. Hence, give you more time to put things into perspective and do the appropriate things. Okay. So writing is considered original when it is a product of your own idea, your own thought and expression. So I was thinking, when will this be? I think it's very rare unless you're writing a blog about our own experience and things like that. But when it comes to academics write-up, it's very rare that it is an original work. Yep. So original writing does not rely on directly copying someone else's work, but instead presents new insight, perspective, and argument. So that is different. You are debating. Okay. It reflects the author's unique voice, creativity, and critical thinking. So this is very important also, which you need to develop. While original writing may be influenced by existing sources of idea, it involves synthesizing information, kind of new information in a way of presenting novel interpretation. So additionally, original writing is typically accompanied by proper citation. There's always a citation with referencing external sources to give credit where it is due. Okay. So that's it. I'm sorry I have to go fast for that. It's just a little bit an extra thing. So I wasn't able to manage my time. Sorry. Okay. I think I've eat into 25 minutes of Prof. Yong's time. But if you have any question, maybe I can take one. If none, I will then pass the floor over to the MC for today. And I probably will provide the answer to your question on your chat box to the MC. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe Dr. Yong is here. So Dr. Yong, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I'm ready. But before we continue, may I know what's your name, Madam MC?
I'm Dr. Mas.
Yeah, Dr. Mas, how are you? Sorry.
Dr. Mas, bukan Puan Huzaimah ya?
Puan Kuzaimah standby dekat YouTube.
Oh,
I'm the
sorry.
Okay,
never mind,
Dr.
it's
Mas.
okay. All right, so over to you, Dr. Yong.
All right, thank you very much. So let me bring up my PowerPoint slide. Okay, just want to check with you. Are you all looking at the first page of my PowerPoint slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, thank you very much. So thank you, Dr. Mas, for the invitation, and also thank you also, Dr. Hasno, for covering part of the content that I'm about to say. So I can relax a bit on the plagiarism part. Anyway, so my name is Dr. Yong. I was the head of ethics and publication unit. So I recently relinquished my post. So currently, the new head of ethics and publication is Associate Professor, Engineer Dr. Amizon Azizan from College of Engineering. So I believe that this probably is my last time delivering this talk. So in future, probably Dr. Amizon will take over from me, talking about ethics in research and also publication. Now, by the title itself, since Dr. Hasno already covered majority part of the research ethics, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cover more on the publication ethics side, the do's and don'ts of in terms of academic publication, especially for early career scientists like you all, the postgraduate student. Okay, so basically these are the content of what I'm going to deliver for today's short talk. So I'm going to introduce to you what is academic publication is all about, its process and whatnot. Given that you are all currently the postgraduate students, so perhaps it's not yet your time to write an article to fulfill your obligation to be a postgraduate. So not yet. So I'm going to take you through the process for scholarly publication. Then we're going to move over to talk about a little bit of examples of misconduct committed by a few past scientists, so that it becomes an example for us not to follow their footsteps. So yeah, because they're already exposed, so better don't follow the footstep. According to a few of these so-called classification in terms of academic misconduct. So earlier, Dr. Hasno already covered a big part about plagiarism. So I'm going to just talk about a bit of things that Dr. Hasno perhaps did not cover, the specific of plagiarism with regards to our scenario here in Malaysia. And then I'm going to cover more on the other aspect, like the things that you probably haven't heard of, perhaps you did, but for those who haven't, I'm going to cover a little bit about fabrication of data and also falsification, authorship, and also the latest one that you perhaps have heard about, the predatory publication or predatory journals. So without further ado, the first part that I'm going to talk about is the introduction of what academic publication is about. Now, for your information, publication is very much part of the research cycle. So to explain why are you forced to publish a paper before you're allowed to sit for oral examination, that is a reason. It's part of the research process. And being a postgraduate student is imperative for you to be involved in this process. Yeah, it's part of the criteria. So what you can see right now is what we call the research cycle. Yeah. So it begins with your problem statement. So before you conduct the research, this is where you're going to defend your proposal, where the details, the technique, the procedure, and also the hypothesis will be checked by the examiner. And this is where, after which, you were going to apply for your research ethics approval, where applicable. Yeah. So I hope you still remember what Dr. Hasnur has said earlier. So this is where it applies. Then it goes to, like you are expected to do, enter a lab, collecting data, conducting research. So once that data have been collected, you're going to interpret it, document it first as a manuscript. So a manuscript is termed as a text article, a text where it is being refined but not yet reviewed. So it hasn't been reviewed by expert. Most likely at this stage, you and your supervisor have already finished writing up, either in proceeding or maybe a journal article or maybe a thesis. Then after that, once it is published, it will be disseminated. So the fifth and the final step, which is the dissemination, is where either you publish your thesis, you publish a proceeding, and also your journal article. So this is where all the so-called academic publication is going on. Okay. So let me bring out all the points right here first. Yeah. So a research is complete when when the data or findings has been published or presented. Now at this stage, this is where all the experts were going to come in to scrutinize all your finding. Either is novel or is it worthy to be published in a well-known and well-recognized journal internationally or locally. Now, this is where also the validity of your research as a early career scientist can be validated, and well, that is part of the science. This is how science works. There's only one way to safeguard the integrity of science, which is by peer review. So the peer review is very much integrated in journal publication. Even in proceedings, you also have reviewer. And for your thesis, that will be the examiner who is going to do this job for you. So now the quality of a journal is guaranteed through a strict peer review process and efficient management in accordance to ethical standards set by Committee on Publication Ethics. So if you ask me who is going to govern or rather going to give guidelines, yeah. Now, the correct wording of the role of Committee on Publication Ethics play in the academic world, they don't actually govern things, but rather they dish out the best practices or guidelines so that publisher and also institution of higher learnings like UiTM can adopt their best practices and to ensure that the integrity of science is safeguarded. So moving on. All right, now here are a few so-called standard or rather called references for publication ethics. So UiTM adopts the Malaysian Code of Responsible Conduct in Research, or MCRCR. Now the front page of this soft copy of this code of this documentation can be downloaded for free through Academy Science Malaysia's website. They're in their second edition. So be sure to download a copy for yourself, just for yourself to refer to. Now, this copy is good, not because it's relevant for academic publication, but also the code of conduct in general for research. Yeah. And as usual, as I said just now, Committee on Publication Ethics. Now, this is the internationally well-recognized body when it comes to guidelines or best practices in publishing. Yeah. scholarly publication. Yeah. Now they are based in UK. They are NGO. So what they do and don't do is they will going to listen to whatever the feedbacks coming from well-known international publishers, and then they will go to sit down and formulate the best practices in how to handle cases with regards to academic misconduct. So they're going to help investigate. But one thing they do not do is that they will not going to sentence, if you may say. Yeah, in the court, once you like find out a person is guilty or not, a court eventually you're going to give sentence or punishment. So one thing that COPE don't do is recommend punishment, because the punishment will be the prerogative of, like, for example, the head of the institution. For example, in UiTM, that will be the job of the vice chancellor himself, yeah, not COPE. They can only determine whether a case has merit or whether or not that person is guilty or some of the misconduct that they are leveled to, yeah. So moving on, this is what you will need to have a copy to. And I believe that this copy has been published in 2018, but only I managed to find out in near 2020 or 2021. Now, this is the policy where it is published and adopted by UiTM in terms of combating plagiarism. Now, earlier, UiTM had already published a guideline for staff on how to make sure students do not commit plagiarism. So this is a second version. It is a significant improver whereby this policy paper covers also misconduct by undergraduate students, including staff member as well. So unfortunately, currently this policy is in Bahasa Melayu. So for international students, you can always use Google Translate to help like translate and make you understand what is the content of this policy paper. So make sure you have a copy as well. Yeah. Right. So now, when we talk about what is research ethics, a lot of people will going to question, then what are we supposed to do when it comes to research ethics? Now, what is defined by research ethics? I think probably Dr. Hasno already mentioned the general things regarding this one, but to put it simple, these are the so-called rules that academicians lay out in terms of the practices in science, so that we don't like jeopardize the integrity of science and also the trust of the public. Yeah, so they have many things, beginning from how you design, like for example, what Dr. Hassan has said about research ethics related to human. Now that also covers to animal ethics as well. Those are the parts that I don't cover, but what I do cover is that the practices in publication. So once you have all the data gathered in, where you started writing your manuscript, from that point onwards, this is the main focus of my talk. Yeah. So of course, violation we may going to merit some punishment. And also this is where I'm going to like give you some insights, what has happened before, what type of punishment has been given to such offenses. But I believe you are very smart students who knows how to get your own information. So if you do, and you're interested to learn what has been done before, and also their stories, their punishment, their fate recently, you can always help yourself by going to this website called retractionwatch.com, because inside they have very comprehensive cases that has been published, documenting all the misconducts and also the actions has been taken by the scientific community and also their employers, yeah, the institution where they're working with. So I strongly encourage you to go in and see for yourself, yeah. And in fact, most of the examples that I have been using in this talk, they are mostly referred to from this website, yeah. But of course, I also cross-check with the internet as well in terms of their validity, yeah. All right, so now, what is the misconduct in research and also scholarly publication? So first thing first, I want to show you this diagram, which has been published by Fang et al. In 2012. Now, in this paper, she described that the changes, okay, the numbers of the reported academic misconduct from various categories from year 1977 until 2011. So, put it simple, this paper is already outdated. So, it has been like 10 years old. But the fact is that when you look at this diagram, it has been like ever increasing, especially beginning year 2000. As you can see right there, it increased dramatically. Now, why is this happening has a lot to do with the fact that during that year, in year 2000, that was the year where a system called ISI, I'm not sure what it stands for, but today it is called Web of Science. It is an index where it records all the scholarly publication as well as the number of times these papers were cited. Now, why it is that significant? Because the higher the number of citation, that gives us the impact, the academic impact of this paper towards the scientific community. The more it gets cited, the higher the impact of this paper. Now, of course, during that time, nobody think of it like, well, you cite more, so what? But today, the more your paper gets cited, the more valuable of your research, and the higher the chance you get promoted, which means monetary gains, recognition in the scientific community. So those are a lot of things that you can benefit from. And because of that, there are a lot of benefits for people who publish more impact. And there are a lot of tricks that during that time, a lot of people have used in order to increase publication and also the increase citation. Well, sometimes some papers turns out too good to be true. And that was the case. Later, I will show you a few examples on that one that happens before. Due to academic misconduct. And because of that, it also tallies with the number of retraction, as you can see, also from 1990s until year 2005, it also in tandem with the ever increasing number of articles being retracted. Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm the general public, I might question myself, are these paper published reliable, given that the high number of retraction? Because once it's retracted, it's always due to one thing. The science is not very, very strong and perhaps not trustworthy at all. So that has a lot of impact on the public trust towards the integrity of science that we have today. Are we doing the right thing? So that gives us a lot to think about. These are the trends that has happened 10 years ago. And I believe today, with all the scientific tenure that are renewed by contract, I believe this trend has not changed ever since. Yeah. So that gives us a scenario how serious academic misconduct has been for the past 20, 30 years. It's still going on. And this is why. So like I told you just now, if we manage to publish in a very well-known article, well-known journal, we receive recognition. Now, some of the tenures that we have in university, especially the professors, they were given a key performance indicator, the annual key performance indicator, where it determines whether their contract will be continued or terminated. So what that means? That means a lot of pressure. With no job, then they'll have financial problem later on. Now, in order to meet this expectation, people will do as much as possible for them to publish. And being a graduate student like yourself, like I said, it is a requirement for you to have one published paper before you're allowed to sit for examination. But you see, you also need to finish your study within 2 or 3 years. So you see, before that time comes, when the time comes, there's a lot of pressure for you to do this. And of course, there are also some other factors like greed. Now, some countries, like for example, in the Middle East, countries there, they are very well off. They can afford to pay scientists who can publish in high impact journals with monetary case. Last time, if not mistaken, they pay 1,000 USD for a high impact journal published by one. So it's a lot of money, 1,000 USD. Perhaps nowadays it's still going on, but definitely not Malaysia because it depends on the financial ability of one place. And of course, some places they don't even know that what they are doing is not allowed. So yeah, this is why we are here today. And this is why I'm here today to educate you that wrong things has been done before. And we are here to recognize those wrong things so that we don't repeat them. All right. So these are the examples of academic misconduct that I have gathered based on different color codes. Based on different color codes. As you can see from the top of this arrow going down, the color becomes more orange or more intense. That also gives us the indication of the severity of this offense. So you can see from the top, minimum paraphrasing with citation. Now that is one example of plagiarism. So you can escape, well, sort of like minimize your guilt by citing. But you see, not paraphrasing enough also can be counted as plagiarism. But with citation, at least the guilt is not that much. So you can see from the highest with the least severity to the most severe ones at the bottom. Yeah. So I will just to pick a few from the bottoms that you would like to have a look. Okay. So third from the bottom, copying from others and submitting as their own. This is the worst form of plagiarism. So what is the difference between this point, copying from others and submitting as their own, versus the first one, minimal paraphrasing with citation? There is a clear difference in terms of their intention. The first one, knowingly that the points does not, or the ideas does not belong to them, with citation, that clears them of their intention. So there's no intention to cheat. Whereas the third one, they copy, submitting as their own, so there's an intention of cheating. That is why this form of plagiarism is so severe, because there's an intention to cheat. So does the last two, because the second last, fabricating and doctoring data. Well, there's no such thing as innocent people when it comes to here, because fabrication is very much intentional, which I will explain to you how it happens. Yeah. And the last one, non-disclosing conflict of interest with intention to commit fraud. So the intention here shows why they are very severe. But of course, I'm not going to like explain everything, but rather based on a few cases that I'm going to bring forward later on. So these are just examples and also the severity. And when it comes to punishment and consequences, while you probably can get away with a stern warning for not paraphrasing hard enough with citation, these are the cases that we will usually dismiss with stern warning. But the bottom three, usually it comes with a severe punishment, including revocation of PhD. If one postgraduate already graduated a PhD, revocation. If the person is still in the study, so probably suspension and also dismissal. Whereas if there's an academician who is conducted this one, probably dismissal from the job, or worse, they can be sued in the civil court for fraud. Yeah. So that has happened before. Yeah. So, all right. Now I'm moving on to the first example, plagiarism. Now, since Dr. Hasnu already mentioned about the introduction, so from this point onwards, I'm going to skip the slides that I think have already been explained by Dr. Hasnu so that it not become redundant. And here we go. So these are the examples of the plagiarism according to Turnitin. And I believe Dr. Hasnu has already mentioned this one in her last part of the talk, talking about plagiarism. So I will skip this one. Please don't worry, because why? This slide will be shared to with the secretariat, where you're going to have a copy of this one, and you can see for yourself later on, yeah? Now, what I'm going to talk about here are cases, or rather one case of plagiarism that has happened in Malaysia before, and also the story behind it. So in Malaysia 2014, there's one news article that was surrounding the Malaysian media during that time. And this has some political connotation during that time. So I'm not going to talk about it, but rather on these two texts right here, sitting side by side. Now, on the left-hand side is the original text written by someone from the UK, if not mistaken, of her thesis, whereas on the right-hand side is written by a Malaysian academician, probably an activist. So they found out that there's a very similar parts between these two things. And in fact, at some point, there's some paragraph that were similar word by word, extremely similar. So what happened is that this thesis, or this PhD thesis, was first published by that Malaysian academician, who since returned to Malaysia, and 10 years after that promoted to the post of professor. So yeah, 8 years ago, this professor that has recently promoted during that time committed this misconduct and was not caught because the lack of technology that can catch such thing. And mind you, that technology is Turnitin, which fortunately UiTM has re-subscribed again. So for your information, students, you will going to use Turnitin to check similarity index of your own thesis or proposal before you're allowed to submit to Institute of Graduate Studies or further action of your examination. So 8 years after that, then it got caught. But unfortunately, in 2014, that person just got promoted to professor. So what happened is that this person has been forced to retire early. So Malaysian people, they are very nice because in overseas, perhaps this is probably not the punishment that will be given. So yeah, it happened before, and I think it has happened a lot more. It's just it hasn't been reported that often. And just to share with you a few cases that I know, undergraduate students also have knowingly committed plagiarism, and they were charged in the academic court within the faculty. And most of the punishment given usually is suspension. Dismissal has been reported before. So plagiarism in UiTM, there you go. There's a survey in 2010. Half of the students knows that this is going around. But during that time, we don't have Turnitin. And because of that, the Vice Chancellor at that time has subscribed to Turnitin. And beginning 2012, it becomes a policy of UiTM for all students who want to submit assignments, particularly postgraduate students, to have their work checked, and the percentage of similarity has to be less than 30%. You don't know, this is news to you, so better start early. So, I think I jump a bit. So, once again, the similarity index of your work submitted to Institute of Graduate Studies or your journal articles that you want to publish had to be less than 30%, failing which the student may be punished by suspension or maybe dismissal. So the reference that you can get, like I show you on the first page, Dasar Plagiarisme UiTM dan Pelaksanaannya. So in translation to English, that would be UiTM policy on plagiarism and also execution, something like that. So once again, get a copy. International student, I'm sorry, currently we only have Malay version, but soon, maybe soon, there will be an English version in the making. So next type of misconduct, which is one part of the severe form of the misconduct and also quite popular nowadays, is fabrication and falsification. So what happened here is that the data is created or doctored just to make our data looks better. It's wrong and there is an intent of cheating. So here we go. There's a difference between fabrication and falsification. In which fabrication is you're making up data, yeah, reporting experiments that's never conducted. There's a very severe point on this one is that because there's no scientific evidence coming from that, you just like create data from thin air. That is absolutely fraud lah, if you ask me. Making up fake reference to support arguments, well, this probably has happened before, but one thing that I can assure you, I have heard that people who use ChatGPT to write journal articles has this issue because ChatGPT has a tendency of making up references that does not exist. So people, if you use ChatGPT to help you writing, it's okay. You are allowed to do so, but please be careful of their reference. Yeah. Okay, now what about the next one? Falsification, manipulation of research materials, equipment, or processes. Changing or omitting data that suits a desired outcome. So this is what I said. Yeah, the data comes from an experiment, but somehow it's not perfect. You want to remove a data point that spoils the accuracy of your curve. Well, that is allowed if you know that there is a outlier there and you manage to prove that it is due to errors of some sort. But then again, it's very much part of the data. So no matter what, we don't simply change the data that we get from the lab, from the experiment. It is not touchable, yeah, because that falls under falsification, yeah. So yeah, we do have some past cases that we can discuss, and also it happens in Malaysia. Now during that time, this has been a major issue that shook the Malaysian research community during that time, because it's probably one of the first cases that were reported during that time. Now, if you can see on the diagram, there are two images right here, one that is a curve, and the other one is the images of a stem cell. During that time in 2016, 2015, stem cell research is very, very popular. It's almost the forefront of biological research and medical research. So a lot of people are racing to get good data to be published in high impact journals. And Malaysia is very much in the race during that time. So what happened was, this data was gathered by a PhD candidate, then later graduated, and they published this data in a very high impact journal internationally. Now, the issue is when you want to publish in high impact journal, it will be viewed by many, many people, including experts that have skills to detect fraud in image. And in fact, nowadays, there's a team of international experts that their full-time job is to check images, whether or not the image is doctored, and with the advent of AI technology that can create image, yeah, so that's why they are here. But 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, this was not the case, but it was assessed by an expert who knows whether the image has been doctored, and true enough, you can look right here. These images are literally the same, except that it has been turned at a certain degree, maybe flipped vertically or horizontally, so that it look different. They are very much the same cell, and of course, colored differently. And when we look at the left-hand side, that is also doctored, only being magnified and also being doctored in some way. So the evidence is clear. And what happened is that this PhD students was confronted by the expert as well as the journal. The university during that time are still waiting for the students' report. It turns out the student knows that something is wrong, went back to his home country and never respond anything. So that university ended up revoking the PhD that is granted to him. Now, the unfortunate thing is that the supervisor has no idea that they are being defrauded as well. So in this case, the supervisors are also part of the victim in this so-called academic scam. They are being investigated, but fortunately, they were not charged, so they were cleared of these charges. So there's only one victim right here, which is the university, because whatever happened, the university reputation has been tarnished because of this debacle. due to this, the action of this one person, this PhD graduate or ex-graduate. Okay, so how do we counter? Yeah, well, as far as I know, as an academic staff, fabrication and falsification is a serious offense that can cost our job. So in order to make sure that this does not happen and we got into trouble with this one, usually we do a few of these things. So now, intentional fabrication can be difficult to distinguish from unintentional academic incompetence or malpractices. Now, this is true because the intention to cheat is very much non-existent in the paper that we read every day. So it could be many possibilities. We don't know whether there's an intention or not, and usually that is being exploited by the rogue scientists who committed this offense. And as a result, the onus falls on the supervisors to check their students so that this does not happen to them, because otherwise they also be part of the parties that may be investigated. So postgraduate students, if your supervisor goes very hard on you on these things, so please don't take it personally because they are doing their job. So if I'm the supervisor, this is what I'm going to do. Number one, I'm going to check their experimental data regularly. In fact, if I myself, I'll check my postgraduate students every week for data so that I know, okay, they're following some work schedule. Those data did not pop up magically overnight. That is the first sign, because sometimes, yeah, those data can be created, yeah. And then once I get those data, it's also a good practice that you as a postgraduate to repeat the experiment so that you can test the reproducibility. And even I myself, I also sometimes enter the lab and retest the entire experiment so that I am confident that that data presented by students is indeed the way that I got it. So students should submit a manuscript as early as possible so that you met the criteria of having a published paper so that you can defend your thesis or defend your proposal. Okay, so next one is another thing that probably have some issues with some students before. I know that because I was referred to by a few students and we managed to solve that issue amicably. So before I continue here, we know that sometimes supervisors and students, they are also human. So if there's anything that we thought are not correct, first thing that you should do is not going to the public. No, you go straight to your supervisor and talk it over. 99% of the time you solve it within yourself. So no need to bring to the public if you find something not good. Now, why I'm stopped here and talking about this in gift authorship and ghost authorship, because a lot of times, a lot of the issues that raised by postgraduate students previously in Malaysia, they're not too happy when their paper suddenly pops up a few new names that they never know, which is strange, again, because you know the work is going on and suddenly there are a few more names that comes up and they go public. So that created a lot more mess after that. Anyway, so let me explain to you the types of authorships that you should be aware and you should know where and who you are in these three classes of authorship. So the highest, or the authorships that have the highest merit are either the first author or the corresponding author. Now, why this is the highest is because the first author usually are the ones that conducted the most work and collected the data and understood the whole content of the paper or thesis, which usually are you, the postgraduate students who collected the data. Now, what about corresponding author? Now, there is a gray area here. Because what? Corresponding author usually are the ones who liaise with the journal editor for things going on with the manuscript submission, revision, and whatnot. So literally, this can be anybody as long as they communicate with the journal editor. It could be you, postgraduate students. However, it's an unwritten policy for UiTM as well as many other institutions is that corresponding author should be the principal investigator, or usually is your principal supervisor as well. Because whatever happens in your paper, the project, the data, is supervised and is approved by the boss. Now, in this case, the principal investigator who funded your study, or your principal supervisor who oversees the entire research project for your PhD or master. So that is why corresponding author is the principal supervisor. And another thing is that there are some cases that some postgraduate students are given corresponding authorship. At that situation, usually at the request of you yourself as a postgraduate student, we can give you corresponding authorship. But that usually in the case where you are also in research, that you are going to continue your career doing research, yes, then you are suitable. So that's why, because why? Long after you finish your PhD or master, maybe the scientific community would like to ask questions. And what if you already quit the academics? They can no longer reach you, you see. So that is why your supervisor is more suitable to become a corresponding author, because after all, it's their career. Okay. All right. So there you go. First and corresponding author. So it's either you or your supervisor. Now, co-authorship, it depends. Now, as long as that author contribute academically, significantly in terms of the academics, giving content, improving the content, that counts and it merits. But of course, the inclusion of one person as the co-author of that paper must comes together with the consent of all other authors as well. So it's not just the corresponding author feels like, okay, I want to add that person and I don't need to let the first author know. No, the right practice is if we or anybody in the author, among the authors, like to propose new author, every single author has to be notified. So that is a practice right now, yeah. All right, so the key here is whoever that contribute significantly in terms of the academics can be a co-author, yeah, although they write a small part in that paper. So not only that, even though that person write a small part, but the entire content, that person also needs to approve and also knows what is the content of other parts as well. So it's not just one content that they cover and they can get away. They have to know and they are also responsible for the contents of other parts of that paper. Yeah. Now, give authorship is a different thing. Now, this is also what we call in Indonesia, there's a term for it. They call it bonceng gratis. That means in direct translation to English, it's called free riders. Of course, not doing anything, given an authorship. There you go. Not good at all, because that does not reflect the contribution of one person. Kan? It's not fair. Of course, it's not. But yeah, it has happened before. Why it happens? Well, as you can see right there, hierarchy. Usually, we want to impress our boss. I want to include their name in our paper. There's no wrong or right on there as long as you agree and also other authors agree. But there's a implication. What if that person who got a name in that paper being asked internationally of the content of the paper, and that person cannot answer? That does not reflect too well, kan? So no, I think honesty is still the best. So you have to put the person who really contribute in your paper, yeah, not just simply put anybody inside there, yeah. And of course, the second point, I think this is creativity, kan? You want to graduate, PhD, 2 papers. Well, the creative thing is that you make one paper, your friend make another one paper, you put your names, then you got 2 papers. Well, technically that is not acceptable, but until you get caught or you get checked by people for your content, then you realize that this probably is not really a good idea. So yeah, it's very hard to catch people doing these things, right? It has happened before. So yeah, I think you have to have conscience for yourself of the right thing and the wrong thing. It's always good that you write your own paper rather than having these creative ideas of getting around the system. Yeah. Okay, so oops, these are the examples. Now, case study number 1, co-authorship participation service. Now, why I'm showing you here, because I got this email. I got this email from my spam box telling me that there's a team called Evestina team. Well, I should have blurred out this name, but my apologies. I should have blurred this name. Well, I'm pretty sure they won't sue me. I'm pretty sure, because usually this organization, they were going to invite you to become a co-author of a paper that you never do any research of. What you need to do is just you pay up a certain money and they will give you an authorship. Well, that is what you thought it would be, kan? But most likely this is scam. Once you pay up, they will disappear. Because you're desperate to want authorship, kan? This happens many times already in India. So let's not fall into it, lah. Yeah. But of course, I know there are a few scientists that I know engaged with this kind of service, and they got it. Only to get exposed by Retraction Watch. They got exposed by Retraction Watch. There is a story that a scientist in Spain who published 200 papers a year. 200 papers a year. Very, very productive. So they were asked, they pick one paper and asked this scientist the name of this paper. So tell us, what do you think of this paper? That person cannot remember a thing. So this is how bad it is. So let's not let that happen to us, lah. Yeah. Okay, so next one. Oh yeah, ghost authorship. Individual who has been paid to write but is not listed as an author. So this is like you're paying somebody to write your thesis, kan? I know that service exists and this is not new. This has been around for the past 10 years or something. Now, while you don't need to nowadays, since we have ChatGPT, kan? ChatGPT is that ghostwriter. Now, one thing, it is not the same. It's not the same. Yeah. Now, ghost authorship is a person. Usually, it's a person. You pay up, they write, and these person are expert in that field. They are very well trained in your field. So whatever they write are excellent. Contrary to ChatGPT. Yeah. So the content that you're going to receive is very highly regarded until you go into Viva. You go into an examination where examiners ask you what you have written. Yeah, so this is where we catch people who engage in ghost authorship. Yeah. Now, ghost authorship raised many ethical questions, such as falsely representing a graduate students and also conflict of interest. Now, these people, when they writing your thesis, they will do something else, like they will make you cite their paper so that it boosts their citation. Things can go around with this one. But what we are concerned is that if a graduate student engage a ghost author with a very nice paper and whatnot, but fail to answer question during examination, we the examiners were going to ask ourselves, are we going to pass this student? Most likely we are not. So I mean, it's always good to have your own hard work proven so that you can always defend yourself during crucial time, like in the oral examination. Yeah, there's no way out for that one. So students, Malaysia, we have Viva. You have to know what you're doing. And if you can employ somebody else to write your paper, which is not cheap. I heard that last time it costs around several thousands ringgit. Might as well you keep the money for yourself and write it yourself using ChatGPT. Now, speaking of which, using ChatGPT is not a violation. It's not a violation of academic conduct until you fail to declare it. So listen carefully. You can use ChatGPT, but in your thesis, if you use ChatGPT and you did not declare, that is an offense. Well, at least that is the rule written by majority of the journals internationally. Not really sure what is the policy of UiTM, but I believe that is the case. I'm not sure whether or not they completely outlaw the use of ChatGPT, but I like to use ChatGPT. It helps a lot in your writing. You have to declare. Yeah. Okay. Now moving on to the next point. Oh yeah, this is the Facebook advertisement also I got from the internet. I censored the WhatsApp number so that you don't fall for it. Now this is a service provided by a academician in India, helping you to check your plagiarism and whatnot, but in reality, they are writing the articles for you. Of course, you have to pay them. So once again, save the money for yourself, write your own thesis. That is my advice lah. And this is the website that I got before ChatGPT and before the advertisement. This is a writing service, but their target group is undergraduate students. So you can imagine if you can fork out 550 USD, I think today is closer to 5,000 ringgit. Wait, is it 5,000? No. 3,000, I would say. So 3,000, my friend, my student, it's a lot of money. Save it. So the solution, policing ghost authorship is often difficult. So usually a lot of people get away with it. But you see the consequences is until you got tested, especially if you're staying long enough in the academic world. So please don't. Authorship matters should be consented by all parties, as I said earlier. If you want to add or remove authorship, everybody should be consented. And lastly, if authorship dispute remains unresolved, students should seek mediation from the school. So once again, please, if you have any issue regarding authorship, which you may face in future, don't go public just yet. Go to your supervisor to talk over it. If there's no resolution, go to the head of school, which is the dean or the director of your institute. If nothing can be solved, then only you come to Dr. Amizar, which is the head of publication and ethics. So we will help you, RMC, yeah, Research Management Center. We do have some channels that we can help you. At least previously, I did help a few students on this matter before, and it resolved amicably. So yeah, it can be resolved. Okay, examples of misconduct, duplicate, and multiple submission. This one I go really quick. Well, the name is pretty straightforward. It's self-exemplary. So this is very simple. You conduct one research, data one set, but you creatively write it in several ways and submit to several journals, all accepted. Now, the issue is that you are wasting the resources of the journal, and usually the journal will be absolutely hating it. So, well, this person here did that and unfortunately got found out. So what happened? This person was banned by the publisher. So when I say publisher, they handle a lot of journals. So for a certain period of time, not mistaken, 2 years or 3 years, or not 5 years, this person cannot publish with that publisher at all. So there you go. Well, yeah, the victim is the publisher lah, I would say. So next is yeah, this is the one that I'm going to be the last part. But before I continue, may I ask Dr. Mas, do we have time for this one? Enough time?
In 10 minutes, is it okay?
Yeah, I would do it in 10 minutes then. Okay, so very quickly, predatory publication. Why is so an issue? Because Malaysia's name has been in this issue for too long, actually. Now, in terms of number of publication in predatory journal, Malaysia is ranked for so long top 5. Yeah. So this does not reflect too good on us. Yeah. So you probably can find more information about predatory journal. In fact, the word predatory comes from this person, Jeffrey Beale. He is a librarian who is no longer working. But the impact of his work in terms of combating predatory publication is very long lasting. So make sure you find more information about him, of his work, and also the combating predatory publication. Now, if you can put in context, predatory publication is very easy. You have a paper, you pay them, they publish for you, as if they lay out a red carpet for you to walk through it, and you just pass your examination. Easy, right? But in reality, the left-hand side is what is supposed to be. In fact, most of your work will be challenged over and over again by experts internationally. And if your work can withstand those challenges, only then it will be accepted. This is very much the foundation of peer review in safeguarding academic and also scientific integrity. So yeah, predatory journals is destroying it. Pretty simple, yeah. Now, what is the implication of predatory publication is that, number one, Malaysia sits in that list for far too long, until the reputation has suffered greatly, yeah. But of course, financial loss, because whatever that is published in predatory journals will not be read and let alone citing. And we pay them for your information. Most of these journals, we pay them 2,000 and above to get it published. So why do you need to pay that since nobody's reading? But the worst part is that some of these articles, they publish in predatory journals that they don't have scientific merit, fake science, if you want to put it badly. And what happened if people believe those data? So this is where some of the fake data got into the science, the mainstream science, and it has been like an issue previously with the vaccination. Anti-vaxxers has been using a few papers with invalid data to back their cause. Yeah? Now, common signs of predatory. Now, this is what I wish all postgraduate students can have this skill, identifying predatory journals. Now, these are the points that you have. But the main point is, I will skip to the this page right here. Now, number one, you will need to publish in Scopus Index Journal. So where to find it? Of course, in Scopus. Now, this journal has been discontinued for obvious reason, yeah, being predatory. How do I know it's predatory? Look at the bottom. The year in 2018, the number of articles is 196. And for information, 196 is a lot. But take it another year. In 2019, it increased almost 40 times compared to the year before. Now, the sudden increase is a sign of they don't care about the numbers. What they don't care about the quality. What they care are the numbers, so that the more papers that they publish, the more profit they can repeat. And another telltale sign that we can tell is that the subject area. Most of the predatory journals, they will open up their area so that they can accept as many articles as possible, because what not? They just want to publish so that they receive your article publication fee. But of course, there are many telltale signs. Sometimes when you read their articles, you can find a lot of mistake. Now, that is a very clear sign of low quality. And predatory journals is that, yeah, they don't have quality. As if you find a small mistake in terms of spelling, yeah, you don't submit paper there. As easy as that. Okay, so now is the dilemma. Now, the predatory journals, they keep on increasing over time, and some of the journals, they are falsely accused of being predatory, even though they also maintain a very solid peer review process, due to the fact that we don't have a reference list. Now, for your information, there is a list previously maintained by Jeffrey Beal. They're calling it the Beal's list. He hasn't been maintaining that list since 2016, ever since he quit being a librarian. And that list has been maintained by a third party with no clear identity. So some of the journals were listed there, and we're not really sure whether that journal is really predatory or not. But it's quite safe to say majority of the journal that are listed in Beal's list, yeah, you can say it's predatory. Now, one more thing that I have to remind you is that UiTM, we don't encourage people to publish in predatory journals for obvious reasons. So it's good for you, before you publish any paper, talk to your supervisor, check yourself online in Beal's list or in any chat room, whether that journal has any sign of predatory practices. Yeah, so always ask before you submit. Don't just simply submit and expecting a fast publication, because that is also a very clear sign of predatory publication. no journal can guarantee acceptance and also publication in a very short time except predatory journal. So if they say so, it's predatory then. All right, hijack journal is a new thing. So I'm going to go very quick and go straight to the example. Again, I received an email during COVID restriction, movement control order during the time I have to stay at home, and I received this email. Then I checked why this person is using Gmail to send me this like offer to publish, and turns out they are fake. So the left hand side is a fake website, the right hand side is a genuine one. Now, why scammers can take opportunity in doing this is because some of these journals, they are genuine, they're already indexed in Scopus, but they only serve their own community. Chinese, of course, we can see right there all of the Chinese character. There's no way you know this is the genuine journal except the left hand side, which is in English. But the fact is, we check and this is fake. So, what is the difference between predatory and hijack journals? Well, which one is the worst? I would say hijack journal is definitely the worst, because what happened in 2021, Scopus accidentally indexed a few articles from the hijack journals, the fake journals, yeah, put it simple, and they have removed whatever the record that they have, because that is never the genuine journal, you see. So that is even worse than publishing in predatory journal, but because at least predatory journal, your record is still in Scopus, but hijack journals completely removed. So that gives you an idea. Next time, students, once you have your article, be very, very careful. Usually, predatory journals will solicit your articles from the email. So be very careful, yeah, from invitation to submit from emails, because usually predatory journals operate that way. So yeah, extra tips, always ask your supervisor, ask your colleague or your group in SchemaGo portal, ResearchGate. There are many portals that you can ask here. So always ask before you submit. So now it pays to be honest in long run, because why? You never know when the technology will going to catch up. So you always be solid lah. Now I always play safe that it's better to publish less, but you know what you're doing, rather than publish a lot, but you don't know what's going on. So yeah. Now if you know something not correct going on, you always have to remind that person, because you never know that person is doing it, whether they are aware of it or not. So you always have to advise them. Only when that person rejects your offer to repent, then you probably need to do something more drastic by reporting to the right person, the supervisor of that person, or maybe the head of the department there. So always, yeah, always get knowledgeable. If you're not sure, ask. There are many people that you can that can give you opinions whether a practice is a malpractice or otherwise. So in conclusion, always ask. If you're guilty of misconduct, stop and always repent. Always come back to the correct practice. And if you witness a misconduct, then you report to the right authority. So with that, I think I will end my talk by showing you the journals that are published in UiTM. So you can see that we have one journal indexed in Web of Science, 3 indexed in Scopus, and another 4 indexed by ERA. Now, if you have to publish and you cannot go anywhere else, UiTM have 41 index journals in my site and whatnot. So there are many journals that you can send your articles to. Just don't send to predatory or hijack journals. Yeah? So with that, thank you very much. I pass over back to you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Yong. Since we have a very limited time because our next presenter have another class by 5, so we should proceed with the session. However, I'm going to share the QR code for at least 3 minutes. So Dr. Yong, can you please leave your email in the chat area, chat section, so students can ask you further via your email?
Yeah, sure. So I think once I post my email, I will leave this this platform. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I already sent my email address in the chat.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, this is the QR code. Kindly screenshot it first.
Hello, I'm sorry. Where is the QR for module 3 and 4?
3 and 4 tomorrow. Today is 1, 2, 5, and 7. It is not in the correct manner. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. We start 1, 2, and then 5, 7. Tomorrow will be 3, 4, and 6, 8. Okay, so just now you just finished module 5 and we are going to start module 7. So today you already finished 1, 2, and 5. In 1 hour, you will finish module 7. Is it clear?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Doctor.
Okay,
Thank
scan
you.
capture it first before we can proceed with Encik Hazrul because he has a very limited time. Encik Hazrul, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
So you can start anytime.
All right. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ipsis, for inviting me on to this session. It's actually I'm replacing Puan Siti Rohayu. Okay, she was supposed to give to conduct this session, and but she couldn't come since she's on MC. And then and I'm so sorry I have to do this in a short time, a very short time, since I have a class in another in an hour. So okay. So my name is Muhammad Hazrul Muhammad Hussein, a senior librarian in Tun Abdul Razak Library or PITA. Okay, so on today's session, it will be on online databases, okay, mostly on Scopus, okay. So I'll be teaching you on Scopus on how can you access our online databases, okay, especially Scopus, and what are the features that you can use in Scopus, okay, and as well as I will slot in the searching techniques, okay, the searching techniques that you need to know in order for you to find the articles or to filter out some of the articles that you need in Scopus. All right. So I don't have slides, okay, since I'm going to talk very brief on Scopus. So don't worry if let's say you need an extra class on Scopus, so you can apply for our information literacy classes. It's free. Okay. So from there you can apply for Scopus, and then I will give you a session. Let's say it can be an online or face-to-face. Okay. So if you have friends, if let's say you have friends, you can invite them over to attend the class. If let's say you are on your own, especially for PhD students, you can you can just apply on yourself, so we can conduct a one-to-one session, right? Okay, so basically what is Scopus? Okay, I think some of you might know what is Scopus before, or maybe this will be first time hearing it. So Scopus is actually an index online databases, okay, online database which contain a list of articles published in higher impact journals. Okay, so it is mostly referred to as Scopus Index Journal or online databases that are published under the same publisher, which is Elsevier. Okay, so Elsevier is the parent company, and under I'm not showing any slides. Okay, so the Elsevier is the parent company, and then after that you have Mendeley, you have Scopus, and you have Science Direct and other online databases that comes from the same publisher. Okay, so being indexed in Scopus is an indicator of a journal's quality and impact in the academic community lah, right? So Scopus, bear in mind, Scopus does not hold any articles. Okay, if you click on Scopus, you can only find the list of index articles. Okay, you won't find any full text article. But if you click on the title itself, then it will redirect you to the original page itself. okay, to the original online database itself, either from, let's say, from Emerald or maybe from Sage and so on. Okay. But however, you can still get the full text. But sometimes when you click on the online database, the title, later I will show you, so don't worry. So if you click on the title, and then once it redirect you to the original page, sometimes you may get or you may not get the full text. Okay. So because sometimes it is in our subscription, and maybe some of the online databases is not in our subscription. Okay, because of few technical things. Sometimes it's because it's not it is because of the budget constraint, and then because sometimes it is not in our syllabus and so many more. Okay. So, but don't worry, if let's say you need that particular article, if let's say from the abstract, if you read the abstract and you think that that is the article that you need, okay, so you can use our interlibrary loan. Alright, so how can you use that service? You can access from our portal, or you can simply ask from our live chat through our portal. Okay, say mention that you need to do interlibrary loan, and then they will redirect you or they will guide you on how can you use the interlibrary loan services. Okay, so that service is free. So if let's say you need that certain article, you fill up some of the forms, online forms, and then we will try to find for you the articles from other universities who subscribe to that particular content. If let's say they have the content, they will email to us that full text, and then we will email back to you for free. Okay, so you can keep that article and you don't have to return it. Okay, there will be no due dates for that particular articles, right? Okay, so let's go. Let me share the screen itself. Okay, where is the share screen button? All right. Hold on. Okay, so in order for you to access our in order for you to access our online databases and Scopus especially, okay, so you can just go to our portal, library.uitm.edu.my. Okay, so you can simply access through our portal, and then you can please browse through our portal. You can find some of the information that you need inside here. Okay, and then you have the opening hours, you have our services, and then you can find the spaces and whatnot. All right, so in order for you to go directly to our digital services, okay, digital content, so what you need to do is to go to this tab here, okay, this learning tab. Click on the learning tab, and then you can see this. You can see some of the infos there for library guides, MOOCs, YouTube, okay, and then you have library orientation and whatnot. So, but today, what you need to do is to go through this page. We have MyKM version 3 and MyKM version 4. So, MyKM version 4 is the latest MyKM. Okay, so what you need to do, but I'm going to teach you on MyKM version 3 since version 4 is still on pilot testing. And then later on, you can check it on yourself. So let's go to this page. Okay, so this is our MyKM portal. Okay, so you sign in. What you need to do is for you to sign in with your UiTM Google account, or you can go by signing in using your iStudent portal account. Okay, so either one. So let's say you go through your Google account. Hold on. Okay, so this may take some time. I do not know why today the network is quite slow. Okay, hold on, yeah. Hold on, this might take some time. Let me check. Right. Okay, never mind. Let me use another browser. Maybe that helps. I do not know. Okay.
Sorry, Encik Muhammad Hazrul, just now you mentioned my KM3 or my KM4 still in the pilot.
The version 4 is in pilot testing. Yep. So you can use the version 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But you still can access the version 4. Okay, but some of the features inside version 4, especially on ebook, there might be a problem in it. So my advice is still for you. My recommendation is for you to use the version 3. I do not know why. Alamak. Let's say, hold on for a while. Hold on for a while.
I try to access from my computer, still loading as well.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm trying to get my IT department to check on this. Okay, so never mind. I do not know why. Okay, I'm so sorry for this. So what is actually MyKM? MyKM is actually this portal is a personalized page, okay, a personalized portal. If you open this, I will show you later on. I'm so sorry on this matter. Okay, if you open this, you can see some figures, facts and figures. So that figure is made custom for you, meaning that if you open that, it is personalized according to your field. Okay, according to your program, it will be different from one program to another program. Okay, so the numbers will be different. If you click on the numbers itself, you can see the books related to your courses content and so on. Okay, you can see what other digital services that is related to your courses as well. Okay, and then you can access the ebook online databases through that MyKM portal. It is a single sign-on page. Okay, meaning that you click once on that page and then you can access other digital services without have to log in again and again. Okay, but I'm terribly sorry. So just now I tested, it was okay, but suddenly it's not. Okay, never mind. So let's get to Scopus itself. Okay, I'm terribly sorry for this. So this is unexpected. Okay, so in order for you to access most of our online databases, okay, whatever it is you need to access through MyKM portal. Okay, so you have to access to. So from there, you will get the list of online databases that we subscribe. Currently, we subscribe to 21 online databases. And inside that online databases, you can find different online databases serve the purpose for certain fields. Okay, for engineering, there's for medical students, and then there's for law students and business students and whatnot. And some of the online databases is quite multidiscipline. Okay, so it can be used for any field or any courses, right? Okay, and why must you access through our MyKMs? Because whatever it is, as I mentioned earlier, you need to log in. Okay, log in to your account. And from there on, only the online databases can detect whether you are UiTM student or not. Okay, if you access directly from browser, let's say from access from browser, okay, you can still get the same page, but you won't get some of the full text that we subscribe to. Okay, so that would be, and some of the features you won't get some of the benefits, especially on features, some of the filters, and maybe some of the details that you might not get if you open directly from the browser as compared to MyKM portal. Okay, but whatever it is, I have to show you from here so that you get the idea. Okay. I'm not going to search from here. Hold on for a while. This is bad. Because from here you can only do author search. But if let's say you search from the MyKM portal, you can search by using the documents itself. You can search on affiliations and author as well as author. Okay, but for if you access it from directly from browser, you can only access from the author's profile. Okay, let me find first. I still can't open. I'm terribly sorry for this. This is quite embarrassing. For a while, yeah. So basically, they have disabled that function if let's say you are not, if you do not subscribe. Okay, never mind. So for alternative, let us just go to Science Direct. Okay. So I have to access it from directly from the browser itself as well. And I'm terribly sorry for this. This is unexpected. Okay. So Science Direct, okay, it's a parent company under Elsevier. Okay, so it is not as same as Scopus, as I mentioned. Scopus is an index databases, okay, which they do not hold any articles. They only collect, okay, they only list the articles which publish under higher impact journals. Okay, once you click on the title, then it will redirect you to the original page itself, either from Science Direct and so on. Okay. So the concept here is I'm going to show you is basically on how can you do your searching. Okay, how can you find your articles with the correct searching techniques. Okay, so whatever it is, whatever it is, you need to use a few searching technique that is available. Okay, so first thing first, there will be keywords. Okay, you should have keywords. If you have a topic, from that topic itself, identify the keywords. Let's say your topic would be let's say your topic would be job performance in the organization. Okay, so job performance in the organization, if let's say you put in or you key in word by word in your search browser, any in Google or online databases in search browser, you will get your search result will get overwhelmed. Okay, you can see from your search result, you might get hundreds of thousands or maybe millions articles. Okay, which we do not have time just to filter out or just to read one by one article. Okay, so what you can do is to identify the keywords from your topic. Okay, and then you from that keyword, you use that keyword in your search so that you will get relevant articles. Let's say the topic job performance in the organization. What you must do is actually identify the keywords. The keyword would be job performance. That would be one keyword as phrase. And then organization. That would be your second keyword. Okay. And then you are left with the word in and the. Okay. Those two words are considered as common words. Okay. We call that as common words or stop words. Okay. That you should avoid. Okay. You should avoid those common words or stop words. Other than that, you have and, about, or, not, because, among, and so on. That would be considered as common words. If let's say you you enter the common words together with your keywords, okay, then that's why your article become overwhelmed. Your search result becomes overwhelmed. Okay, because each and every articles, when you do your searching, they will contain that particular word itself. And, in, the, okay, that is too common. Okay, that's why you get overwhelmed results. And that's why you need to just identify your keywords so that you are left, let's say, job performance, one keyword, and organization. And in between those keywords, okay, you need to attach the Boolean operators. Okay, what is Boolean operators? And I will explain it in this page here. Okay, so basically, you can just Google Boolean operators, truncation, wildcards, and so on. Okay, you will have different examples given by different universities, and so on. So basically, what is Boolean operators? Okay, let me, right. So Boolean operators allow a database search to be narrowed, broadened, or made more precise. Okay, there are three Boolean operators consist and or not. And or not are inserted between each search term. So you have three. These three Boolean operators and or not is used in between the keywords. If let's say you have 10 keywords, then in between those keywords, you have to put in either and or not. Okay. And as well as these three keywords, okay, these three keywords is considered as stop words as well. Okay. It is considered as common words as well. But whenever you use this keyword, whenever you use this operator and or not, you have to make sure to spell it or make sure to use it as uppercase. Okay, so that the system will know that that is not a common word, that is Boolean operators. Okay, except for Google. If let's say you search for, let's say you use Boolean operators in Google, it doesn't matter if you use the small case or you use uppercase for the word and or not, okay, they can detect that is Boolean operators, okay, because they have this intelligent architecture system. Okay, so for the first part, and, okay, and is used for narrowing or focusing a search topic. Okay, specify that both search term must be present in the results. Okay, so if let's say you have more than one keywords, okay, let's say example given here is teenagers and violence. So let's say the topic would be violence among teenagers. Okay, identify the keywords and then you are left with the common words. The common words would be among. So you extract the word among and then you are left with these two keywords, violence as well as teenagers. Okay, so in between the keywords, you put in the Boolean operators, either and or not. So the first part would be and. Okay, so the position, let's say the violence, the position for the keywords or the term, it can be either way. Okay, the violence can be in front, the teenagers could be out front, in the back, or vice versa. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, so the keyword here is teenagers as well as violence. So you put and in the middle. You put and in the middle, meaning that you want to search, okay, all the articles in the search result later on must consist these two keywords. Okay, not on separate article, but every articles must consist these two terms or these two keywords. Okay, so all the articles must consist the word teenagers as well as violent. Doesn't matter if the word teenagers are on the title itself or the word violence on the paragraph 1 or maybe in paragraph 2 and so on. But whatever it is, those two terms or those two keywords will be in each and every article. Okay, so that when you use that, it will narrow down your search. Okay, it will narrow down your search. So if let's say you do not use this Boolean operators, let's say you just search for teenagers. Okay, if you search for teenagers, you will get millions of articles mentioning the word teenagers. The good side of the teenagers, even the bad side of the teenagers. Okay, the same goes with violence. If you key in the word violence, you will get all sorts of articles mentioning on violence. You will have domestic violence, peer violence, adult violence, and so on. Okay, so those two, the word violence itself and the articles that, the articles in violence itself or the articles on teenagers itself, you will have overwhelming results. So what we need is article that only mention on teenagers and violence. So what can you do is to put and in the middle so that it will scrap out. Okay, so we eliminate all those unwanted article that is not related to teenagers and violence. So you will get, your result will be more focused. So let's say if you can see from this example here, okay, from this image example here, if you use the word, if you search for the word teenagers alone, you might get 4,000 articles. And the same goes with if you search for violence alone, you might get 11,000 articles. So all in all, it will be roughly around 15 to 16,000 articles. That's quite a lot. Okay, so what you need to do is to filter out, okay, some of these irrelevant articles that is not mentioning on the word teenagers and violence together. Okay, so you put and in the middle, and then it will eliminate all others irrelevant articles, so you will get a smaller result from 15,000 to 60,000 articles to only 700 articles contain these two keywords, teenagers and violence. Okay. Right. So the next part is or. Or is used for expanding or broadening a search topic. Specify that either search term can be present in the results, often used to include synonyms or related terms. Okay. So if let's say sometimes, okay, when you use the word keyword teenagers and you use the keyword violence, you will get certain amount of result. Let's say 700 just now. Okay. And then after reading through all the articles, and you find that you get only 30% from the 700 results article just now, you get only 30% articles that is totally related to your current topic. Okay. So other articles mentioned with the same keyword, but the topic that you need, the statement that you need is not in that particular article. And then you need more articles. What can you do? Okay. So what you can do is to find synonym. You can find some of these keywords that say teenagers. Okay. Try to find the synonyms or related terms, because some author, they might use different terms, okay, or they might use different synonyms to address to their current topic, okay, to their topic itself. So you need to find that synonym. How can you do that? You can just simply Google, okay, just simply Google synonym, teenager synonym, okay, and then it will list out all other words that is related to that, to the word teenagers. So you can use that so that you can expand a little bit, okay, expand a little bit your search, but still within the same context, right? So let's say, for example, just now from the word teenagers, you find, you get 728 results of articles, and then you need more. And then you find the related term for teenagers is juvenile as well as adolescent. So you key in the word or juvenile or adolescent in your search. Because sometimes some author, whenever articles that is related to violence, they might be using the word juvenile more than as compared as teenager. Okay, or maybe they might be using the word adolescent more as compared to the word teenager. So you might be missing out on that particular articles. Okay, that's why you need to include synonyms or try to find some certain synonyms or related term to that word so that you get more. Okay, so that you will expand your search a little bit more, but still within the same context, right? So if you can look at this example here, you search, if let's say you search for teenager alone, you might get 400 results. If you get search for teenagers alone, you might get 500 results, or you might, and then if you combine all together, you get 900, or maybe 1,300, or maybe up to 1,700 articles and so on. Okay. So meaning that it will expand your search, but still within the same context. So whatever it is, make sure if you want to use or, make sure it is either synonyms or related term. Okay? It should not be two different terms altogether. Let's say if you search for teenagers or violence, and then you are back, when we are back to square one, you get 15 to 16,000 articles. Okay. So make sure it is related. Okay. That is all. And then we have not. Okay, not to is used to eliminate false hits or get rid of that one term that you do not want in your results list. Okay, specify that the first term but not the second can be present in the results. So let's say if you want to make it more specific, let's say you want to search for articles that mention on teenagers. Doesn't matter on the good side of teenagers or the bad side, but you do not want article that mention on violence. Okay, whatever articles mention on violence towards teenagers, you want to eliminate. So you key in not in the middle so that you will get articles mentioned only on teenagers, okay, but whatever that is related to violence, it will not be in your search. Okay, or maybe you want to make it more specific, teenagers and violence, not Malaysia. Okay, so you will get articles that mention on teenagers and violence, except whatever that is related to Malaysia. Okay, so you will get other parts of the country except for Malaysia. So you be more specific. Okay. So these three is the most used searching technique that you can, it is quite universal. Okay, it is universal, not quite. It is universal. You can use either in online databases, any online databases, or search browser. Okay, Yahoo, Bing, Edge, or Google and whatnot. Okay. This would be the most basic searching technique that you can use, and or not. Okay. And then we have this nesting, truncation, and wildcard. So nesting, or parentheses, an alternative to a database's advanced search, allows you to construct complex searches combining and or not by grouping search terms appropriately. So let's say if you have 10 keywords altogether, okay, you can use all 10 in one search. In between the keywords, okay, you can either maybe use you can use and multiple times, you can use include all multiple times, and you can use not maybe 2 times and or multiple times, doesn't matter. Okay, but especially when you use or in between, okay, meaning that either one, and then you want to associate with another terms, okay, you need to use this parentheses. Okay, you need to use this parentheses or nesting. Okay, the parentheses or nesting is this bracket. Okay, so let's say you find, let's say from the topic itself, teenagers and violence. Okay, you get a certain set of articles, 728 results of articles mentioning on teenagers and violence. Okay, and then you need another set of articles because you need more articles for you to do your reading and so on. And then you try to find the synonyms or related term. So you put in the synonyms or related terms after the keywords that you have been using, let's say teenagers or juveniles, and then you close that with the parentheses, and then you continue with the keywords that you want to relate, okay, and violence or maybe not violence, all right? And then the search will go either one. It's either teenagers and violence in one search, and then as well as it will combine article with the word juveniles and violence. Okay, so you get 2 sets of search results. Let's say you do not use this parentheses or nesting, what will happen? Okay, so if you do not use any parentheses or nesting, okay, to relate to this term here, okay, for teenagers, it will be back to square one. It will search on, it will be standalone. Okay, it will search all types of article that mention on teenagers, the good side, even the bad side. Okay, but for juveniles, it will relate to violence because it is the nearest. It will read as the nearest. Okay, then you will get more and more articles that is irrelevant to your content, okay, to your search and whatsoever. So if let's say you have different terms or you have synonyms or related terms that you want to relate to the next keywords, make sure you use this parentheses. Okay, so don't worry if you don't understand now. Okay, so don't worry. Later, I will show you some example when we do some searching in either Scopus or Science Direct. Hopefully, the Scopus, we can access the Scopus. Hold on for a while. Let me try this first. Hopefully, they have. Okay, while they are doing that, let's go to the next part. So the next part will be truncation. Okay, expands the search to locate all words beginning with the same root. Okay, symbol to truncate is usually an asterisk or the star sign. So example, the same thing. Okay, if let's say you are using the word teenagers, it's not okay yet. Okay, sorry. So if let's say you are using the word teenagers, okay, the word teenagers alone comes from the word, the original word, the root word for teenagers would be teen. Okay, so you use the word teen, at the end of the word, you use this, you truncate it with the asterisk, okay, or the star sign. It will return as teen, teens, teenage, teenager, etc. Okay, so meaning that because some authors, okay, might be using different type of keywords in their research. Okay? So that's why it's another part of Boolean operators as compared by using or. So you can use this truncation. Okay, maybe let's say you want to search either the word print. You key in the word print, at the end of the word print, you put in the asterisk, it will find you articles that mention on the word print, printer, printing, prints, and so on. Okay, but be careful, not all words can effectively be truncated. Okay, trying to truncate woman as WOM and then asterisk, it will return as wombat, womb, as well as woman and women. Okay, so what here, you can see from here that we only want to differentiate, okay, from singular to plural, woman and women, just this one single character. Okay, A and E. So if you want to change the single character in the middle, okay, don't use this truncation. So what you need to do is to use wildcard. Okay, so this is wildcard. We use in the middle of a word to match usually known variants of a term. A wildcard usually represents a single character, and symbol to represent the single character is usually a question mark. Okay, but this can vary by database. And as you can see from here, the word a woman just now, you just key in WOM and then the question mark or the wildcard, finish with the next letter, and then it will return as woman, women, and women. So it will only change one single character. Okay, the singular, the plurals, and whatever that is related from the same word. Okay, so if let's say you want to differentiate between American English and British English, you can use wildcard as well. Okay, so maybe you want to search for color, COLOR. If you use COLO and then after that, after O, you put in the wildcard and then finish off with the next letter, and then it will come out as COLOUR as well as COLOR. Okay, so that is wildcard. But don't worry, most of online databases, if let's say you do not use this truncation and wildcard, it doesn't matter, because currently most of online databases, they have this intelligent architecture system. If let's say you use the word American English, the result will come in as both American as well as the British English as well. Okay, the same goes with Google or any search browser. Okay, if you search for the word, if let's say you search for the word print, the articles that mention on the word printer, it will come out in your search result as well. Okay, so meaning that you don't have to apply truncation and wildcard. And some online databases, they might not be using asterisk as truncation or question mark for wildcard. So how can you tell this? You can just simply go to the search tips. Okay, each and every online databases, they will have their own search tips that you need to find. Okay, from the search tip, go and read the search tip, and then you can find different types of tips that you can use so that you can use that particular online databases effectively. Okay, so let's get to our session itself. Okay, hopefully I can still open. I am unable to open Scopus as well as this MyKM. I do not know why. So sorry for this. Hold on, yeah. Let me. Okay, never mind. So let's go to Science Direct. Okay, so from this section here, okay, so what you need to do, whatever it is, before you go to any online databases, Scopus or any Emerald or IEEE, whatnot, please try to find the search tips. Okay, some of the online databases, you can find the search tips on top of their page, okay, in one of the menus, top menus, okay, drop down menus. And sometimes the search tip will be under this search box itself. Okay, and some online databases, it will be at the end of the page, okay, under online video tutorial, some of which will be in text, and some of which they will guide you through videos, a short video, 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, please take some time just to look at the search tips so that you can use that particular online databases effectively. All right, so let's say, okay, and then what next? You need to go to, hold on, this is an optional features that you can use. Either you want to sign in or not, it depends on you. Okay, sorry, to register. You can register into your own profile. Okay, it's free. Just create your profile. It depends on you. Doesn't matter if you want to create or not, it depends on you. But it does have its own benefit if you create your register to your own profile. Okay. Okay, so this is your search box. Okay, this is your search box. This is your basic search box. You can find article by using terms, or let's say you have a name of a journal or a name of a book title, or let's say you want to search by author, you can simply use here. Okay, or you want to combine all these three together in your search, doesn't matter. Okay, you still can use that. And then you have this advanced search. Okay, you have advanced search. You can key in the keywords, and then you can key in the years that you want to concentrate. Okay, the name of the author, the author's affiliation, which volume, issue, and so on. Okay, and then you can find the search tips through here. In Science Data, you can find the search tips in here. Okay, and maybe some online databases, if let's say you couldn't find the search tips in that particular online databases, what you need to do, just simply Google, let's say, Emerald search tips. You can always find either in text or maybe in YouTube that somebody will do the search tips that will guide you from the search tips itself. Okay, so please take some time and look at the search tips. All right, so if you browse down, you can find the explanation on each of the field that you can use in the advanced search. And then you have this Boolean operators and phrase search. Okay, so read. So this is Boolean operators currently supported, and or not, and the hyphen. Okay, Boolean operators must be entered in all uppercase. So meaning that for the word and or not must be entered in uppercase. And then hyphen or minus symbol is interpreted as not operator, meaning that you don't have to type in not. If you want to use not, don't key in the word not. You just simply use the hyphen or the minus symbol. Okay, for example, black, not whole. It will return as black, but exclude any instances where whole appears with it. Okay, and then you have the example for how can you use the parentheses. Okay, and then the quotation marks. Okay, quotation marks is important if let's say you have any exact phrases search. Okay, later I will show you. And then the punctuations, and you can use plurals and spelling variants are included. If let's say you key in heart attack, it will include as heart attacks. If you key in the word color code in American English, it will include as well color code in British English, meaning that you don't have to apply either truncation or wildcard. Okay, and please do read and for other things inside here. Okay, if you have the time. Okay, let's go to the search. Okay, so first thing for what you need to have is your keywords. Okay, identify your keywords. Let's say, let's say you have the keywords influencing factors. Right. Okay, so let's say this is your keyword, influencing factors. Okay, so actually this is a phrase. Okay, if let's say more than one keyword, okay, this is more than one word as one keywords, this is a phrase. Okay, so let's say if we search influencing factors as it is. All right, so you get 1 million articles on influencing factors alone. Okay, that is overwhelming. Okay, the result is overwhelming. So we do not have that much time for you to identify each and every articles inside here. For 1 million articles, that's quite a lot. Okay, okay, why does this happen? So in any online databases, not just online databases, but browser, if you key in more than one word just like this, okay, it will read as influencing and factors. Okay, it will read as influencing and factors as well as influencing factors. So you have two types of articles in your search. Okay, one article that mentioned on the word influencing in the title, maybe in title, maybe in paragraph 1, or the word factors in titles, or maybe in other paragraph. Okay, another one is article mentioning on influencing factors as it is. Okay, side by side. Okay, not separate by either in paragraph, in different paragraph, or in different places. Okay, that's why you have two types of results. That's why your result will get overwhelming. Okay, more than 1 million article. If let's say you have more than your keywords is more than one word, okay, like this, influence factors, you have to use this double quotation mark. Okay, please include this double quotation mark. This is for exact phrases, meaning that you want articles, the word should be exactly like this, influencing factors. Okay, so from this article here on the previous search, you can see this is influencing factors. This is factors influencing. Okay, and so on. And if you browse a little bit more, you can find the word influencing in other paragraph, the word factors in other paragraph separately and all together. Okay. So what you need to do is, if let's say you have more than one, if you have a phrase like this, please use these quotation marks. Okay, and normally if you use these quotation marks, look at the search result. Normally it will cut more than 95%. Okay, so currently I have 150,000 articles only mentioned on the word influencing factors. Okay, if you can see from here, the word is not entirely in the title itself. Okay, sometimes it would be in title, sometimes it would be in the abstract, or sometimes it would be in any part of the content. Okay, so that's why you get the results for the word influencing factors. All right. So if let's say you do not have any other keywords, okay, if let's say you do not have any other keywords, or maybe let's say, okay, just key in another one keyword. So let's say, and okay, don't forget your Boolean operators should be in all uppercase. Okay, and okay, spatial distribution, right? So remember, this is phrase as well. This is an exact phrase. Okay, so if let's say I do not use any double quotation mark for exact phrases, okay, the result would be 34,000. Okay, so this contain article on influencing factors and spatial and distribution, influencing factors and spatial distribution. Okay, that's why you get 34,000. Okay, from 150,000, it will cut down. The result would narrow down, but still you have other sets of article that is irrelevant to you. So please don't forget this quotation marks, and then click on search, and then it will cut down to another set of result. This is 14,000, especially articles mentioning on influencing factors and spatial distribution. Okay. So now let's say you are out of keywords. Okay, these are the two keywords that you have. Okay, what you can do next, if let's say it's too much, still overwhelming, 14,000 is still overwhelming, what can you do? Whatever it is, most of online databases will include this section here, the refine by. Sometimes it mentioned as narrow by, narrow search, okay, or sometimes it mentioned as filter by, and so on. So the purpose of this section is to filter out, okay, according to years, according to article types, according to title, and so many more. Okay, sometimes you can find so many things that you can filter out in some of online databases. Okay, but sometimes you can find only a few things. Okay, only 3 or 4 things that you can filter out. So whatever it is, please use the filter. Okay, it helps. Sometimes the filter will be on the left page. Sometimes the filter will be on the right page. It depends on online databases. Okay, different online databases will display different interface and so on. Okay, let's say we want to find articles. Okay, so since we access it directly from the online data, not directly from the browser, there should be one more filter that you can use. Subscribe journals. Okay, subscribe articles. It's either subscribe articles. Okay, since we access it direct from the web, so that particular filter is nowhere to be seen. Okay, it's nowhere to be seen. So what does that mean? Meaning that even though we subscribe to Science Direct, okay, but we do not subscribe to the whole content of Science Direct. Okay, let's say Science Direct offers 7,000 articles. Okay, 7,000 journal titles. Let's say they offer 7,000 journal titles, but UiTM only subscribe to 3,000 online 3,000 journal titles. Okay, because of few factors. Okay, there are few factors because of budget constraint, because of I can say that because it's not in syllabus and so on. Okay, some of which you might find the article in full text, and some of which it is not in full text. Okay, if it's not in full text, again, if you need that article, please use our interlibrary loan. Okay, please use the interlibrary loan. Okay, we will try to find that article for you for free. Right? Okay, so okay, if let's say you can see from here, this is open access. What is open access? Open access means articles that you can access for free, the full text for free. Okay, whether we subscribe or do not subscribe to that particular journal, but they will give us the access for free. Excuse me, can you mute yourself, please? Okay. Okay, so never mind. So from here you can see that this few PDF, meaning that this is the full text. If you can see the word PDF, meaning that is the full text. And then the word open access. Okay. We do not subscribe to that content, but we can view the whole article. Okay, meaning that it gives us a free view for that particular journal or particular article. Okay, so what can you do to filter out? So first thing first is to filter out by year. Okay, so you have articles that publish on 2024, even in 2025. Okay, there are articles published in 2025, even though we are still we just entered the second quarter of 2024, but we have articles that publish in 2025. Okay, normally that's how it works in online databases. Okay, so let's say you want to find articles. Whenever you want to find articles, please find article that the year should be relevant to your topic. Okay, the years should be relevant to your topic. Let's say you are doing something related to technology. Okay, please do not find article that is more than 5 years, 10 years, or maybe 20 years. Okay, it will be quite irrelevant. Okay, quite irrelevant to your content later on. Okay, whatever it is, if let's say you are doing something on technology, it is best for you to focus article from 5 to 3 years. Okay, so it depends. But sometimes some topic, if let's say the topic, you have to refer articles. You can still refer articles to 10 years, 20 years, because the longer the articles, the older the article, the mature the information inside there. Okay, whatever it is, it depends on you. Okay, you yourself determine what year you want to concentrate on. So let's say if you want to concentrate for the first 5 years. Okay, so you just go from this custom range. Either you can tick it here, you can tick this here, or let's say you can just go to this custom range here. Let's say I just want to concentrate from 2020 to 2024. Okay, not 25, so maybe just until 2024. And then you just click on search. So it cuts down from 14,000 to 10,000 articles. Yeah, not just okay. And then what you can do next is to filter out on the article type. So article type, in this section here, you have a few types of articles, either from review articles, you have research articles, you have encyclopedias, book chapters, and so on. Okay, so filter out whatever you need the most. Let's say you need more on, you don't want any review articles, you want solely on research articles. Okay, so click on research articles. And let's say you want to combine with encyclopedia. So whatever it is, you can tick as well, encyclopedias, okay? And then you can see the results. This is your current results after you filter out the year as well as the article type. You get 9,000 articles, but still overwhelming. Okay, so what you can do next, let's say you are familiar with publication titles. Okay, so publication titles, if let's say you are familiar with publication titles, you can just simply choose from here. If let's say you are not familiar with any of this title, you can skip. Okay, so it doesn't matter, you can skip. So just move on to the next filter section. Okay, so from this filter section, you have subject areas. So for your topic, influencing factors and spatial distribution, you want to concentrate on which particular subject areas, either from environmental science, agricultural and biological sciences, or whatever, you can just simply click here. Let's say you want to focus on energy. Okay, so you are left with 1,768 results. So this will be your final results for articles that you can search. You have 1,768 results from 34,000 earlier for the 14,000. Okay, influencing factors and spatial distribution just now. When we search these two keywords, you have your result would be 14,000, and currently we are left with 1,700. Okay, if let's say you have another keywords, please do so. Please include. Let's say influencing. No. Okay. Let's say minority. Cultural heritage. Okay. Don't forget your quotation marks for exact phrases. You click on search. No results. So meaning that is too. If let's say, don't worry if let's say you don't get any result, meaning that you don't have this particular keywords, okay, to be included in these two keywords here. Okay, so try to find another keywords, or let's say you have another term, please include that term. Let's go back. Okay, let's say traffic noise and traffic noise. So you are left with 38 results articles. So you have influencing factors. All these 38 articles in your search result containing all these three keywords or terms. Okay, influencing factors, spatial distribution, and as well as traffic noise. So meaning that you are left with articles that is according to your subject matters. Okay, so let's say we go to any articles. Okay, let's say if I go to this article, okay, I click on the title itself. Okay, from the title itself, you can find a lot of information you can find inside here. You have your outlines, you have your full text articles in HTML view. This is article in HTML view. Okay, if you don't want to have this HTML view, you can download the full article in PDF. Okay, make sure you have your PDF reader. And then on this section here, on the right section, you can find the recommended articles. Okay, so recommended articles, whatever article that you are opening currently, whatever title you are opening currently, they will give you recommended articles that goes along with your topic. Okay, that goes along with this title here. Okay, so you can extend your search or extend your reading through this recommended article. Sometimes it is from the same journal, okay, the Sustainable Cities and Society, but different volume or maybe in the same volume, and sometimes from other journals. Okay, and then sometimes you can find the full text, and sometimes you might not find the full text. Okay, whatever it is, please use our interlibrary loan. Okay, so this is how you can extend your search or extend your reading from one page to another page. So what else can you do? Click on the title. You can click on this journal itself. Okay, this title is published in this journal, Sustainable Cities and Society. If you click on this journal, okay, you can find some of the information on the journal as mentioned by Dr. Yong just now. If you want to publish your paper, please go to search information on that particular journal, as compared as, let's say for this journal, you can find how much does it cost to publish a paper, how long does it take, okay, how long for reviewing time, for submission acceptance, and all other insights. Okay, so you can find the details through here. Okay, and then if you browse through, you can get the latest published articles, the article that is still in press, most top cited articles from 2021, okay, the most downloaded article from the last 90 days, the most popular article, and so on. Okay, so you can find it here. And then if let's say you want to browse through this journal from other volumes from different years, so what can you do is to go from articles and issues. Go on articles and issues, and then you just go to all issues. Okay, so from here you get to see all different volumes, okay, from 2011 until 2024. Okay, and sometimes you get a journal that is published from 2000 until 2024, and so on. Okay, so you can go about on that particular volume. You can go, you can read most of the articles inside that volume, okay, only if we subscribe to that journal. Okay, if let's say you open that title and the title is in full text, meaning that you are able to look at the whole full text content in that particular journal. If let's say you want to do your search in this particular journal, please use this search box in this particular in this title. Okay, this is the search box. You can enter the same keywords, the same concept, the same Boolean operators and whatnot in this search, so that it will search all types of articles that have the same keywords or the same terms in other volumes, okay, in different volumes, okay, but mainly in this journal itself. Okay, so you can search other articles within the same journal itself. So let's go back. Okay. So what else can you do? Okay, so what else can you do? So sometimes some articles you can find they will give you figures, okay, figures. So you can see from this here, the figures here, you can download the figures. You can use this figure in your research paper as an example. Okay, you can download the figures and then you can use it as an example in your research papers, but don't forget to give a proper credit to the original author, okay, either through citation and referencing, okay. Whatever it is, don't forget to cite or maybe or to give a proper acknowledgement, okay. And then you can find some of the articles inside here, they will provide you with extras. Okay, sometimes in through image, sometimes through Excel sheet, and sometimes through documents, Words document, or maybe sometimes in videos. You can look at that extras so that you get extra reading. Okay, so you have extra reading, you can do your extra searching and so on. Okay, and then if you browse through, okay, you will find on the reference section. Okay, let's go to the reference section itself. Okay. So this is your references. Okay. Normally, don't forget all this references section. Okay. If you ever go to any online databases, please use the references section. Okay. So this section, it will help you to find article that is related to your current topic. So if let's say to your current article. So let's say this is the article that you read and this article suits your topic. Please look at the references as well. Okay. So you can find the articles, whatever references that this particular author referred to, and you can refer to the articles as the same thing. Click on this, whatever link that you can click, please click. Okay. Let's say this is, if let's say you see this number. Okay, this number is in 10.1038/ whatever. This is the DOI. DOI means Digital Object Identifier. The IC number for this particular, the unique number for this particular article. If you click this, it will redirect you to another online databases. Maybe some of the online databases, we subscribe and sometimes we do not subscribe. Whatever it is, try our interlibrary loan. Okay. So sometimes you will get the whole PDF because that article published in under the same online database from Science Direct, and maybe by happen is that we also subscribe to that particular journal. Okay, so you get the PDF. Or let's say if they redirect you to Google Scholar, go to Google Scholar from here. Click on Google Scholar and then try to find the article, or maybe just go to this DOI and then just get the article. And some article is in open access, some article in full text, and some article might not be in full text. Again, if it's not in full text, use our interlibrary loan. Okay, this is how you can extend your search from one read to another reading. Okay, or extend your searching from one article to another article. Okay, don't forget the references section. Okay, so let's go back. Let me try this. Okay. All right. So now, the same goes with, let's say, okay, for okay, let's say we go for okay, okay. Let's say if you have this type of keyword, okay, 3D print. Okay. Whatever, if let's say you have a keyword that combines with numbers and letters, please use the OR button. Please use the OR operator. Okay, and then spell it. So let's say 3-dimension. Okay, 3-dimension or 3-dimensional, doesn't matter. Okay, 3-dimensional or 3-dimensional. And then if let's say you want to include graph or 3-dimension print, 3-dimension print and graph. So this is considered as parentheses. Okay, this is considered as nesting or parentheses. You need to use parentheses because you want to attach this keyword to go along with graph, and as well as 3-dimension print to go along with graph. So you need to use the parentheses. And then this is 3D print is considered as phrase. Okay, don't forget your quotation marks. The same goes with this one. This 3-dimension print is considered as quotation marks. And then you just do your search. Okay, so you get 5,552, okay, containing the word 3D print and graph, another one, 3-dimension print and graph, as well as you get articles on 3D printing and graph, 3D printer and graph, okay, 3D printed and graph, as well as 3-dimension print and graph, 3-dimensional print and graph, 3-dimensional printing and graph, okay, and so on. Okay, so you get a lot of options through here. So in Science Direct, you don't have to apply wildcards and truncation, as I mentioned earlier when we look at the search tip just now. Okay, so you can just do this so that you will give a better option. Okay, if let's say you have anything that you can combining with letters and numbers, if you can spell it out, please spell it out as well. Okay, so you get article. You have more articles with different keyword terms. Okay. So again, don't forget to use this filter. So okay, so let's say if you search on the word color. Okay, so for color, as I mentioned, you don't have to apply the truncation as well as the wildcard here. If you search for the word color, you will get articles on colorization, color, okay, and then colors, okay, color and so on, and colors in British English. Okay, we spell out in American English, and you get articles that spell out in British English as well. Okay, so meaning that you don't have to apply the truncation or keyword. How can you tell? First thing first, in the search tips, or you can just simply try it out. Okay, you can simply just try it out like this, or let's say we type on woman. So you have woman, you have women, okay, the singular, the plurals, and then we have women's, okay, and so on. So meaning that if you don't apply the truncation and wildcard, you will still get the same result. Okay, so this is Science Direct. Okay, most of online databases, they have different interface, but you can use the same concept. Okay, please use the same concept. Please use the Boolean operators. Okay, the keywords, identify the keywords, and then match it with Boolean operators. And then if let's say your keywords is consists more than one word, okay, for phrase, please use the double quotation marks. Okay, and let's say if you want to include the word or, and then after that you want to associate with the word and later on or not later on, please use the nesting or parentheses. Okay, so if let's say you are unable to get whatever that I'm saying, okay, so don't worry, apply for my information literacy class. Okay, so you can apply. How can you apply that? You can simply browse from our portal. Okay, I'm so sorry for this. Quite embarrassing that I could not show you this. Okay, this is the most important thing that is actually I need to show you. Okay, but I could not open. I do not know why. Okay, let's go back to library.uitm.edu.my. The portal seems quite slow as well. Okay, I think the network here is not the network here is quite slow and it's not helping. Okay, see, I cannot open. I'm terribly sorry for this. So I will give you my email. Okay, so whatever it is, you can email me later on. Okay, I get a few questions through here. You can, okay, let me give my email account, uitm.edu. You can email me anything if you want to ask anything on library matters. Okay, or let's say if you want to ask anything on not just let's say if you want to ask anything on how to apply for information literacy classes, or maybe you want to consult us. If let's say you want to publish papers and then you couldn't tell whether that particular journal is considered as hijack journal, predatory journal, as mentioned as Dr. Yong just now, come and consult us. Okay, we will give you a consultation, and then we will try to search for you, and then we will give you advice whether that particular journal is considered as predatory or not. Okay, so Scopus AI, how to get Scopus AI? I do not know how to get to Scopus AI since we do not subscribe to Scopus AI itself. Okay, or let's say if you you can ask library matters, don't forget to use our chat with librarian. Okay, just go to our portal, and then you can see the bubble on the bottom left or bottom right of the page. Sometimes it's on the left, sometimes it's on the right. Okay, just chat with us. Normally there will be an officer to entertain you within working hours. If let's say after the working hours, normally if you can still use the live chat, and then it will go straight into our email, and we will try to respond back as soon as possible. Okay, so with that, I would like to end my session for today. I'm terribly sorry for any technical issues that I could not show you the web. I'm deeply saddened on that matter, and I could not show you on Scopus. Again, if you need to go on my Scopus session, you can apply in our interlibrary loan. Okay, if you're unsure on how to apply, just email me and I will guide you, or you can apply through, you can ask from our chat with librarian. Okay, so with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Okay, thank you for your attention, and hope to see you in your near future. If let's say you are able to come to the library physically, please do so. Okay, so in Shah Alam, we have 5 libraries that you can simply go in and about. Okay, you can just go use any of our facilities. If let's say you are from other branch, other states, you can just, as a student, you just can go any libraries, UiTM libraries in other states as well. Okay, for international student, if you're not physically here, you can contact us, or you can use our chat with librarian, or you can email me, and later if you have any issues, technical issues on library matters, on library software, just we can do some Google Meets, or maybe by using Microsoft Teams or through online. Okay, so thank you very much. Good luck and have fun. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and over to you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Cik Hazrul. Thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Because you need to go to your other classes.
I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry for that.
Okay, okay. Okay, so students, I'm going to share the QR code for Module 7. Okay, can you see?
Okay, Doctor.
Okay, so I'm going to go back for Module 1, Module 2, Module 5 QR code. So hopefully those who still missing or you're not in the session before, you can check back. Okay, this is Module 5. Okay, screenshot it first. Module 2. And Module 1. Okay, I want to brief for tomorrow's session. So tomorrow, in the link that OneDrive link, okay, I have already uploaded the guideline. Okay, we have posted the guideline several times in your email. So in the guideline, there is a schedule that you have to follow. So please check your cluster, which cluster you belong to, and use the link given in the schedule. Just click the link and you will be directed to the Zoom session. Normally, each cluster is limited to 250, and we have logged that number. So kindly, please, if you have already registered for this April session, please use the link. Okay, we have logged to 250. Otherwise, you will get into trouble. Okay, you cannot, you take opportunities, somebody else opportunity to join. Okay, so please make sure you have registered. And then Farahin Gapa, the attendance can scan from here. From the screen, just scan. Module 7 questions part cannot edit. Hanafi, what do you mean? Okay, so refer to the schedule and then use the Zoom link. Just click the Zoom link and then you will be directed to the Zoom session tomorrow. We are going to split for, according to the clusters, 2 clusters, science and technology, and then social science, business and management. Okay, so module 7, you don't have any assessment. Module 7, no assessments. It's just a feedback form. Okay, so no assessment for this module, for module 7. So don't get surprised. Okay, module 7, no questions on the question part.
There is a question, 10 question.
Oh, is it? Okay, hold on. Give me 5 minutes and then you visit back, okay? So if you don't have anything, I want to change, I want to edit the module 7. So you
Can you put 5, please? 5. And 2, please. 2.
Sorry, module 7 terlepas tadi.
Hold on.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I shall stop here because I want to edit module 7 attendance form. All right, so see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow you are going to be in the 2 different clusters, okay? All right, thank you.
Doctor, how about YouTube? YouTube link for tomorrow?
YouTube, no.
Do we have?
We only have Zoom tomorrow. We only use Zoom. Okay, no YouTube.
That means they are not recorded session?
Yes, this session will be recorded and uploaded in the OneDrive.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Jumpa besok.
Thank you,
See you tomorrow.
Doctor. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, thank you.
Doctor, are you still there?
Yes, okay, I already deleted the questions part, so you can fill in back module 7. Okay? All right.
Doctor, I want to ask, since tomorrow we have 2 clusters, right? So science and technology, social science and business management, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so my cluster is social science and business management, but in the guidelines, there's only one link, one Zoom link. So how do we do that?
One Zoom link? What do you mean by one Zoom link?
There's only one Zoom link meeting, right?
Yes,
in the guidelines.
you will use the same link for tomorrow. But it different within social science and science and technology. Different.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Okay. But you only use one link. It's not that one class, one link. No.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, I have a question. It is still no assessment for the module 7, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put number 7, please?
Baha, I think you are not registered yet. Mr. Baha Karim, I think you are not registered yet because I tried to find your student ID. It is not available. And
No, I'm registered. I'm registered, and I have the ID and everything, and I have the letter also from the.
Listen to me. ID, you can get the ID once you get the offer letter, but your student status is not active.
No, I paid the fees and it's active.
Can I have your student ID, please?
My ID
Student ID.
2023
Okay.
212
212.
no 212
Yes. And then
344.
let me check. Because I've checked already, you are not an active student.
Why? It was like this before, but we resolved this issue. I resolved it by myself, and then I registered to the seminar, and they sent me the letter.
Yeah, you can get the letter, but you cannot get the certificate because you are not active. Okay, 2023, come again. Your student ID, please.
212
212.
344.
You register. Oh, so you RTG last semester. You are postponing your study last semester. Okay.
Yes.
But I cannot guarantee whether you can get the certificate. It depends on your system. If the system detect you that you are active, then you can get the certificate. Okay. I try my best.
Doctor,
So what I have to do?
Nothing. Just follow the seminar.
Doctor, can you check mine?
What? Check your student active status.
Yeah.
20. Can I have your student ID?
2024.
Okay.
311.
Okay.
615.
Why you want me to check?
Because I'm worried that
You already long time ago you registered. It's okay. You are active. You are an active student. No
Thank you,
problem on that.
Thank you.
All right. So.
Ada pertanyaan. Modul 1 dengan 2 tadi kan. Saya yang 1 tu saya jawab okey email. Yang modul 2 tu kenapa dia keluar email tu warna merah?
Tak ada masalah. Merah pun tak apa. Sebab masuk je bendanya. Masuk je dalam database.
Oh, sebab kita punya nombor ID UiTM ya?
Tak ada masalah pun. Memang masuk je. Sebab tadi ada student juga. Happen to be the student.
Okey, baik. Terima kasih banyak doktor.
Alright. Okay. Thank you.
Terima kasih doktor.
Okay.